Prologue. You and me are rebels of the Devil King Academy. I stared at the smiling man before me. Audiobook lost. His head was covered with the hood of his jacket. Underneath the hood, there were red hair and golden eyes peering at me. There wasn't any killing intent, overwhelming presence, or violent mana radiating from him like the other Devil King candidates. Strangely, I didn't feel anything conspicuous from his presence and existence. However, what was this? This unpleasant sensation? It was a chill, like when realizing that you were actually standing side by side with death in this ordinary day. Like when a car rushed toward you on the street, or something heavy fell above you at a construction site, or getting attacked by a slasher misfortune that suddenly visited in the midst of an ordinary day. The scent of death that was lurking in the daily life. Unavoidable death that suddenly appeared before one's eyes. That kind of incomprehensible eeriness was ominously radiating from this man before me. Audiobook lost. I don't think I've ever seen you at the Devil King Academy. What year and class are you? Lost shrugged. I don't have the qualification to enroll into the Devil King Academy. But certainly, only upper-class people like nobles among the devil race could become a student in the Devil King Academy. However, there was a rule that the Devil King candidate had to enroll into the Devil King Academy. That was why even a human like me was given permission to enroll into the academy. In that case, Lost should also have the qualification. Besides, the presence that I was sensing from Lost belonged to a devil. He wasn't human. Then he should have even less problem than me to enroll. Lost seemed to guess what I was thinking and answered self-deprecatingly. I'm a low-class devil, you see. The lowest even. I'm not attending the Devil Academy because, well, I also have my own circumstances. Lost clapped his hands lightly and smiled in a friendly way. Rather than talking about me, let's talk about you instead. To be honest, I thought that there wouldn't be an existence lower than me. And yet suddenly I heard that the Lover's Devil King candidate is a human. It was shocking, you know? To think that there can be someone lower than me. Lost chuckled and narrowed his eyes. That's why I have been curious about you all this time. What kind of guy the Devil King candidate that is even lower than me at the bottom of the totem pole? Does someone like that even exist? I was half in disbelief. I don't really get whether you are praising me or disparaging me, but you are treating me like a umaha. Of course I'm praising you. You are my idol. After all, you are lower than me when here I thought that I'm at the lowest. I even feel envious at you. So, you came here to check what kind of guy I am? Well, something like that, I guess. Shit. I never thought I'd encounter a Devil King candidate at this kind of place. This place was an outlet mall during the holiday. If this became a battle, a lot of people might get dragged into it. But, when I quickly checked my surrounding, strangely there wasn't any sign of people at all. Lost seemed to notice my confusion and he lightly spread his hands. This is so that nobody will interrupt our talk. I'm using magic to clear out the crowd. I felt just a bit relieved. In that case, the unrelated people and my parents wouldn't get dragged into this. That's a big help. And, I'm just as you see. Did I disappoint you? I thought that he would be disappointed, or perhaps he would feel happy seeing that it would be easy to deal with me, but Lost replied with an expression as though he was reunited with an old friend. No way. I feel there is fate at work here. Fate? Also, I thought that you're interesting just as expected. Interesting? A devil will look down on the low-class devil. A human will fear a demon and try buttering them up. However, even a human will look down on the low-class devil inside their heart if they know about the state of affairs of the demon world. But you aren't behaving like any of those types. You are facing me genuinely without any prejudice or bias. That's normal, isn't it? No. Normally people will evaluate others based on their own standard, classify them, and put a rank on them. But I got the feeling that you are accepting an existence like me as I am without putting me through any filter. Also, you are on your guard, but you hold no hostility at me. That's also interesting. That's not really true. After all, you're a Devil King candidate. We might fight each other sooner or later. But, you don't hate me. You don't want to kill me. Well, that's because I don't have any grudge against you. I'm fighting to obtain the Devil King position, but I don't hate my opponents. Why? Even though the devil race is bringing misfortune for mankind. Misfortune? Lost laughed in amusement, perhaps because I was making a confused face. You are really soft-hearted, huh? Haven't you get any bad experience after enrolling into the Devil King Academy? Like harassment, slander, assault. You should have received various attacks. Am I wrong? I can't deny that. Lost's golden eyes stared piercingly at me. Then you gotta take revenge. Revenge? Yeah. To the nobles who are treating you and me like worthless trash. I felt discomfort from Lost's words. That might be the case for a human, but this guy was more or less a devil. And yet, how could he get treated like trash? Lost suddenly spoke while I was thinking such a thing. Let's destroy the Devil King Academy together with me. Wah. What did he say? We are persecuted because of the nobles who are ruling the devil world right now. And then the symbol of that is the Devil King Academy. I'll kill the Devil King Academy, the devil world, the whole world. What was this guy talking about? Killing the whole world, you say? Death and rebirth, that is the role of the death after all. Then, your objective isn't to become the next Devil King? Lost tilted his head when I asked him that. If I kill all the other Devil King candidates, then I'll naturally become the next Devil King. But, I think that's also all right. A legend is necessary for the beginning of a new world. The lowest class of devil is standing on the top of the devil world, something like that will be really dramatic. In other words, a revolution, huh? That's right. The devil world is completely ruled by the nobles. The rich are continuously getting richer, while the poor are unable to escape from the negative spiral. The right to rule is only passed around among the nobles. I'll destroy the walls standing in the way between the nobles and the low-class devils. That's why, Yuto, I want you to lend me your strength. Me? Yuto, you're human. If you never know about the existence of the devil world and devil, then perhaps you would never hold any dissatisfaction about being human. But, after learning that you all are energy source for devils, that your race is just being treated as an expendable resource, what do you think? Don't you want to escape from the devil's rule and obtain true freedom? Lost's words were slowly seeping into my head. I had my hands full with the problems that were right before me that it never thought about such a distant matter. No, perhaps I was simply averting my eyes from it intentionally. Supposing that I became the next Devil King, what was I going to do with the devil world and the human world at that time? I wanted to answer the expectation of Liesel Senpai and everyone. I wanted to make the world a place where everyone, Tu-san and Ka-san, could live in peace with a smile on their face. I only thought about such a matter that was within my reach. I didn't have any clear vision, what kind of thing I wanted to do with this world. Even so, defeating all the Devil King candidates will be a Herculean task. There are still many powerful enemies, and there are also the Triumph who haven't shown themselves yet. Triumph, the opponents who are holding the special 6 arcana, you mean? I had heard about them from Liesel Senpai. The Devil King arcane number 0 until V were considered the leading 6. They were the O Fool, I Magus, 2 Priestess, 3 Empress, 4 Emperor, and V Hierophant. These 6 arcane that included many cards that represented ruler were arcane that were born at the beginning period, and they were said to hold extraordinary power. Besides, what I'm trying to do will definitely provoke antipathy from others. Even if by some chance become the next Devil King, surely there will be those who cause insurrection, and perhaps the current Devil King also won't hand over the throne to me obediently. You are saying that you will also fight that Headmaster Gandu? Yeah. That's why I need a genuine comrade. Genuine comrade? A comrade who has the same perspective as me, the same feeling, and the same objective. It's impossible for me to find someone like that among the other devils. Lost stared still at me with an earnest gaze. A comrade who I can have a true bond of trust with. Only you can possibly become someone like that. Lost held out his right hand. If I become the Devil King, I'll entrust the human world to you. You will be the king of humans. Let's work together, both of us. I stared at the right hand that Lost offered to me. I didn't really know the truth, but it seemed that this guy had been persecuted in the devil world. And now he was trying to make a new world. What about me? Certainly, it didn't feel like that. What Lost was saying was wrong. He was saying that he would abolish the class system of the devil world and created a fair world. However, that meant destroying the current order of the devil world. Would that really be the right thing to do? What would happen to Liesel Senpai if that happened? What about Miyabi, Nath, Aspite, Geld, everyone else? Even the nobles weren't completely made up of bad people. Wouldn't their life and everything that they were shouldering would also get destroyed by this? Besides, Lost mentioned something about revenge. Was it all right to change the world for such a reason? What's wrong? Is something worrying you? Is it all right to not liberate mankind from devil's rule? What if the next Devil King is someone who mercilessly wrings out mana from humans? It won't be a carefree world like right now. The whole human world will turn into hell. Are you fine with that? No. I'm not saying that something like that is fine. However, the fate of the whole mankind is hanging on your choice, you know. The whole mankind? Cold sweat trickled down my back and sides. Let's destroy and remake this world together with me. My right hand lifted up slightly. At that time. Detonation! Exclamation mark. The spot where Lost was standing on exploded. You were? My body was sent flying backward by the heat wave and shockwave. I couldn't make a defensive magic in time and fell on my back. My body slid on the floor. Yuto. Are you all right? That voice? I looked up while still lying down on the ground. A skirt that was lightly fluttering, and long legs that were wrapped in black stocking. Further above was white panties that was covered by the stocking. Liesel Senpai's worried face was looking down on me above her breasts. Liesel Senpai. I stood up in a hurry and stared at the place where the explosion occurred. The audio shop's floor was hollowed and thick smoke was rising from there. The headphones and speakers in the surroundings were all blown away. Shelves broke and the insides were scattered everywhere. Senpai did that just now? Yes. While I was chasing after the information of the Death Devil King candidate, I never expected that he was meeting with Yuto. Are you all right? Yes. We were just talking. That's right. To suddenly blow up the place like that, you got really bad manners even though you are a noble lady. Lost was there on the other side of the smoke. There wasn't any sign of injury on him. He looked composed as though the explosion never happened. Can you not approach my Devil King candidate as you please? Good grief, I thought that we could finally deepen our friendship through male bonding and yet, really, you're in the way. What's your aim by approaching Yuto like this? Liesel Senpai glared with a sharp gaze. But Lost ignored her and raised his hand casually. Then, let's meet again when there isn't any hindrance. I'm happy we can meet today. Wait. For the lady there, it looks like there is a friend who got a business with you instead of me. Friend? Liesel Senpai made a dubious face, then the store's lightning died simultaneously. The surrounding was enveloped in true darkness because there was no window nearby. Sue, be careful, Yuto. Liesel Senpai let out a strangely panicked voice, and then a small light lit up. A small blue flame was burning on Senpai's hand. When she lightly waved her hand, that flame fell on the floor. The flame spread through the floor. However, there was no heat. It didn't look like that it would cause a fire incident like a normal flame. The dark interior of the store was illuminated by the pale blue flame. A silhouette rose inside that blue light. To think that you are supporting a human Devil King candidate, you have really fallen low, aren't you, Liesel? You. Illuminated inside the darkness was a beautiful woman, purple hair that reached until her waist, and almond-shaped blue eyes. Her hair was beautifully wavy and rolled, and her face was graceful. Coupled with her voice's tone, she gave off a thick atmosphere of a noble lady. What? Her outfit was far from the image of a noble lady. What enveloped her nice body that wasn't at all inferior compared to Liesel Senpai was a black rubber suit that clung completely on her skin. Her neck and limbs were wrapped in belts that looked restrictive. It was a bondage suit that emphasized her body line to look even lewder. In addition, she was wearing a uniform jacket that looked like a long coat with her shoulders exposed. Even though her skin exposure was almost zero, she looked like she was standing naked. In some cases, she might look even more obscene than simply being naked. Senpai, who is that person? The Hanged Man Devil King candidate. She is Hayashine Yotaka. This sexy beauty was the Hanged Man? The Arcana's name and the owner didn't seem to match at all. In the first place, she wasn't a man. Thank you for the introduction, Liesel. Hayashine Yotaka smiled sweetly and turned her gaze at me. By the way, I'm Liesel's friend, no, archenemy since we were little. Archenemy? Yotaka wriggled her fingertip dancingly and put it on her cheek. And then she scrutinized me. You don't look bad. How about switching to me rather than staying with the like of Liesel? I'll take good care of you. Yotaka, if you continue speaking rudely like that, LL. Liesel Senpai moved to stand in front of me. However, a girl appeared from behind Yotaka before that. Yotaka-sama, please wait. It will be troubling if you pick up something like a human. You have to make sure that your pet has the proper pedigree document before keeping them. It was a beautiful girl wearing red bondage fashion. She had black hair that was cut short, and an adorable atmosphere like a Japanese doll. When she stood at Yotaka's side, they looked like a master and a slave. Oh, Aori. You are also here? Yes. After all, I don't know what kind of mess Yotaka-sama will get into if you are left by yourself. Yotaka elegantly chuckled foo-foo and pointed her fingertip to the girl in red bondage. This girl is Aori Aratsume, my ace. 1. Far from being a slave, this girl was the Hanged Man's ace. It felt like he would meet a horrible experience if he underestimated her based on her looks. And, what is your business here, I wonder? If you want to meet, then please do so after making an appointment. Liesel Senpai was radiating vigilance from her whole body. Yotaka smiled erotically at her. I'm thinking that I should also make my move soon. And so I come here only to give a light greeting. If the other Devil King candidates defeat lovers first, then, Liesel, I'll lose my justification to kill you. It was a really dangerous greeting. Liesel Senpai frowned. I see, so the Hanged Man has also joined Death's Alliance. It's you who has fallen really low. That will hurt the family name of Hayashine House. Yotaka smiled lasciviously at Liesel Senpai's provocation. That obscene smile sends a chill through my back. No need to make such forced provocation. Soon I'm going to kill you. No, as expected I won't kill you. I have to make sure you have a front row seat to watch the collapse of Himekami House. And then, I'll cherish you forever. I won't kill you even if you beg me to kill you. Fufu, I'm looking forward to it. As always, you have the worst hobby that is completely lacking in elegance. I can already see in my mind how that composed expression will distort in humiliation while you are crying and yelling tearfully. I wish to tie and hang you up quickly. Fufu, that's a funny joke. This is a nice timing. I'm currently searching for an ingredient for a magic medicine. Your heart might suffice for it. Even though their talk was filled with bloodthirstiness, The two's expressions and gestures were that of a high-class noble lady. It made them even scarier. Yotaka-sama, it will be time soon. Aoi urged her master with a slightly fretful look. Oh? It seems I have stayed for too long here. Fufa, then adieu. Yotaka nodded elegantly before she turned around. Aoi sent me a glare before following behind Yotaka. Yotaka and Aoi vanished into the dark passage. Then the lighting suddenly turned on again. The two's figures weren't in the store anymore. And then the sound of the outlet mall's noise was approaching from the distance. Senpai. So, death finally showed up directly. And then she made a plainly displeased face. Furthermore, even Yotaka too, it's irritating. It feels like she is targeting Liesel Senpai more rather than me. Himekami House and Hayashin House has been in an antagonistic relationship with each other since a long time ago. There was even a period of war that happened far away in the past. Because of that, our relationship is still bad even now. Thanks to that, Yotaka and I were also made to compete against each other in everything. It was like a proxy war for both our houses. I see, then Senpai also has it really hard, huh? It happens. I have gotten used to it. Liesel Senpai showed a resigned smile. More importantly, we also need to think of countermeasure now that the enemy has made their move this openly. Yes. But, what should we do? I have several ideas. For example, strengthening our fighting strength. Like adding a new card. Certainly, Stella had also told me something similar before. But, I don't know anyone who looks like they will accept becoming my card. About that, I can't guarantee it, but I know someone who seems to have a prospect. Eh? Who is it? I myself am still not sure, so I'll tell you next time. More importantly, Yuto, it's necessary to have you do another countermeasure. That's what kind of countermeasure it is? I'll have you learn a special move in this summer. A special move? Those words somehow sounded really charming. Your growth has been stunning, but you need to be even stronger, and immediately. That's why we will do summer training camp. Summer training camp? Come to think of it, Senpai had already mentioned about it when we went to buy swimsuits last time. I think Senpai said that our destination will change depending on the special training's content, wasn't it? Where are we going then? Liesel Senpai turned a serious gaze at me. Hawaii. What? You need special training to learn a special move. I believe that the training camp will be very harsh for you. I gulped. Senpai had said that much. There was no doubt that a very harsh training was waiting for me. However, I'll do it. I swear I'll overcome it no matter what kind of training it is. That's a good spirit. Senpai nodded in satisfaction at my reply. I'm burning up. Let's do this. Because it's Hawaii. And getting a special move. It was a double-header of going to a place that was the yearning of all common masses and obtained the dream of a boy. I couldn't suppress my excitement anymore. Summer vacation, come quickly, quickly. Then, I'll give it my all to think up the training menu. It will be an ultra-gorgeous super special hard death course. That naming was enough to cool down my giddiness. Chapter 1. To the training camp. It was finally the summer vacation. The Devil King Academy also had an end-of-term ceremony after a fashion. It also had report cards. It was handed in the classroom one by one from the homeroom teacher Takizawa-sensei, but Morioka. Even though you have defeated 3 Devil King candidates, that and your grades, A, are 2 separate matters. Takizawa-sensei handed me the report card with trembling hands and a pale face. Why, you might think that I'll be tactful and alter your grades, but I too am a proud teacher of the Devil King Academy. Manipulating the grades for a student's sake is out of the question. No, I'm not expecting sensei to do anything like that for me. So you are threatening me to hide the fact on top of bettering your grades, however. Even if you tell me that you are dissatisfied with your grades, I can't change it anymore. Even if you threaten to kill me, I'll die as a teacher. Why was she running her mouth with such disturbing words just for handing the report card? Besides, I didn't remember asking her to give me any consideration. Hey, did you hear just now? Yeah, he threatened Takizawa-sensei so that she would falsify his grades. And the way sensei is trembling like that, he must have done something really terrible to her. How devilish, even though he is just a human. It became a really harmful false rumor. I reached out and took my report card to finish this quickly. However, for sensei to speak this insistently that she couldn't give any leeway with my grading. Is my grade really that bad? I asked that casually, but Takizawa-sensei's pupils behind her glasses shrunk in terror. I became concerned by that reaction and reflexively looked at my report card right on the spot. Certainly, this is horrible. When I lifted up my face after muttering that. Hi. Takizawa-sensei leapt back until her back collided on the blackboard. No, as I thought, I don't want to die. Help, please. Sensei? It's not like I'm going to vent at sensei just because I get bad grades. Sensei's plump thighs were trembling uncontrollably. Warm liquid was trickling down on the inner part. Water puddle was spreading under Takizawa-sensei's feet. Wait. Are you all right? Sensei. Pull, please, I'm begging you. I'll do anything so. At least, spare my life. In the middle, Takizawa-sensei's eyes rolled back and she collapsed. Sensei. After that, I hurried to the infirmary while carrying sensei in my arms. I did that to help sensei, but, for some reason, I heard that the lovers, Morioka, forced Takizawa-sensei to pee herself in the classroom. What's more, he made her naked after that, put a collar on her neck, and took her for a stroll inside the school. Seriously? It seems that guy is mankind's strongest sex magician. I'm so envious, I want to murder that guy. Before this he also massaged Liesel-senpai's breasts brazenly at the schoolyard. Shit. Dai Morioka. Rumor summoned speculation, mass-produced false rumors, and the exaggeration grew worse. The number of people who spread such rumor kept growing. As the result, after school, Liesel-senpai made me did Caesar and interrogated me harshly. I received the report card through such hardships. When I returned home and hesitantly showed it to Ka-san and Tu-san. Oh my. Really, Reina-chan, you got 5 on all subjects. Amazing. Genius. Are you a genius? Geez, you are cute, obedient, and then you are also smart on top of that. No, this is really amazing. Yush, Papa will buy Reina-chan anything you want. They made a fuss over Reina. That's. Reina is already happy just from getting praised. Thank you, Mama, Papa. She said such a thing with a shy look, so naturally, Ka-san and Tu-san writhed in bliss. On the contrary, their reaction toward me, who had to show my dignity as a big brother, was. As for Yukan, fight on. Yuto, grade isn't everything for humans. The only thing Tu-san can tell you is, get friendly with a big shot devil. Surely they will introduce you to a good job later on. They were really considerate, it felt, heavier than being scolded. However, a big event that blew away that gloomy feeling was waiting. It was summer training camp, overnight stay. Liesel-senpai attached a terrifying title on it, but it didn't change the fact that I would go on a trip with everyone in my summer vacation. And then our destination would be the king of resorts, Hawaii. Our boarding house would be Liesel-senpai's villa at Oahu Island. Even so, as expected, Liesel-senpai's rich girl level was simply different. Perhaps such a thing wasn't a big deal at all for Liesel-senpai, but for me, this was my first overseas trip that should be commemorated. Reina and me went to create our first passport for this training camp. It would also be our first time going to the airport. Everything was completely the first for us. I went to buy overseas traveling necessities together with Raina, read guidebook together, packing together with the whole family. Just the trip preparation was already absurdly fun. And then on the day of our departure, we were overwhelmed at our first visit to Narita Airport by its size. I didn't even know where we should wait for the plane. Raina and me were completely at a loss while dragging our suitcase. Let's try calling someone first. When I took out my smartphone. How do you do, Yuto-san? Who? It was a woman wearing a neat and clean white dress and a white hat with a wide brim. Wavy blonde hair flowed down from there sparklingly. Her smiling eyes were bright blue. She was the very picture of a noble lady of pampered upbringing that you happen to come across in a resort. The way she spoke and her standing figure were radiating elegance. Are you Miyabi? She chuckled with the smile of someone who had successfully tricked her target. Geez Yuto, your face just now was really funny. This wasn't the usual gal Miyabi, but Miyabi in her Oju summer mode. It wasn't just her outfit, even her expression and atmosphere had changed completely. I thought that she was someone else for an instant there. Shit, this was why a woman was a demon. No, Miyabi was a devil though. Raina was also looking shocked with her eyes widening like saucers. But, why is Senpai looking like that? Your style is completely different from the usual desu. Miyabi folded her arms with a troubled look. Putting aside her appearance, it seemed her attitude had exited the Oju summer mode. About that you see, this is because of Akar-sama's order. She told me to act properly if I'm going to Himekami House's villa. She made me bring a complete set of clothes like a dress and the like. It's troublesome that my luggage got really heavy like this. There was a porter pushing a trolley behind Miyabi. 3 huge suitcases were piled up on it. I wish to express my thanks to your mother for her good arrangement though. A refreshing voice suddenly interrupted. Liesel Senpai. Liesel Senpai looked like the opposite of Miyabi. She was wearing an adult and chic black dress. That black color emphasized Senpai's white skin even more clearly. She was giving off a bewitching aura that made felt dizzy despite the elegance. So everyone is here already. Yep, bang on. All lovers are present. Raina and me also nodded with a smile. Then let's go. Just as Liesel Senpai said that with a smile. Ah, it's really Yuto-kun there. An adorable voice that sounded like a beautiful woman's voice called at me. When I turned my gaze toward the direction of the voice, a beautiful girl no, a young man was coming this way while dragging his suitcase. Rookie. It was Korma Rookie, the Devil King candidate of judgment. He was wearing a white jacket with a sailor collar and short pants. It felt like the white version of his usual uniform. He was wearing pants, not a skirt, so if asked whether he looked boyish, it made his slender legs to be even more visible, so I got a bit flustered. Rookie, why are you here? I'm going on a trip. Yuto-kun too? Yeah, I'm going to have a summer training camp in Hawaii. Is that so? This is an amazing coincidence. Actually, I'm going to spend my summer in Hawaii too. What? That's certainly an amazing coincidence. What's more, we ran to each other in the airport like this. Rookie took my hand and jumped up and down happily while going kya kya. It's too bad that we are taking a different flight, but let's meet again over there. We should play together. Why yeah. Rookie waved his hand toward us energetically while heading to the check-in counter. I also waved back lightly at him. I watched his innocent smile while feeling a doubt somewhere in my heart. Was this really just a coincidence? Previously Rookie was wary toward the Death's Alliance and suggested information exchange with me. I thought that he was a friendly guy among the Devil King candidates fighting in the Devil King War. However, if his trip to Hawaii wasn't a coincidence, what kind of reason could he have for going? Was he feeling helpless if he was alone in Japan and so he tried to stick close to us? Or perhaps, it was the opposite. Liesel senpai, that rookie, is it really just a coincidence that he is also here? I wonder. Unexpectedly, Liesel senpai didn't look like she was really concerned. Then let's go, she said, and started walking, so I hurriedly took over the trolley from the porter, put my suitcase and Reina's on it too. And then we followed behind Liesel senpai in a line like a duck and its ducklings. After a while, Miyabi raised her voice. Hey senpai? We just passed the check-in counter, you know. It's fine. Just follow me. Miyabi looked back at Reina and me, then she shrugged with a frown. She must want to say that she didn't know what was going on. However, Liesel senpai's footsteps contained no hesitation. It was hard to think that she was lost. After we walked for a while, we entered into a place that seemed like a special room. We'll take care of the departure procedure here. Then Miyabi made a face of realization. Senpai, this place is for business jets use? Yes, there is no need for us to hand over tickets or the like beforehand. We will go with the private jet that I chartered. Somehow this trip was skipping over the normal overseas travel to become like a celeb trip that was in a different dimension. Reina and me were already shaking in our boots. While I was still unable to catch up with the situation, we were put in a microbus that carried us until the place where the jet airplane was waiting. And then after we boarded the small jet airplane, the inside was like the living room of a hotel. Reina and me sat on the chairs feeling like we were watching a dream. Then the jet engines roar and the G-force from the acceleration assaulted us. Oh Onii-chan, our Reina's body is pressed on the chair desu. Ooh. It feels like the plane will fly out of the atmosphere with this force. I was extremely excited by my first experience of takeoff. Onii-chan. It's horrible desu. The ground is diagonal. It's getting smaller and smaller rapidly. I can fly. So the earth is round. This is one small step for mankind, but a large step for me. You're amazingly excited, Aunt Cha? I didn't pay any mind even when Miyabi spoke in exasperation. Reina and me clung on the window and noisily cheered and took pictures. Tilda, somehow it makes me feel defeated. I'll also burst in excitement then. Miyabi also joined. We were in a high tension like in a school trip. There was no other passenger, so there was no need to hold back. The airplane got above the cloud and the scenery of the sea of clouds stretched on endlessly. Our excitement also finally settled down then. There we finally noticed Liesel senpai drinking coffee silently by herself. I'm sorry, Liesel senpai. We made a ruckus. However, Liesel senpai smiled as though she was looking at children. That smile was like a holy mother. She didn't look like a devil at all. No. I'm also happy that everyone is having fun like that. It's amazing desu. Really, amazing desu. Really, Reina, just amazing desu. My little sis was completely losing her vocabulary from being overly excited. Totally. It's a rare chance that we're in a private jet. Going to Hawaii with this is the best. No, we aren't going to Hawaii. Eh? The three of us stiffened. That's, what does senpai mean? I fearfully asked. There was the case with the tower, and then the case in the outlet mall the other day. The only explanation for those is that our movement is being watched. The face of Rookie who we ran into just now at the airport came up in my mind. That's why I came up with this scheme. I intentionally declared that we are going to Hawaii in order to deceive the enemy's eyes. Senpai, you didn't tell us anything at all about that Aunt Cha. First you need to trick your ally to trick the enemy. Miyabi's shoulders slumped in disappointment. Reina and me were also dejected because we completely thought we were going to Hawaii. Don't be so dejected like that. We are still going to a resort. And where are we going? Fufu, look forward to it when we arrive. Senpai smiled mischievously and winked cutely. We arrived at an empty airport with few people around. It was far smaller compared to Narita. The atmosphere here was plain. The advertising on the wall showed a lot of designs like Egypt's fresco and god with hawk head. Senpai, could it be this place is Egypt? Of course it's Egypt. This is the place where this country's ancient capital was located, Luxor. No wonder it felt like I saw nothing but dry land from the airplane's window. Miyabi raised a plainly dissatisfied voice. What about the sea? The resort? The stylish shops and delicious sweets? No need to worry, we will really go to a resort. That means, we are still going to travel from here. Are we going to a place like the Mediterranean Sea? Then Liesel Senpai made a suggestive smile. No one is saying that our destination is in this world. That's our. Miyabi made a face of realization. But, this place isn't Senpai's territory or mine. Besides. That's why, we are going to meet with a collaborator here. Collaborator? Liesel Senpai, who are you talking about? When I asked that, I heard a voice calling at me hesitantly, so I turned around and welcome to Luxor. Welcome, Yuto-kun and Co. Carrying a flag with such letters written was a beautiful girl with tan skin. Her blonde hair's forelock was hiding one of her eyes. She was giving an upward gaze with a shy look. It was the Chariot Devil King candidate, the second-year Nath Karnak. Nath? Why are you here? Because, this area is my territory. Is that so? Liesel Senpai stepped forward with elegant steps and smiled at Nath. We will be in your care. Yes. Take your time here. Then, I have a car prepared, over here. People wearing native dress carried our luggage for us. They must be the servants of Nath's family. We got into the limousine parked in front of the airport and started moving. I was completely ignorant of where we were going. Reina and me completely felt like we were on a mystery tour. The scenery outside the car window was completely different from Japan. This place wasn't Hawaii, but this was a country that was carved with ancient history. It gave me a feeling of thrill in its own way. We arrived at a place with some ruins made of giant stones lined up. This place really looked like a ruin of an ancient shrine. Deep inside there was a stair to go down. It's dark, so be careful. Nath said that before she walked down that stairs without any hesitation. We also followed behind her with Nath's servants following from some distance behind us with our luggage. The darkness and the Egypt fresco drawn on the wall were creating an eerie atmosphere. Sue. Suddenly someone grabbed my arm. Liesel Senpai. She was hugging my arm tightly with her chest pressed closely. However, she wouldn't meet my gaze awkwardly. This, could it be, when Miyabi made fun of Liesel Senpai before saying that Senpai wasn't good with haunted house or horror or dark place? When I recalled that, Senpai strengthened her hug on my arm. It resulted in her breasts pressing even more on my arm. Don't misunderstand. The place is a bit dark, so it's dangerous to walk without holding on to something. That's all. It seemed she was trying to retain her dignity as a senior, but her voice was slightly shaking. Indeed. Then please hold on tight. What are you grinning at, I wonder? Damn it. My face unconsciously smirked. Don't tell me, you are thinking that I'm scared of darkness. No. How can that? We gathered at attention because we talked loudly. Miyabi raised her voice and she puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Senpai, that's unfair. I also wanna flirt. Reina too, Reina wants to hold hand with Oniai-chan. The passage was already cramped even when I walked by myself. Their addition made the place even more cramped. I'm linking arms with Yuto, so the two of you should hold hand with each other. Senpai said and pressed her chest on my arm even more to protect her spot on my side to the death. Don't wanna. I also want to do it with Yuto. Wait, It's cramped with 3 people, so don't force yourself to walk beside me. Seek and Reina, grab on, Oni-I-chan's shirt desu. This had gone past simply being lively. The eerie atmosphere from before had completely vanished to somewhere. I could hear Nath, who was walking ahead, stifling her laughter. Every one of the lovers are really close with each other, isn't it? Liesel-senpai frowned hearing that, and she hurriedly tried to keep up appearances. Why, you're wrong. Usually, we would be a bit more proper than this. Everyone is just getting excited because we are on a trip. Nath smiled while looking somewhat lonely. It's all right, I'm just jealous. Eh? Her smile made me felt bothered. I was going to ask her what was the matter, but then Nath's feet stopped walking and she turned around toward us. This is our destination. Even if she said that, there was a stone wall blocking our way in front of us. The wall was completely packed with a picture of people's side profiles and hieroglyph characters that really suited the Egyptian atmosphere. Was the figure that was drawn the biggest the pharaoh? There were people kneeling in front of it while holding up offerings. Nath touched that wall. Then she began chanting a spell. This is? The stone wall splits from the center. And then there was the sound of heavy stone being dragged. The wall was opening to the left and right. Wah! Behind it, there was a scenery of a different world. Greeneries were growing luxuriantly with the blue sea visible on the other side. It was truly the scenery of a resort. No way, we are underground, aren't we? What's more, we have descended down really deep. This is our private gate. Nath said that while looking a bit shy. Then she passed that gate and stepped to the resort. Liesel-senpai let go of my arm. It seemed her fear had vanished because of the dazzling scenery. She started walking gallantly as though her scared appearance just now was just a lie. This place is really nice. Hyahu. Resort, Risu RT tilde. Miyabi too. She sang a mysterious song while rushing into the radiant scenery. Reina and me also looked at each other before passing through the gate. Immediately, the aroma of greenery drifted into our nose with the salty sea breeze blowing on our skin. I tried touching the leaves of the southern country trees growing in abundance here. The green grass my feet were stepping on. All of them felt real. Before long the ground under my feet turned into sand. The trees became sparser and we came out of the forest. Then a sublime scenery spread out before my eyes. Waves were pushing toward the white sandy beach. There was only the horizon as far as I could see. White cloud floated in the blue sky. The sunlight was shining down dazzlingly. However, the humidity level of the air was low, so it didn't feel sultry at all. Pleasant wind was blowing from the sea, so the heat was comfortable. Just what is going on? This place. Liesel-senpai stopped walking when I unconsciously muttered that. This place is the Devil World. Devil World? This place is? This place was completely different from the image that I got from those words. Or rather, I would be able to accept it easier if I was told that we had teleported to someplace else on Earth. However, when I looked at the sky, I noticed something different from usual. The moon was far bigger than usual. In addition, there was a lump of a giant rock that looked like an island floating in the air. It was also absurd that there was this kind of blue sky underground. Could it be that it was actually just a painting? It made me wanted to doubt like that. When I looked carefully, there was a line stretching through the sky like a gradation. Magical letters were floating and slowly moving along that line. Was that also some kind of magic? Liesel-senpai gave me an explanation after seeing me looking around with a curious look. Originally it's impossible to come and go between the devil world and the human world. There is something like an impassable wall between the two worlds. The gate we passed just now opened a hole in that wall with magic. Is that so? Something like that wasn't mentioned at all in the school's lesson. Ahaha, yeah, of course. That's something that you learned at the elementary school. Miyabi laughed at me as though to say you didn't know that until now? When I turned my gaze at Reina, she nodded repeatedly to support what Miyabi said. Desu desu. The reclamation of the human world began after the gate was created. The devils obtained energy from humans, in exchange they brought knowledge, and with that energy's collection became even more efficient. That was the lesson that was taught to us. Liesel Senpai nodded in praise to Reina. The coming and going between the devil world and the human world are under the strict control of the Administration Bureau. But there are also noble houses with a long history and high social status that have their own private gate like what we had just passed through. My family also has one, but we borrowed Nath's gate this time in order to sneak away. Liesel Senpai sent a grateful gaze toward Nath. In response, Nath's face broke into a shy smile. Tell me any time you want to use it. The Academy and other Devil King candidates doesn't know that Liesel and others are coming to the Devil world. What's wrong? No. Actually, there is someone else who came here. I can't refuse, sorry. But Liesel and others will use my private beach so. That voice, Nath and Liesel? There was a beach parasol that was erected on the sandy beach. A clear voice came from under it. The body that woke up from the beach bed there was wearing a white bikini, with limbs that were giving off a sense of translucence. Even though the body was slender, it had an outstanding excellent style where the parts that should grow grew magnificently. Good grief, even though I was planning to spend my rare off day somewhere where I won't meet any acquaintance. The one who appeared was the Star Devil King candidate, Hangyakusha Stella. Her expression looked displeased. Liesel Senpai also grimaced in displeasure. Stella, to think that you are also here. That's my line. Nath, why didn't you tell me? That's. I see, most likely she didn't tell even Stella because our arrival had to be kept secret. She actually must be wishing to refuse but, perhaps because of Stella's strong insistence or because of Nath's personality, either way she must be unable to refuse. Anyway, there was no doubt that we were bothering and making trouble for Nath. I stood in front of Stella to cover for Nath. It's not Nath's fault. I was the one who insisted on her. We also didn't know that our schedule clashed with Stella's like this. Sorry about that. Yuto-kun. I turned around toward that voice. There Nath was staring at me with her hands clasped to each other. Her cheeks were also red, and tears were pooling in her eyes. Was she really so troubled that she looked like she wanted to cry like that? How pitiful. But we are going to stay somewhere out of Stella's sight, so we won't get in the way of your holiday. I'll kill you if you expose my presence here, okay? Roger. We never met each other here, that's all right with you? Yeah. Stella replied with a businesslike tone and sullen face. Let's leave while she hadn't changed her mind. Then. Wait a second. She called me to a stop. Yuto, was it you who defeated the Tower Marios? No, I didn't. We had cornered him until there was just one step left, but he got away. Stella frowned with a slightly worried look. Hey Liesel. Did you manage to expose Death's true identity? No. There is no doubt that he isn't a student at our school. I also tried investigating the students of other schools but I didn't find any student who seemed to be him. As I thought. Looks like you have met Death before. Well, yeah. He got Tower, Moon, Sun, Strength, and Wheel of Fortune as comrades. Though I had dealt with the Moon Kitakami lunatic. This was the first time I heard that Stella had defeated Moon. The Devil King War was going on even at other places that I didn't know. I realized that for real here. Stella glanced at me. No matter who, any Devil King candidate is given permission to enroll into the Devil King Academy. I was exactly the living proof of that. Stella seemed to want to say that. And yet, why isn't Death, Jadogahama lost enrolling into the academy? Even if you ask me that. I said that while observing Senpai's expression. Her eyes were telling me to not say anything unnecessary. I shrugged. Try asking the person himself if he shows up again. Well, Tell me if you learn anything. After saying that one-sidedly, Stella returned under her beach parasol. Anyway, that guy is really bad news. You better be careful. Oh, that's really a laudable attitude coming from you, Stella. Liesel-senpai bantered. In response, Stella only snorted and laid down on her beach bed without saying anything back. It looked like she didn't intend to say anything more. Then let's go. Nath, please show the way. All right, this way. We left that place and walked through the beach. So Lost also went to meet Stella. What was he talking with her, I wonder? I also didn't tell Stella about what I talked with Lost. However, it was true that I didn't know why Lost didn't enroll into the Devil King Academy. But I could imagine why. For Lost, the Devil King Academy was his target of hatred. It wouldn't be strange at all that he didn't want to enroll into such a place. A rebel of Devil King Academy, huh? What was I thinking about the devil world and the devils? Certainly, it was irritating that they were looking down at me and making fun of me. But that was only what I felt towards some individuals who did those. It didn't mean that I hate the devil race as a whole. In fact, I liked Liesel-senpai, Miyabi, Reina, and Nath. That was why I wasn't aiming to be the next Devil King with a spirit of rebellion like what Lost said. However, was it different from the devil race's perspective? Did it already look like a rebellion to the devil race just from the fact that a human like me was enrolling into the Devil King Academy? While I was thinking that is, my villa. Nath pointed at a wharf that was extending toward the sea. At the end of it, there was a cottage that looked like a floating island. It was truly a villa that was floating on the sea. I had only ever seen something like that in pictures. It was really an overseas resort. This place really isn't like what I imagine the devil world will look like. I unconsciously muttered that. Liesel-senpai chuckled hearing that. There is also a place that looks exactly like what humans will imagine when they hear the word hell. Desolated land where not even a single blade of grass grows, mountain district that repeatedly erupts, boiling lake. A misty town that you won't be able to come out from anymore if you get lost in it. Colorless forest where terrifying monsters are wandering around. Do you prefer that kind of place? Then Nath considerately spoke. Then, do you prefer the mountain villa over there? She said that and pointed at the mountains on the opposite side of the sea. What's that? It was clearly bizarre. The forest that was spreading from the mountain to the foot of the mountain looked grey for some reason with faint mist over it. And then the sky above it was whirling with purple color for some reason. That mountain is called the Jail Mountain. A forest that is dark all the time with sunlight unable to reach it. Your sense of direction will also get out of order there. You won't be able to get out of it easily once you enter inside. It's an eerie place and with a lot of monsters roaming in it on top of that. That place is dangerous, but I also have a villa there if you want to use it. It's abandoned though. No. This place is all right. Miyabi and Reina and me shook our heads in denial energetically. Liesel-senpai grinned seeing that. Fufu, then let's put our luggage there for now, after that we'll have a meeting. And so, our summer training camp began, although it was completely different from our initial plan. Each of us was assigned a room and we placed our luggage in our respective room. Then we gathered in the spacious living room. Then, I'll explain the objective of this training camp. Liesel-senpai stood at the front like a teacher while we were sitting on the floor while looking up at her. For some reason Nath was also joining us. It was mysterious. This was the meeting of lovers, and Nath was Chariot Devil King candidate. She was a good friend, but we were mutual enemies so to speak. Was this really okay? That question filled my mind, but this villa belonged to Nath's family, and she was providing us with a place to do our special training, so we also couldn't treat her lightly. Most of all, Liesel-senpai didn't look concerned, so we also didn't say anything. Our final objective is to have Yuto master a special move. Special move? That's really firing me up. Miyabi was amused and pushed her fist forward to shadow box. But Liesel-senpai, what kind of special move it will be specifically? Senpai put her hand on her waist and paused for a bit in hesitation. It's lover's characteristic magic. Reina raised her hand. It seemed she was also puzzled like me. But, Oni-chan already has 2 characteristic magic, healing lovers and infinite lovers. And yet, there's still more desu. Yes. There is the 3rd characteristic magic. I never heard anything like that, you know. Miyabi folded her arms with a dubious face. Yes, before Yuto, no one was able to actualize infinite lovers. However, its existence has been made clear right now. But, lovers still has hidden power. Magic that no one has ever seen before is buried deep inside that arcana. I took the lover's arcane that was hanging on my chest. The picture of naked male and female facing each other with an angel figure blessing them from the back was drawn on it. A magic that has never seen before is. But still, how does Senpai know about something like that? It was a sharp question to come from Miyabi. It's a trade secret. Unfair. It's the result of Himekami House's continuous research until now, just think of it like that. I see, wait. That's just too vague. It seemed Liesel-senpai had no intention to explain any further. She clapped her hands pan to ask for silence. Listen. Before thinking of what to do with the characteristic magic, there is a prerequisite in order to draw it out. First is to increase the upper limit of Yuto's mana. I was originally a normal human, so I couldn't use a lot of mana. Although I could produce mana using infinite lovers, my body was like a small cup. The total capacity of magic that I could use in one sitting was small. I couldn't use the overflowing mana completely. On the other hand, Senpai's capacity was like a basket, no, a bathtub even compared to my cup. But, it has become clear from the athletic festival, the upper limit of Yuto's mana will increase if he is supplied with a lot of mana all at once. We will use that effect so that Yuto can use even more powerful magic. Certainly, that was necessary. However, the problem was that method. That means, we need to do healing lovers, isn't it? Why yes, furthermore, it's necessary to do it in an even more extreme way than before. Liesel-senpai blushed and averted her gaze. Then Miyabi immediately jeered at her. You're tilde, really senpai, you pervert. It can't be helped. Anyway, our objective is to reach 100,000 mark. 100,000? My upper limit was 50,000 right now, so I had to double it to reach that amount. Furthermore, this wasn't like a game where I could steadily accumulate experience point. I would have to do something absurdly amazing for it. Miyabi also said something like it feels a bit hot here and fanned her reddened cheek with her hand. Perhaps she was jeering at senpai was actually to hide her own embarrassment too. Reina was also fidgeting with her fingers entwining with each other. Oh, doing extreme thing, with Oni-chan, I'm sorry, Mama, Papa. Even though you two asked Reina to watch out, so that Oni-chan won't do anything perverted with the senpais, Reina is a bad kid desu. So she was given such secret order, Reina. Nath was the only one who didn't understand. She was tilting her head in puzzlement. Liesel-senpai coughed a bit with her cheeks still reddening. The second prerequisite is extending the time limit of how long you can use infinite lovers. Infinite lovers time limit? Yuto, how long is your time limit right now? When I asked Liesel-senpai's question to Lover's arcane that was hanging from my neck. The current recommended operational limit is 30 seconds. That's what it said. Though I think I can lengthen it a bit more if I do my best. That meant, I was doing something extremely rash when exchanging Reina's core. I felt a chill crawling up my back after this late. After all, senpai said that if I overdid it, my magic circuit would overheat, the cells of my whole body would boil, and I would die. So it's that short, I'm sorry. It was careless of me. Liesel senpai looked dejected. I hurriedly gave a follow-up. No. I'm energetic like this, as you can see, so there is no problem. Besides, I think I would still do it even if senpai tried to stop me. More importantly, what should I do in order to extend the time limit of infinite lovers? The only way is to actually keep using infinite lovers over and over, with that the magic circuit inside your body will be toughened up. I understand. But I won't be able to do it many times in one day. That's where the strong point of lovers Devil King candidate comes into play. Liesel senpai winked. After you use infinite lovers, you will take a break and do healing lovers. Healing lovers also have a healing effect while supplying you with mana at the same time. By doing that, you will be able to do intensive training with an efficiency many times over the normal devil. Nath raised her voice in admiration. It's amazing that you can do something like that, but what kind of act healing lovers is? That's. Everyone awkwardly averted their gaze. The meeting was over and the special training was finally starting. Everyone changed into their swimsuit and headed to the beach. Swimsuit? Then Yuto. Can you apply the sunscreen on me? Liesel senpai was lying down on top of a beach mat. She was showing her back that was beautiful like snow. What happened with the special training? That thought crossed my mind, but it was a trivial problem in front of Liesel senpai's body. Besides, the summer sunlight was pouring down mercilessly as though to melt that snow-like skin. I had to protect senpai's skin from this ultraviolet ray. Such sense of mission suddenly formed inside my heart. Yes. This was a mission. Excuse me. The voice of my heart was energetic, but my actual behavior outside was reserved. I poured the sunscreen on my palm, then I spread it on senpai's back softly. After spreading it out some on the general area, I began to do it more thoroughly from the neck. Sexy nape and slender neck, and then delicate shoulders, shoulder blades, and from there her spine and whole back. I thoroughly applied sunscreen everywhere. That feels good. You are good at applying sunscreen, Yuto. Thank you very much. My motivation also increased abruptly from the praise. Even so, this might be my first time caressing senpai's skin this thoroughly. I felt like I was investigating every nook and cranny of senpai's body. Don't leave any spot untouched, okay? Put the sunscreen under the swimsuit string too. I see, if I forgot to do that, the place that didn't get sunscreen applied on it might get tanned. My fingers slipped under the blue string that crossed senpai's back, which was to say under her bikini's bra. The hook got unclasped because of my movement. The bra string was unraveled and fell on the mat. I'm sorry. I panicked. But senpai talked to me with a composed smile. It's fine. I'm lying down like this after all. Besides, we are on a private beach. There is no one here who will make me feel troubled if they see. Continue without minding it. Even if she told me that, my eyes got sucked toward her completely exposed back and the side of her breasts. The breasts that were pressed flat and jutted out to the side drew a bewitching curve. While I was unconsciously watching in fascination. Yuto, take care of the lower part too. Senpai's legs moved up and down to urge me. That gesture was strangely adorable. The gap with the usual adult senpai who did everything flawlessly made me wanted to writhe. Roger. It will be as my queen command. Although I answered her jokingly, my hands were going back and fro around the waist. After all, the mountains of senpai's butts were waiting for me there. Should I skip the butts and went straight to her thighs? However, that would put senpai into an embarrassing state where only her butts got tanned. Geez, come on, quickly. Senpai lifted up her butt slightly. In other words, she was all right with it. With the authorization received, I resolutely departed to the mountains of senpai's butts that were challenging me. Awesome, it's so fluffy. I enjoyed the sensation that would definitely make anyone hopeless while putting my finger slightly under the swimsuit too. I thoroughly applied the sunscreen at the boundary too. During that time sensual voice fu or nu leaked out from Senpai's mouth, so my heart wouldn't stop pounding. When my fingers approached the thigh joint, Senpai's waist convulsed and her butts jiggled. It felt like I was going to get carried away, but this place was a completely open outdoor. Even if we were on a private beach, we still needed to be prudent. It was regrettable, but I left the butts to move toward the thighs. They were slender legs that magnificently displayed the beauty of female legs. I applied the sunscreen on them in order to protect them with invisible armor. Yosh, it's perfect with this. Plop, something fell on my head softly. What? When I took the thing that landed on my head, it was a light blue bikini bra just like Senpai's. You too? I also want to get sunscreen being rubbed on me, heart. When I turned around, I found Miyabi lying down with a provocative smile turned at me. Her breasts that were pressed flat by her own weight were jutting out to the side and showed off their volume proudly. Also, there wasn't any sign of a bra at all. Naturally, because I was currently holding it. Look, I also took off the lower part so that it will be easier for you to apply the sunscreen on my butts too. Miyabi's swimsuit was the type that was tied at the sides with string. Even those strings were untied. Even though I thought those strings were only something attached as decoration and not actually tying the bikini to stay in place. Say, Oniai-chan? When I looked over there, Reina was also standing while hugging a sunscreen lotion on her chest. Reina also wants sunscreen applied on yourself? Reina was also wearing a light blue bikini. It seemed that everyone was wearing the same swimsuit with only size as the difference. My swimming pant was also light blue. They looked like uniforms like this. No. Reina will put the sunscreen on Oniai-chan desu. That's the mission of a little sister desu. Huff, Reina said with a rough breathing. Her determination seemed to be strong. This was still the early stage of the special training, but I got the feeling that it would take a really long time. We finally finished applying the sunscreen and began the special training, or that should be the case, but squirt gun? Everyone was carrying a rifle-shaped squirt gun. They were toys made from plastic, but they were unexpectedly powerful. Their firing range was also more than 10 meters. Rather than calling them squirt guns, it would be more accurate to call them water guns. This is special training, right? We are already at the beach like this, so it will be better to train while also having fun. Liesl Senpai grinned while leaning her water gun on her shoulder. Her pose was really cool. This is something that has been modified for use in the special training. It's necessary to use mana to fire the water. I tried pulling the trigger as a test, but certainly, the water gun was completely silent. However, when I poured mana from my palm to the water gun and pulled the trigger, ooh! The water came out. Water flew toward the sandy beach and the sand's color turned deeper from getting hit by water. Yuto, continue activating your infinite lovers during the game. Take a break if it became too hard for you. Don't force yourself. Understood? Then let's split into teams. First will be the Morioka family team versus Miyabi and me, is that all right? Roger. Let's do our best, Reina. Why yes. Reina will do her best as a member of the Morioka family desu. Reina seemed to be really happy to be put into the Morioka family team. She clenched her fist with an extremely motivated smile. By the way, in the official register of the Devil World, Reina was still a member of Koiwai House even now. She would lose her qualification to attend the Devil King Academy without that. That was why she was still Koiwai Reina at the Devil King Academy even now. However, she would introduce herself as Morioka Reina for things that were unrelated with the Devil World. Then, here I go. Senpai and Miyabi raised their water gun. Yosh. I'm counting on you, lovers arcane. Infinite lovers. Magic circuits linked up inside my body and mana was overflowing endlessly. The mana flowed into the water gun like water and I pulled the trigger. Water burst from the muzzle. I tried shooting it to above, but it moved in a parabola arc and luckily fell on Miyabi's face. Yarn, heart, I got splashied. It was just water even if it hit, so Miyabi was frolicking around. Yosh! It has enough range. This time I aimed to shoot straight. And then the water bullet splendidly hit Miyabi's large breasts. The high-pressure water torrent shook Miyabi's heavyweight class breasts. Targeting my breasts like this, Yuto, you pervert, The color changed? The color of Miyabi's bikini bra was changing from light blue to yellow. I turned a questioning gaze at Liesel Senpai. I ordered this bikini so we can have special training that feels like a game. The color can change from blue to yellow to red. It will be your loss if you get hit when your bikini is red. So that was why everyone was wearing swimsuits with the same design. I see. Then, I'm counterattacking. Miyabi fired back. My bullet could hit her, so naturally, I was also within her firing range. The water that was fired from Miyabi's water gun splendidly hit my crotch. There was a distance between us, so it was nothing, but it would be bad if it hit me from close range. It was a vital place after all. I'm not going to let you hit me that easily. I ran around the sandy beach and fired the water gun randomly, shouting joyfully and firing at each other while laughing. This was really a summer vacation. To be honest, it was extremely fun. I greatly welcomed this kind of special training. But my head immediately became pained and it got harder to breathe. It was only natural because infinite lovers could only last for 30 seconds, but this was where I had to endure. It was to thoroughly train the magic circuit inside my body. Liesel Senpai approached me with a water gun in hand to target me while I was at such state. Fufu, are you at your limit already, Yuto? I gritted my teeth and pulled the trigger. No. Not yet. However, the water I fired was dodged and Senpai hit my crotch instead. I was surprised by Liesel Senpai's skill. Her accurate shooting that didn't have any wasted movement at all dyed Reina and my swimsuit red in no time at all. It felt like Senpai was the only one who got serious while everyone else was playing around. No, Liesel Senpai was also laughing, but she was smiling while shooting with unparalleled accuracy. How should I say it? It was scary. Coo. Finally, my legs stopped and I fell on my knee. My cheerful feeling was blown away and there was only pain remaining. Shit, as expected I'm at my limit already, Sue? Got you. Yuto. Miyabi aimed at me and pulled the trigger. She was convinced of her victory. Onii-chan. Reina immediately stood in front of me. Her swimsuit was already red. Kya. Her chest was hit by water. I wouldn't let Reina's sacrifice end in vain. Eat this, Miyabi. Miyabi's bra also got dyed red. The water that I fired with everything I got hits her. The water hit the tip of her left chest and her breast jiggled. On. Yan. I got hit. Miyabi lamented in disappointment. And then her bra melted and her breasts spilled out. Boing, eh? Huh? Hawawa? When I turned around, Reina's bra was also melting. Liesel Senpai, this is. I know nothing about this. I only placed an order so they made it easy to see when someone is defeated. Miyabi aimed her water gun to the breast of the bewildered Liesel Senpai and fired repeatedly. Kya? The swimsuit of Liesel Senpai, who boasted a perfect way of fighting, crossed the red zone in no time at all and vanished. Certainly it's easy to understand like this. Miyabi. Miyabi. The game is already over. Because, being the only one stripped like this feels tskk, ain't it? Also. Miyabi turned her gaze to me with a fierce gleam. Yuto too, being the only one spared makes you feel hicks from being left out, right? Those were completely the eyes of a predator targeting its prey. And then beside me Liesel Senpai's eyes also, changing color. Yuto's, and no, it's not like I want to see or anything. It's only because this is training. You? There was overtime at this point when I was at my limit already. I somehow got back on my feet even while staggering. It was like being told that the real thing would only just start after thinking that I was at my limit already from muscle training. Not yet. I activated infinite lovers and poured my mana into the water gun. And then I lost consciousness. There was grassland as far as my eye could see. There was a blue sky with white clouds. I could see a red mountain beyond the flat horizon. I was standing alone on top of the grassy ground. Where is this? The scenery seemed idyllic, but it felt vaguely strange. Even though there was an abundance of nature, the scenery felt somewhat linear and artificial. It felt like I had entered inside a painting. Even the mountain that was visible from afar felt like it was really close, but it also felt far away. I should be training on the beach just now. However, there wasn't any beach nearby. Could it be, this was also part of the training? But if my memory was correct, I tried to oppose Miyabi and forced myself too much that I fainted, I think. Then, was this a dream? It was really rare for humans to think that they were inside a dream while dreaming. I once heard that the dream you saw while sleeping was the effect of the brain sorting the memory. However, I wasn't familiar with this scenery at all. Morioka Yuto. When I turned around, there was a silver-haired girl. She was wearing a simple white dress that was like the outfit of people in Greek mythology. Wah! Since when? Even that question was erased by the girl's beauty. This girl, was she human? No. I had no basis for it, but my heart affirmed it deep inside. She was too pretty for a human. Whether it was her silver hair that was like soft metal, or her shining golden eyes, or her transparent white skin, all of them were outrageously beautiful and brought intense impression. And yet, she seemed fleeting. Was she a devil? However, the word that immediately surfaced in my mind was the exact opposite. Angel. Or perhaps a goddess. You are? My name is Zine. Zine. Zine, who are you? Besides, this place is. This is my world. Your world? And then, what I am is depending on you. I didn't understand. Your answer sounds like a riddle. Sane's expression of faint smile didn't change. It was a mysterious smile that could be taken as kindness or coldness. I have been waiting all this time. For the day when I am released and I can become myself. I looked around me once more. You speak as though you are being locked here, but this place is your world, right? Yes. I didn't understand at all what she wanted to say. But, if this was a dream, then that wasn't really strange. It was mistaken to seek logic from a dream. Morioka Yuto, I believe that if it's you, then you will liberate me. Her voice was gentle and pleasant to the ears as usual. She sounded like she was talking dispassionately, but I could feel a mysterious intimacy somewhere in her voice. It felt like I had always listened to this way of talking, though. You say liberate. If I can help you, then I want to do so, but what should I do? The answer to that is sleeping inside you yourself. Dream and hope. Huh? Those are your possibility. Wait a second. When you seek for me from the bottom of your heart in order to accomplish those, I will be able to respond. Things like dream or hope, I never expected that kind of embarrassing words to come out here. It was like I was back in the moral class in elementary school. I'm unable to have a dream by myself. I'll only be able to harbor dream and hope for the first time when I am needed by others. That's a bit lonely. There was a change in Sane's expression for the first time. It was at the level that was mostly unnoticeable, perhaps it was just my imagination, even so to me it looked like she was smiling slightly. I wonder why. It felt like I had met Sane before. Where? How about a bet? A girl's voice came from behind me. This voice. When I turned around, there was a small girl there who looked like a kindergartner. However, she looked mature. Rather than cute, it would be more accurate to describe her as beautiful. Liesel, senpai. That look, beautiful black hair, there was no doubt. That was Liesel senpai. It was as though she had abruptly returned younger. No, it was like she had returned to her past appearance. Her large blue eyes were looking up fixedly at me. Yuto, will you be able to stay the same as you are right now even after 10 years passed? Eh? Why was I sleeping under a beach parasol? Besides, the back of my head was feeling really good. You are awake? Breasts that were enveloped in bikini entered my sight. Liesel senpai's face appeared from above those breasts. That meant, this was, senpai's lap pillow? Sorry, I tried to wake up, but my body got pressed down from left and right. Not yet. Stay still, chi like that. Oniai-chan will be all lively with just a bit more desu. At my left was Miyabi, and Reina at my right. They were hugging me and rubbing their body on me. Their damp skin was clinging onto my skin. It felt really good. How long I was unconscious? It's just around 10 minutes. Is that so? It would be fatal in real battle though. Boo-goo. It was just as senpai said. You went bam and Q even though we had only just started playing. It was shocking, you know. Miyabi cackled while her extremely elastic breasts were pressing on me in a circle. Certainly, no matter what, the time limit was just too short. Was there no way to somehow make me last longer? That's right. What if I only use infinite lover when I'm firing the water gun? I thought that it was a good idea, but senpai easily rejected it. No. It will be useless if you can't activate it continuously. Useless? The way senpai said it strangely weighed on my mind. Does that mean the special move that I'm going to learn needs me to use mana continuously? That's not necessarily the case, but doing it that way will be more reassuring. It seemed that Liesel senpai had some kind of assumption for the magic. What kind of special move that I'm going to learn? It's not something that can be taught. It will be no good unless Yuto discovers it himself. In other words, she was telling me to work it out myself. More importantly, how is your recovery going? I tried asking the arcane that was hanging on my chest. Magic Circuit's recovery status is currently at 80%. Activation of characteristic magic is possible. I'm not fully recovered, but I think I can go on. Then, let's do it one more time. Can you stand up? Miyabi and Reina separated from me and I lifted up my body. But, Liesel senpai was amazing. Your aim was also accurate, it was like 100% accuracy. I'm good at this kind of thing. Gun isn't my specialty though. Specialty? Then, let's start. Do your best so that you won't get stripped by me again. I'll do my best. Suddenly I noticed that I was already wearing a new swimsuit. I was curious who was the one putting it on me, but I couldn't ask. After that, we played several games while changing team members, but the team with Liesel senpai in it always won. I would collapse in each game and every time I would get healed by lap pillow and hug. Rinse and repeat. Somehow it made me felt pathetic, but this was the special training menu that was just as planned, so it couldn't be helped. But, as expected, everyone got tired after repeating it many times, so we all were lying down tiredly together on a beach mat. There, we heard the crunching sound of footsteps walking through the sand. Everyone, good work. When we lifted up our face, there was Nath standing nearby. Her hands were holding a tray with cold juices and juicy fruits. Thank you, Nath. Sorry to make you do this. However, Nath shook her head and placed the tray on the table. Everyone is guest after all. Liesel senpai also woke up and brushed away her hair with a sensual gesture. You don't need to be this considerate for us, you know. After all, I was the one asking you for this unreasonable request. Nath kept smiling and sat down on the beach mat. Then, in exchange, can I watch? She looked like she wanted to be our comrade. Her expression was making me think that. Her hopeful gaze was staring still at Liesel-senpai. I don't mind, but. Liesel-senpai showed a slightly worried gesture. It couldn't be helped. After all, I would need to recover with healing lovers before starting the next training. Nath seemed to misunderstand Senpai's expression. She made a lonely smile and stood up. I understand, I'm an enemy after all. Sorry that I'm asking for something impossible. Wait. That's not it. It's hard to explain, but. Senpai closed her eyes and pressed her lips together. However, she then opened her eyes in determination. Fine then, watch from there? No, I want you to watch, Nath. Nath's face brightened in a flash at Senpai's words. Thank you, Liesel. Listen. What we're going to do after this is the characteristic magic of lovers, healing lovers. It's a ritual for us to split our mana with Yuto and healing her magic circuit and body at the same time. Remember that in the end it's just magic. So don't misunderstand. I want you to at least remember that. Why, yes. Nath tilted her head in a bit of confusion. Was it really going to be all right? Even while feeling worried like that, we began the healing lovers. Senpai and Miyabi took off their bikini's bra, while Reina also lowered her shoulder straps and they approached me. Senpai's lips gently touched my neck, while Miyabi's fingers were proactively reaching to my lower body. Nath stiffened with her excited smile still staying on her face. Her face then got dyed crimson and sweats were trickling down. Then when her eyes were starting to roll around in circles, I got worried as expected. Nath, are you all right? The moment I talked to her. She screamed and ran away like lightning. She sprinted through the sandy beach with a splendid form. Sands were rolled up on her wake. That running figure was exactly like the top runner. She was really fast even when just on her feet. 2. Everyone saw off the running Nath with a bitter smile. Ahaha, perhaps the stimulation is too strong for Nath. We were coming too strongly right from the start. Somehow, Reina is also feeling embarrassed. Desu. We were reminded that we were doing something really embarrassing after being shown that kind of normal reaction. After all, our sense was also getting paralyzed recently. However, Liesel-senpai was staring at the direction Nath was running to with a serious gaze. It seems there is hope. What does senpai mean? No, it's nothing. Forget about it, let's continue. Senpai pulled my head and buried it into her voluptuous breasts. Thanks to that, my question was also blown away. And then at night. It was the special training time for the other objective of this training camp, raising the upper limit of my mana capacity. The surrounding was pitch black with only the cottage floating on the sea was giving off light. It looked like a luxury liner that was floating on the sea. I opened my room's window and went out to the balcony. There was a pool ahead of there. The indirect lighting was illuminating the poolside and the inside of the water, creating the right atmosphere. I went down to the poolside from the balcony. The pool wasn't for swimming race, it was only for playing around. Its size was around 10 square meters. There is still no one. It was Senpai's message that told me to come to the pool but that there was nobody here. Should I try swimming first? I had entered the sea at noon, but I was single-mindedly playing no, training that I didn't have any leeway for swimming. At the land, there seemed to be light from houses, but when I looked at the open sea, it was really pitch black. Stars were shining at the sky, but from the middle, there were no more stars as though they had been cut off there. Most likely that was the horizon. The sea was blue at noon, but now it was black. Suddenly I recalled the black swamp that appeared when someone died and my spine shivered. The sea at night was already scary even at a normal time, but this was the Devil World Sea. Who knew what could happen here? When I first saw the pool, I wondered why it was here even though there was sea around us, but as expected having it was better than not having it. Sorry to make you wait, Yuto. It was the voice of the long-awaited senpai. During the day she was wearing a swimsuit for training use, but what about night, eh? What do you think? Senpai asked that bashfully while fidgeting. Rather than calling it a swimsuit, it was more a blue cord in V shape. If I wasn't mistaken, this was that thing that was called slingshot bikini, wasn't it? Senpai held her heads thinking that she had blundered, seeing my dumbfounded face. How stupid of me. As I thought, perhaps this is really too sudden. No. It's magnificent. Senpai is beautiful. Ah, really? Her face was a mix of anxiety and a happy smile. Yes. This is nothing but a reward for me. I see, thank God. Senpai brushed up her hair with a relieved smile. Her face was unbearably adorable, even though her body was absurdly obscene. Furthermore, her breasts looked like they were going to spill out just from her moving up her arm. My eyes couldn't leave them alone. If she went to a swim, her nipples would definitely slip out without a doubt. No, perhaps it would already be out if Senpai just twisted her body. The swimsuit only hid the tip of her chest a little and I could observe the beautiful curve of her breasts fully. And then her skin that was perfectly white thanks to the complete protection of the sunscreen that I thoroughly applied on her at noon. Tight waist and pretty navel. While below the swimsuit was sucked in the middle of her legs with an astounding angle of incision. It wasn't just her breasts, even that part would definitely expose a lot of things just from Senpai moving a little. Even me who was just watching couldn't stop feeling anxious and in suspense. This swimsuit was really bad for the heart. Senpai was also blushing and breathing roughly just from receiving my gaze. Geez, your eyes are lewd. Really, Yuto, heart? Her tone was criticizing, but the joy in her voice couldn't be hidden. This is because Senpai is dressing lewdly like that. It makes me unable to take off my gaze like that. Heart. Senpai hugged herself and her waist trembled even though I wasn't even touching her. Fufu, you are a bad child, Yuto. Liesel Senpai's expression was already melting in sexual excitement. It felt like her eyes were shining with expectation for licentious act and lust. Come to think of it, where are Miyabi and Reina? Senpai turned around with a forced gesture. Her back made me almost got a nosebleed. There was almost nothing hiding her back. There was only the cord extending from the crack of her butts insufficiently. Her back was hidden by her long black hair, but her pretty butts were exposed fully. Fufufu. Senpai looked back at me across her shoulder and narrowed her eyes. And then she shook her butts to show off. It was impossible to not get excited from this. Mana capacity's upper limit has increased to 55,000. A report immediately came from Arcane. As expected from Senpai, the upper limit has gone up to 55,000. Oh, even though I have still only shown my swimsuit, how troubling. Fufa. The Lover's Queen was super pleased. But, the main event will be from now. But then, a piece of lively music played and destroyed the mood to pieces. What? Percussion with a fast tempo. Lively and fierce tune, South America rhythm. I didn't know what the lyric was saying, but it was a piece of high-tensioned music that penetrated deeply. Could this be the music like in Rio's Carnival and the like, the one called Samba? Haya-hau. A flashy bird showed up with a strange cry. No, it was Miyabi with red and golden feathers growing from her head and back. In addition, the tip of her chest and between her legs were only covered with golden bikini. No, looking carefully it wasn't even a bikini. It was just stickers that only hid a little. Star-shaped stickers that were pasted with spangles that were shining gold were plastered on her body. Now, let's get this summer training camp heated up. Yuto too, let's dancey. Miyabi was wearing high heels, and yet she was furiously dancing skillfully. The spangles were shining glitteringly in accordance with her movement. It was to the degree that was dazzling to the eyes. Even so, it was the nature of man to stare fixedly at such sight. How is it? My dance. It'll be greatly received whether in Asakusa or in Brazil. Surely. Absolutely don't do that. You should never show something like this in public, right? There were only us here, so it was still all right, but, no, as expected, this was too much. Her breasts were shaking boing boing in accordance with her dance. And then Miyabi shook her butts up and down to make the feathers on her back swaying. What eroticism! This was just completely erotic. In the first place, Miyabi's body was already erotic, but this dazzling costume and showy dance were boosting up that eroticism. Or rather, you are filling your suitcase with something like this? Your luggage is heavy not because your mom made you bring dresses, this is the main cause no matter how you think about it. Because senpai told me that this is homework. So I give it my all whoosh. Hayuu. She was absurdly fired up. Her breasts that were shaking from her getting carried away were swinging back and forth greatly. The stickers that were clinging on the tips finally came off at that time. The shape of Miyabi's pink-colored nipples were burned into my retina. They came off. Hey, hide them. But there are also a lot of people who show their breasts bare at the actual carnival, and if it's Yuto then it's fine I guess even if they get C. Besides, we're gonna spend some extreme nights in this summer, right? Miyabi's springy and delicious-looking breasts. She became conscious of my fixed stare and smiled invitingly at me with an upward gaze. Meanwhile, Liesel Senpai's face was absurdly sullen. Scary. I got to seriously emphasize about the mana upper limit increase here. Miyabi? Certainly doing something extreme is a part of the training, but this isn't a game. But you're excited, aren't ya, Yuto? Miyabi twirled on the spot. Certainly, this costume was making Miyabi's lewd body to be even more arousing. However, there was no way the mana upper limit could increase from this kind of joke, cause mana capacity's upper limit has increased to 60,000. It's frustrating. But it increased. Wait a second. You mentioned homework, could it be Reina too? Yep. Then, next is Reina. You can stop the music now. You understood desu. Reina replied from inside the room. It seemed Reina was the one in charge of the BGM. My outfit isn't lovely like the senpai's though. The music stopped and Reina appeared from inside the room. Her appearance was white mini fundoshi. Reina Reina didn't have any budget, so Reina made this from leftover cloth desu. She was smiling in embarrassment, but surely she was feeling embarrassed about the wrong point. Reina heard that fundoshi is a formal attire of samurai that has been passed down since ancient times. Reina is also someone who wields the sword, so it is really fitting on Reina's body desu. No, rather than fitting you were putting it on too tightly. Also, it was just as she said, her budget was so limited that the fundoshi only covered the minimum surface. Rather, it looked more like a super high leg thong with just a little bit of cloth in between. It was exactly like that, wasn't it? There was just barely a small cloth wrapped around her chest. It was the bandage that was usually wrapped on her arm. The end of it was fluttering in the wind. No matter how I looked, it was unraveling. What do you think, Onyai-chan? Reina walked toward me bashfully. When she arrived in front of me, the chest wrap had been completely unraveled and fell at the poolside. Reina's cute breasts that had only started to grow. And then her innocent smile. It was a double punch of immorality. Furthermore, even now it was still attached with the option of forbidden siblings relationship. Reina, you're Sarashi. Huh? Reina looked down as she was faced with her own breasts. Wawa wawa. Her face turned crimson and she hid her breasts with both hands. I could see Reina's lucky pervert moment after so long. Onii-chan was relieved. While I was thinking of such a stupid thing. Flutter. This time it was the fundoshi that unraveled and fell. Fuhayanya awa wawa awa wawa wawa. As expected, this was something that I shouldn't see, but it was too late. To pile up the lucky pervert events like that, as expected from my little sis. Mana capacity's upper limit has increased to 70,000. Anyway, the special training was going well. Chapter 2. Resort Lovers. The days of training camp continued even after that. We didn't only use water gun. There were various menus. For example, there were several floating masses on the sea. We would have a spa on top of them. The one who fell into the sea lost. The special training was like something that was done in a variety show. Come on, let's rock. Miyabi snapped her fingers with a pleased smile. Well, I guess hand-to-hand fighting was Miyabi's field. And then I was thrown into the sea amusingly. I was continuing to use infinite lovers, so my magic's power should be enough, but Miyabi handily parried, dodged, and landed counter on me. She accurately took advantage when my momentum weakened. There was also the unstable footing. It made me unable to fully use my power. Besides, thanks to my mana capacity increasing, it became difficult to do the parallel processing of magic instead. Miyabi's arm entangled around my hand to trap my punch, then she tossed my body really easily into the sea. I floated back to the surface and swam until the buoy where Miyabi was standing. Miyabi, it feels like you have gotten better. Not only her reaction speed and the sharpness of her movement, her way of using fundamental magic like barricade, armored, and maximize was also getting better. Miyabi pulled me out of the sea while smiling proudly. Since I learned Galactic Striker from that time against Ibiza, somehow it felt like I got a spiritual awakening and my skill kinda felt like it leveled up several times over. I see, they say a large advance can be born from a single impetus. That's really encouraging. Well, it's all thanks to Yuto though. But I'm still not gonna let Yuto pass me in martial art. You can train with me as much as you want with a wump. She said that while puffing out her chest, so her breasts bounced up and down fiercely. It seemed that it was a man's conditional reflex that my eyes were automatically following those bounces, so I couldn't help it. Then, wanna have another go? This time I'm going to throw Miyabi into the sea. Warning, it's dangerous to continue activating infinite lovers than this. That's what it said, it's the Arcana's doctor orders. I took the lover's arcane hanging from my neck and stared at it. It was inside a case that was attached to a chain as usual, but this time it was also waterproofed. Perhaps because I had been reckless many times before this, the Arcana now would warn me just before I really reached the limit. It was really thoughtful, which made me grateful for it. The Arcane that selected me to be a Devil King candidate. I still didn't really understand why Arcana had its own will and why it selected me. Furthermore, I was told that usually the Devil King candidates wouldn't hear any voice from their Arcana. In my case, not only I could hear its voice, the impression I got from it was that of a capable butler or maid. But Yuto, now you are able to use it for quite long, ain't you? Yeah, though the time limit where I'm able to use it steadily is still around 50 seconds. Then, let's go back to the beach. There, I'll give you a lot of healing. Miyabi said it with reddened cheeks and fawning gaze. It made me a bit embarrassed. Recently at night, I would do various things with everyone, things that couldn't be said to other people for performing healing lovers, so somehow, it felt like my distance with everyone had become more intimate. Right. Then, let's race until the beach. I kicked on the buoy and leapt into the sea. Wait, hiya. Miyabi fell into the sea because the buoy shook from my sudden movement. That was my first victory this day. Like that, the fierce special training continued at the beach under the sunlight. Although we looked like we were simply playing from the perspective of outsider, even so, the time limit of my infinite lovers was gradually increasing. And then, the second round would begin at night. Every night we would do some intense play as the special training to increase my mana capacity. I was also able to increase this one until 85,000 somehow. However, it was still far away from reaching the target of 100,000 even though it looked close. Come to think of it about Nath, who ran away after witnessing healing lovers on the first day, she still came to give us some refreshments between our training the next day too. She prepared things like towels, drinks, light, and snacks. She was completely like a manager of a sports club, no, even more than that. And then she also ended up observing healing lovers without running away anymore now. Seeing how she came every day, perhaps she didn't really dislike watching the healing lovers going on. Other than that, Nath was also doing everything else to take care of us, like cleaning the villa or preparing meals. However, Nath was the owner of the villa, and on top of that, she was a noble daughter. It wasn't right to let her do all those things for us, so we should do it ourselves. We had told her that many times, but every time she would shake her head and said, "I like doing this," to refuse us softly. That was how it had been with Nath. But she didn't show herself today. Usually, she would show up around this time with refreshments. I stared at the cottage that was floating on the sea. As I thought, she must be feeling awkward after what happened last night. Last night, all the members of Lovers gathered in my room and attempted to break through the limit of healing Lovers, but in the middle of it, when I opened the room's door to get out to have a drink, I came across Nath, who was sitting on the floor in the corridor. Her cheeks were red and her gaze appeared intoxicated. Her right hand was touching her chest and her left hand was between her legs. Both of us froze for 2 or 3 seconds, then Nath let out a soundless shriek and ran away. She was definitely peeking at us at that time. Furthermore, she was comforting herself. Anyone normally wouldn't want to be found in such state no matter what, and yet I caught her red-handed. Nath's shock should be something great. I thought that I had to patch things up with her, but, from Nath's perspective, she was definitely finding it hard to even show her face to me. How could I possibly patch things up with her without hurting her? "Yuto, what's wrong?" I returned to my senses in surprise when Liesel Senpai called to me. We were in the middle of special training right now. I was recovering my mana and cooling down my magic circuit with healing lovers. And the method was by me hugging Liesel Senpai from behind while massaging her breasts. Liesel Senpai was entrusting her body to me slovenly under a beach parasol. We couldn't stick to each other any closer than this. Senpai's skin that I was feeling on my front was even more wonderful than the highest class of silk. In addition, her black hair and neck were giving off a really nice smell. This was the greatest healing. And yet I was dazing off. It was really a waste even if I said so myself. Your heart isn't in it, even though I'm generously healing you with my breasts right now. Sorry. I apologized. Even so, in my heart, I was thinking that Senpai was also cute when she was slightly sulking. Right now there was nobody else on the beach other than Senpai and me. We had completely gotten used with Nath bringing refreshments for us, so we hadn't prepared any drinks by ourselves at all. Miyabi and Reina were returning to the cottage to search for drinks and snacks. Actually, about what happened last night. I talked to Liesel Senpai about last night, while fondling her breasts. Heart, I see. And then, she isn't showing herself today. I hope she isn't feeling hurt by what happened. Indeed, this is a good chance, heart, I'll try talking to Nath. A good chance? Yes, I have been thinking from some time ago, but Nath is. I felt a stinging tension on my skin at that moment. Exclamation mark. I immediately activated magic. I took a leap backward while keeping my tight hold on Liesel Senpai. Right after that, a sharp sound was slicing through the air toward us. The beach parasol was severed into two and flew to the air. If looked from above, the sight of a shockwave rushing forward and splitting the beach into two would become visible. What in the world happened? I landed and lowered down Liesel Senpai on the beach. It seems, this is the work of that lot. From the direction where the shockwave came, 4 people came out from the forest that was spreading toward the mountain. The one standing at the forefront was a slim and tall man. He was casually wearing an outfit that looked like a military uniform. His hand was holding an unsheathed katana. He brushed up his black hair casually and grinned brazenly. "You dodged my attack just now, who the hell are you, bastard?" A dangerous atmosphere was radiating from his whole body. Most likely he was a card of some other Devil King candidate. Ahaha, it's rare for Tugu-san to miss the first attack. A relatively small man appeared from the shadow of the tall man. The young man had a baby face and seemed like the lively sort. He was carrying a sword and wearing the same style of military uniform as the man. However, I never saw these two at the academy. Shut your trap, Koshiri. Just tell me, who the hell are these two? Who knows? I almost never go to school. Useless guy. Tugu-san is also the same as me though. The two were carelessly chatting with each other, but the mana that they were radiating showed that they weren't ordinary people. But, where did the information leak from? There should be nobody who knew that we were here other than Nathan and Stella. Well, it doesn't matter as long we cut them down. Oi rookie, I don't mind giving them to you if you want to kill them. There was a familiar girl standing beside them. Light brown hair and a lacy blindfold. Then feminine white uniform. Was that Nahondu Sordia? She should be a card of the moons with number 2. I see, Stella said that she had defeated the moon, Kitakami lunatic. Then she might have become a card another Devil King candidate. The man called Tugu showed an irritated expression because Sordia stayed quiet. TSK, this newcomer is too untalkative. Wait, Hakamaki. Just as I imagined, from behind Sordia, a different Devil King candidate other than the moon Kitakami lunatic appeared. That was the strength, Sanao Rikimaru. Red hair that was tied into a ponytail. Purple eyes. Her face was undoubtedly the face of Rikimaru. But, she wasn't wearing a jersey. She dressed like a knight in a fantasy story with a short mantle on her back. There was also a sword dangling on her waist. As expected, she wasn't wearing a full armor, but she even wore armor on her chest and shoulder, so she looked even more like a knight. However, her attire was feminine. I could clearly see her bare thighs from her mini skirt. That was Rikimaru, right? It wasn't just her attire that was different from before. Her expression, or rather her atmosphere, was completely different. Her high tension and playful atmosphere from before had gone completely. Her expression was really imposing. This different Rikimaru talked to the tall man with a cool voice. Hakamaki, you're just too rash. What do you mean, General? Look closer. That's not the prey that we are pursuing. Well, they look similar anyway. A living creature suddenly appeared before me, so I reflexively slashed. Be a bit more prudent, Hakamaki Tugu. If not, you cannot serve as my ace. It was a dignity that was unthinkable coming from Rikimaru. It was like she was a different person. Besides, it was also surprising that her cards weren't bodybuilders. Could it be that Rikimaru had a split personality? Or perhaps she would change her character depending on her mood? This girl was also a Devil King candidate. So even if it seemed far-fetched, it wouldn't be surprising for her to have a unique disposition compared to the normal human. After she finished reprimanding Hakamaki, Rikimaru turned her face toward me. You two over there, I have a bit of a question. Did you see any beast around here? Beast? Yeah. We are going hunting for a bit of warming up before participating in the Devil King War for real. However, we got lost while chasing after our prey. Did this girl forget about me? In that case, that would be more convenient for us too. I was still not prepared to fight right now. We haven't seen any beast. If you are looking for one, shouldn't it be inside the mountain? I pointed at the jail mountain. Rikimaru raised her voice in surprise. This isn't our territory anymore. Furthermore, we have crossed to the other side of the mountain. Where is this place? The baby-faced man who was called Koshiri answered that question. I think the area around here is the territory of Chariot. Rikimaru glared at Liesel Senpai and me with a sharp gaze. Then you two are the cards of Chariot. No, we aren't. The way things were going was turning slightly ominous. Perhaps we should have left before they asked about our identity. Liesel Senpai also seemed to think about the same thing and she lightly lowered her head. We are only coming here for our holiday. We won't get in your way, so please excuse us. Senpai and I were about to walk along the beach to leave. However. Wait. Rikimaru called us to stop with a doubting gaze. You two aren't ordinary people. State your name and status. Shit, this was bad. This girl was unexpectedly sharp, even though she was just Rikimaru. Haha, we aren't anyone worth remembering. I forced a smile on my face to act like a small fry. But then. Lover's Devil King candidate, Morioka Yuto, and his queen, Himikami Liesel. Nihondu Sordia, who had been standing still like a doll until then, suddenly muttered with a small voice. This girl could talk? Also, she could see even with that blindfold. What did you say? Rikimaru's eyes turned grave. Next Hakamaki started laughing in excitement. Wahahahahaha. That's damn awesome. A real prey suddenly showed up just like this. Shit. We easily got found out. Though it was stranger that we didn't get found out until now though. Liesel Senpai and I gradually backed away. Yosha. Let's get into killing ya. Hakamaki pointed his katana's tip at me. Wait, Hakamaki. I felt a bit relieved because Rikimaru stopped him. After all, it was a battle between Devil King candidates. Even the other side must want to get into the fighting after making preparation rather than suddenly getting into a fight like this. First is introduction. Both sides have to introduce themselves. That is justice. That's really annoying. Oi, I'm the ace of justice, Hakamaki Tugu. Justice? Why was Justice's ace accompanying the Strength Devil King candidate? I'm the #1 guy in the devil world when it comes to swords. Is that all right, General? Very good. Kill. What the hell was that? Where in the world is the justice in that, huh? I said that in sarcasm, but it seemed that it didn't get through to Rikimaru. Rather, she let out a sigh as though to say that she was tired from dealing with someone stupid. What do you know about justice? Justice? Even if you suddenly asked me that, how should I describe it? Rikimaru declared casually while I was at a loss for words. I am justice. Huh? You don't get it? I'm saying that I'm justice. What I think, what I say, what I do, everything is justice. No, that couldn't be called justice at all. Therefore, anyone who opposes me is evil to the core, a sin. As justice, I have to destroy evil no matter what. It doesn't matter what kind of treatment evil receives. After all, it's only their just desert. What self-righteousness? Something like that wasn't justice or anything. Come to think of it, before this you said that strength is justice, but you see, something like that isn't justice at all. That's just your ego. Strength, Sanao Rikimaru. Rikimaru's cool expression twisted. What did you say? And then she glared at me with an angry expression, no, with the flame of fury. Who are you calling strength? You insolent fellow. Huh? Her composed attitude until then had changed completely into a furious rage. My name is Sanao Seigi III. The Devil King candidate of justice. Huh? Justice, she said. However, she looked exactly like the strength Rikimaru, Not just looking the same, she was practically the same person. Everything other than her look, like attitude, way of talking, and the atmosphere was completely different though. How dare you confuse me with that fool of an elder sister Rikamaru, this is unforgivable. Lovers. Elder sister. I turned a questioning gaze to Liesel's senpai beside me. It's true. The strength Sanao Rikamaru and the justice Sanao Seigi are twin sisters. Sisters? What's more, they were twins? How can both twins become Devil King candidates? When I muttered that, a happy-go-lucky laughing voice resounded throughout the beach. Ah ha 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 ha. Exactly. The strongest sisters in history. They are. Coming from who knows where, she danced in the air with the sun on her back. Her body rotated round and landed on the sandy beach. Making their dashing entrance. The strength Rikamaru-chan and her little sister. She was wearing a jersey with short sleeves and training wear that exposed her navel. For some reason, she was looking smug. This idiotic way to make her entrance. There was no doubt about it, this one was the real Sanao Rikamaru. Seigi glared at such Rikamaru with a clearly displeased expression. What are you here for, my stupid elder sister? Also, don't treat me as an extra. I'll cut you. Rikamaru responded with a smiling face that was the exact opposite from Seigi. Ah ha ha ha. Actually, Rikamaru-chan was training in the mountain to prepare for fighting in the Devil King War for real. But, I got lost and I was here before I realized it. For some reason, Rikamaru made a V sign proudly after saying that. Seigi stared at that bitterly. Somehow I could guess the relationship between the two. However, looking from how they were similarly doing special training in preparation for the Devil King War, furthermore, they chose the same place and also similarly got lost, these two were really twin sisters. While I was thinking such thing. Rikamaru-sama. Some more footsteps were approaching this way. There are a lot of customers today. Liesel senpai made a fed-up expression seeing the additional bunch that came into the beach. It was a group of muscle masses. No matter how you looked at them, you would be forced to realize that they were the cards of strength. So you are here? Everyone has been looking for you. The one who came running while yelling that loudly was astonishingly a silver-haired, beautiful girl. Her height was around the same as Miyabi. Compared to the other cards of strength, she was slender as expected. She had the physique of someone trained in hand-to-hand fighting. Her outfit was a sports bra and tight hot pants. It was an outfit for showing off her well-trained body. In fact, her arms and legs and also her abs were splendidly muscular. It seemed her skin had gotten tanned while she was wearing a different costume. There was a clear sign of tanning on her upper arm and thighs that looked strangely sexy. Ooh, Floor? You guys, this is the Queen of Strength. Ishiwari Floor. It was surprising that there was a girl among her cards. Then one other person came from behind them. This one gave off the exact impression of what you would expect from a card of strength. No, his atmosphere was slightly different from all the bodybuilders until now. His mana and presence were at a different level. Tall body that was easily more than 2 meters and abnormally bulging muscles. If one had to describe his look, then the Moai statue would best describe it. His neck that was thicker than his head didn't look like it could snap no matter what happened. In addition, his body was also unbelievable rugged. His wide shoulder width, then his bulky chest that was as wide as the shoulder width of a normal person, and his contrastively slender waist. Muscles were bulging up from his whole body with deep curvature. And then, as though to add to the menacing air of that body, there was tattoo all over his body. This guy is my ace, Daikukin Igor. His muscles are amazing, right? As expected, this guy was the ace. Heat and mana were overflowing together from his body. I felt that there was also a strong magic circuit concealed within his body. He was also silent like a Moai statue. How's that? He has an amazing form, right? Rikamaru-chan and Ko can win with just these muscles. No, certainly those muscles were amazing, but I thought there was something wrong here. Seigi was glaring at her big sister Rikamaru with an annoyed face. Stop. Don't shame our Sanao family even more than this, my disgraceful elder sister. What are you embarrassed about? My little sister. Just tell Oni-chan if you got bullied by the other Devil King candidates. I'll take revenge for you. Keep the sleep talking for when you are asleep. There is no way I'll ever seek help from you even if the devil world is destroyed. When we were small, I went to take revenge for you when you came home crying after getting bullied, didn't I? Seigi's face went red and her hand moved toward her sword's handle. I'll kill you here. Ahaha. You're in a rebellious phase, aren't you? Yush, then Oni-chan will play with you. I'll beat you up affectionately. Liesel-senpai and I were showed such a fruitless argument that it made me wanted to ask if we could go back already. What should we do, senpai? It looks like it's a complete coincidence that these two are here. If possible, it will be a real help if these sisters fight each other instead of us though. That would certainly be ideal. We didn't have any preparation on our side, and our number was also inferior. To be honest, it would be too harsh to face the Sanao sisters along with all their cards at the same time. I hope these sisters could keep quarreling like this and left. On the other side, other than Rikamaru and Seigi, the cards also looked like they had nothing to do. Lover's Devil King candidate and his queen? My name is Koshiri Kenji. The baby-faced card of justice, he talked to us because he had nothing to do. Why are you two in this kind of place? Don't tell me it's for vacation? Yeah, something like that. Taking it easy, aren't you? Then next the silver-haired muscular girl Ishawari Floor stared at us with interest. Then this is really a fortuitous coincidence. After all, the whereabouts of lovers was unknown since the summer vacation started. To think that you will be in this kind of place. Could it be you were waiting for us? She said that while tilting her head a little and winked. Liesel-senpai's expression was bitter. I understood your feeling. I thought that senpai's strategy was great and worked really well. We were just unlucky. I really wanted to encourage her like that. Yuto. Senpai. Oni-chan. Miyabi and Reina came running from the cottage in their swimsuit. It seemed they had noticed the strangeness. Floor sported a belligerent smile seeing them. Of course she is here, you girls. She headed toward Miyabi with sands billowing up behind her. Floor? Miyabi put a sudden brake and stopped still. Reina kept running toward us, but Floor didn't even glance at her. You girls. Floor made use of her running speed and leapt at Miyabi. And then her body twisted midair and she launched a murderous spinning kick. Miyabi moved forward and guarded that kick with her arms. Coup. Miyabi's body was blown to the side. However, she thrusts her hand to the sand and her body twirled around to land on the ground. She glared at Floor. What are you doing so suddenly? Floor. Ahaha, it's fine, isn't it? We are rivals, aren't we? Miyabi made a fed-up smile. Geez, stop decided that I'm your rival as you please, or rather Floor, you joined strength just as expected, huh? What? They weren't enemies but friends? Senpai explained to me who didn't understand what their relationship was. Those two have been acquainted since middle school. Ishawari House has the rank of Count, just slightly below Miyabi. And then she picked a fight with Miyabi to try to make her as her foil, that's what I heard. That sounded troublesome. Floor snorted with a smug smile. I'm the Queen of Strength. You are lovers, princess. In other words, I'm now above you. How's that? Recognize your defeat. Amazing. Miyabi's reply was clearly monotone. Even then Floor seemed satisfied with that. She puffed out her chest and snorted. Fufuwan. Naturally. After all, my body is different from your flabby body. My muscle mass and body fat percentage are superior compared to your body. Flor put her strength into her abdomen and displayed her 6 packs. Don't call me flabby. I'm not fat. Then how about you go diet? If you lose your fat, you will also look quite muscular, right? No, because that's not cute. Snap! It felt like there was a snapping sound from Flor's forehead. You are calling me not cute? Flor raised her fists and closed her distance with Miyabi. That's not what I'm saying. Geez. No other way. Miyabi also clenched her fists and took a stance. Somehow they started fighting on their own there. On the other hand, Reina, who was running toward me, was glaring at Sordia with a grim stare. Oni-chan, why is that person? It looks like she has become Justice's card. Come to think of it, before this you spoke like she is your acquaintance, wasn't it? Do you have some connection with her? She is Reina's senior disciple Desu. Sister disciple? You mean, in swordsmanship? Desu. Is she strong? Reina has never won against her even once. Desu. That girl was. But Reina has also grown stronger since then. Desu. Reina untied the cord of the katana on her back and unsheathed it. When Reina took a stance with the long sword that was as tall as her, it wasn't Sordia but Hakamaki who grinned. It's nice that you're using sword, then, let's have a death. Oi. Sordia ignored Hakamaki and stepped forward. And then she quietly unsheathed her katana. There were 2 swords hanging on her waist. She held each of them in her left and right hands in 2 swords style. The ignored Hakamaki clicked his tongue in annoyance. You bitch, don't you ignore your senior. But Koshiri retorted from beside him while holding back his laughter. But, Tugu-san said before this that you don't mind giving them to her. She should speak then. He folded his arms with a sullen look. It seemed he had no intention of butting in. Sordia herself didn't seem to listen at all to that conversation. She faced Reina. Her blindfold was covering her eyes, but surely they were currently directed toward Reina. Reina was also turning a grim gaze toward Sordia. Right now the 2 of them couldn't see anybody else except each other. Come, Reina. Understood. Her usually cute little sister face had changed to a sharp expression of a master swordsman. The sand was blasted up. Reina's figure vanished from view. The next moment, sparks scattered in front of Sordia. She had crossed her 2 swords and blocked Reina's katana. Fast. Your strength has also dramatically improved. The current Reina is different from the past Reina. Desu. Sordia's swords were hit aside and Reina attacked further. However, Sordia dodged with a beautiful movement and switched into the counterattack. She was cornering Reina with a skillful use of her 2 swords. Reina parried them all and then she used the slight opening that appeared to launch a powerful swing of her long sword. Sordia blocked the long sword with her 2 swords. The attack was so powerful it looked like the 2 swords might snap and Sordia backed off slightly. Reina was in a battle mode. In contrast, Sordia's expression was like an iron mask. Her eyes could be seen because of her blindfold, but her mouth and cheeks didn't show any change at all. She really looked like a doll. Reina's sword was like a flame. In response, she parried it with a cold swordsmanship and calmly slashed when she found a slight opening. Rikimaru was provoked by that exchange and her body trembled. What? You guys are heating up over there. Rikimaru-chan wants to join too. Rikimaru jumped high in the air and fell toward me. Barricade? Don't. Dodge. Liesel-senpai yelled at me, who was trying to deploy a defensive magic. At that time, Rikimaru's body was radiating golden mana. Strength is justice. Strength is power. The air around her pulled back fist was wavering. Warning. That attack cannot be blocked. Recommending evasion. What? Arcana's voice echoed inside my head. Coup. I kicked on the sandy ground to jump to the side. Then a shockwave blasted on my back while I was in midair. Ooh, 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 ooh. I pitched forward and rolled on the beach. I could see the beach getting exploded through my rolling sight. The sands rolled up until the height of dozens of meters. It was an impact and explosion like a meteor had fallen. What just happened? A giant crater was formed at the beach. Sanao Rikamaru was crouching at the center of it. Her right fist was sinking into the bedrock that appeared under the sand. I was sensing a magic formula and mana inside Rikamaru's body. However, I didn't feel any mana at all from the explosion just now. It was as though it was just a physical phenomenon. No, that was impossible. Without using magic, Rikamaru was just a girl even if she was a devil. There should be no way she could let out a punch with such explosive might. Rikamaru stood up and showed an extremely smug face. This is Rikamaru-chan's characteristic magic strongest, fantasy physics. There is nothing that Rikamaru-chan cannot break. Characteristic magic, you say? Rikamaru ran toward me, who had just landed on the ground. Yuto. Senpai, who landed some distance away from me, also tried to rush toward me. However, a huge body stood in her way before she could. That was Strength's ace, Igor. You're in my way. Step aside. However, Igor didn't reply. He raised up his huge fist in the place of a reply. Magic letters that looked like tattoo floated up on the fist. Intense flame and whirlwind burst out at the same time when he swung down his fist. Senpai? The whirlwind lightly hoisted up Senpai's body. Ku, you have strength, I'll give you that. Senpai used magic to control her posture there. Igor's other fist punched straight forward. Su. Senpai instantly formed a barricade and blocked the fist. However, Igor's punch mercilessly struck Senpai's slender body with explosive destructive power. Senpai was sent flying along with her defensive magic into the sea. That guy wasn't just muscles like everybody before him. An absurd amount of mana and thick magic circuit could be felt from inside that huge body. Liesel Senpai. I felt cold for a moment, but Senpai immediately stood up and brushed up her hair. You don't need to worry about me. Don't let your guard down. I really wanted to go there to help her, but there was an even more dangerous fellow than Igor in front of me. The Strength Devil King candidate, Sanao Rikamaru. Come on. What's wrong, lovers? She was shorter than me, and even among girls, she could be classified as petite. When compared to her cards who boasted a robust physique, her body style was just too normal. She was far slender even when compared to Ishawari floor. However, her power. Phew. Rikamaru launched a punch toward me. The sound of something slicing through the air as though a jet fight had passed through instantly ran through beside me. Something unseen went past. Then a deep trench was carved into the sandy ground and the trees at far away were sent flying. Just the shockwave that was generated from her punch was this powerful. Cold sweat flowed down from my forehead. If Seigi and her cards also attacked us in this situation. I glanced at them to check. Their Hakamaki was pouting in dissatisfaction. General, aren't we going to join in too? Let the rookie do it. We won't have any part in it. I'll puke if I have to fight together with my elder sister. So we are just audiences then. That's fun. It was a saving grace that those three wouldn't participate. Even so, I already got my hands full just with Rikamaru alone. Far from defeating her, I was desperate from just enduring her attack. Rikamaru's tension was increasing even more. She was shadowboxing with jaunty footsteps. Come on. If you don't counterattack, you'll get beaten up to death just like this. But you will still die in the end though. After all, Rikamaru-chan is too powerful. Senpai, Miyabi, and Reina, all of them were fighting. I too had to cut through this with my own strength. Here I go. Infinite lovers. Right now was the time to make use of the result of my special training, although the time limit was only around a minute. I'd die if I didn't finish this during that time. For Desanon, Scorching Hellflame. I used advanced magic right from the start. But this wasn't an opponent that I could hold back against. Although she only had great strength going for her, she was a monster with the way she went to the extreme with it. Every single punch of Rikamaru was like a nuclear bomb. I couldn't let this fight drag on longer than this. I'd go fast. Flame surged out from the magic circle as though the kettle of hell had been overturned. The eruption of magma and volcanic projectiles assaulted Rikamaru. Phew! Rikamaru pulled back her fist to the limit. Don't tell me she was going to oppose for Desanon with her punch? Ha! That was exactly what she did. Rikamaru faced the flame and punched it with her fist. The hellfire stopped. That powerful fist punched back for Desanon as though it was twisting the law of physics. The for Desanon that I fired was coming back to attack myself. Damn it! Stride. I dodged by moving along the coastline. I needed to take a distance and thought up a countermeasure. Come on, what kind of magic you're going to fire next? Eh? Rikamaru was running right beside me. Wah! No need to hold back. Rikamaru-chan's whole body is a weapon. After all, I didn't feel the magic of stride from Rikamaru. She was running wholly with her own leg strength. No, wrong. This was. If you aren't going to attack, I'll be the one to do it. Rikamaru cut the air with a hand chop. In that instant, a gust blew through beside me. My cheek was cut open. Goo! I stumbled on the sand and fell on that spot. Was this also Rikamaru's strongest? Teach me, Arcana. Analysis. So now Rikamaru's characteristic magic strongest is a magic to manipulate kinetic energy to materialize a physical phenomenon that is realistically impossible to occur. However, the effect isn't because of magic. The effect is wholly exerted as a physical phenomenon. In other words, it was a screwed up physic. I jumped on my feet and immediately took my next move. I covered my body with armored and activated explosive magic in parallel. Unlike flame type, if it was with this magic that caused an explosion in the pinpointed location, she should be unable to punch it back. Destruct Shear, Magic Explosion Pulverizer. This was the advanced version of the explosion magic that I learned in this training camp. Flame blasts spread out underneath Rikamaru, but my field of vision was turned upside down before that. Wah! Slow, too slow. Rikamaru-chan's movement is faster than your magic can activate. My body was sent flying by Rikamaru and rolled on the sandy beach. Destruct Shear's explosion blast rose up behind the elated-looking Rikamaru. Shit. It didn't work. Even though it was the new advanced magic that I learned as the result of this training camp. It was useless in front of Rikamaru's strongest. I needed more power. If only I had a strong attack method that wouldn't lose even against strongest. I gritted my teeth. Don't complain, Morioka Yuto. I could only manage somehow using what I had in hand right now. I still had other methods. If I could stop her movement using ice magic. Warning. Using infinite lovers continuously longer than this is dangerous. Suddenly the mana supply was cut off. The mana that was produced from inside my body by infinite lovers vanished. My whole body was flooded with an intense fatigue and headache. Damn it. It's time's up already, Sue? My knees lost strength and slumped down. Rikamaru started laughing seeing that. Ha. What, you aren't really a big deal. Even though I heard that you defeated World and Devil and Tower. But this is because Rikamaru-chan is too strong. Rikamaru came until right in front of me and puffed out her chest with the highest level of smug look. After all, the current Devil King was a Devil King candidate of strength. That's why it will be the natural result for Rikimaru-chan to be the winner this time too. What did you say? Headmaster Gandu Barbatos was a Devil King candidate of strength. In that case, it was convincing to say that strength was the prime candidate to be the next Devil King. On the other hand, I was the lover's Devil King candidate that was said to be the weakest. Then, it was also natural that I couldn't win. Yuto. I could hear Liesel Senpai's sorrowful voice. I looked toward the direction of the voice with my hazy mind. Over there, I saw Liesel Senpai standing in the seawater that reached until her thigh facing Igor, who was several times bigger than her. Igor was waiting at the beach for Senpai to come out from the sea. It looked like she couldn't come here to help me even if she wanted to. Senpai bit her lip. Her eyes were shining blue and caught Igor's figure. I don't have any time to keep you company. She held out her left hand to the front. I thought she was going to fire a magic. However, instead of deploying a magic circle of attack magic, magic letters were flowing to twine around Liesel Senpai's left hand. She then clenched her hand to grab those letters. Magic letters were running vertically and transforming into physical form. That was a bow. It was a white bow with a beautiful form. It was so sublime that rather than a weapon of a devil, it looked more like a weapon that was bestowed from God. Liesel Senpai's left hand was holding a bow. And then her right hand was holding an arrow when I noticed. Igor seemed to sense danger. He started running towards Senpai. He attacked in a straight line without any regard for the seawater. However, Senpai's expression didn't change. She knocked the arrow, drew the bow, and the arrow penetrated Igor's body. Wind blew through between me and Rikimaru. A metallic sound passed through. Rikimaru's front lock swayed. The severed hair was blown by the wind. It happened in just an instant. The arrow was too fast that I couldn't see it. Rather than an arrow, it was like a light. Rikimaru's eyes also widened like saucers and her face was twitching. Hiya, this is shocking. Her neck turned stiffly like a machine that hadn't been oiled. She stared at the direction from where the arrow came from. Igor was falling with a splash at that moment. That huge body was sinking into the waves. Ahead of that, Liesel Senpai was staring over here with eyes that were like a hawk. She was already knocking the second arrow and drawing the bow. My throat gulped. How reliable, however, I was feeling more scared than that. I shuddered at that strength that defeated the ace of strength with one shot. In addition, the arrow would have gone through Rikimaru's head if it was just a bit closer. I didn't know that Liesel Senpai was using something like a bow. Furthermore, the power was no joke. What in the world that bow was? I have heard the rumor, so that's Himekami House's bloodline magic, Cupid, marriage bow rending shot, The next one will go through your head. Ahaha, go through Rikimaru-chan's head. Do you think you can do something like Ta? Easily. As expected, even Rikimaru's happy-go-lucky attitude vanished with that. She was staring at Senpai with a cold gaze. So now Rikimaru, you also don't want to end the game here, right? Pull back now if you aren't stupid. Rikimaru narrowed her eyes and grinned. But, I have cornered him until this point, might as well. While her gaze was returning to me, it felt like Rikimaru's eyes were locked on Seigi just for a moment. Golden light gathered in Rikimaru's fist. The lover's head is mine. The fist was swung down toward me. The arrow flew off from Senpai's bow. Seigi drew out her sword. Who would be the first? Rikimaru's fist was right in front of my eyes. That golden light covered my vision. Rikimaru was standing in front of me with her fist raised. Her face looked surprised, as though she didn't understand what was going on. And then Liesel Senpai was also looking dumbfounded with her arrow still knocked on her bow. When I looked around, Seigi, Miyabi, and Floor, Reina and Sordia, Justice's cards, Strength's cards, Everyone was looking bewildered. Don't tell me. This is troubling. Everyone is doing as they pleased. The man walking on the beach spoke like he was rebuking his naughty classmates. That guy. He was wearing a hood over his head and a black jacket. Under the hood was red hair and a face sporting a thin smile. Jiaodogahama lost. And then, following behind him was the Devil King candidate of Wheel of Fortune, Shimokazuma Rin. Red blood was trickling from her arm. As I thought, it seemed they had rewound the time. Don't tell me, they saved me? Seigi frowned. You are the one doing as you pleased. Although it was a rash action on my stupid elder sister's part, it was still a battle of Devil King war. What is your intention by overturning everything so blatantly like this? Depending on your answer. Seigi put her hand on her sword's handle once more. Lost smiled wryly, seeing that. It's a lesson for the future, you see. One day everyone in the alliance will fight each other, but right now we need to join our strength with a united mind. What I did this time is to have all of you engrave that lesson deeply in your heart. Unacceptable. Seigi pulled out her sword. And then Rikamaru also moved away from me and walked toward Lost. Oh? What's the matter, you two? Scary. Lost quickly moved his gaze between the two. Come to think of it, you still haven't shown us your true strength. Yeep. You are always hiding behind Rin. Could it be that you are actually weak? Then Rin, who was standing behind Lost, quietly stepped forward. Rikamaru and Rin glared at each other. What is it? Do you have any complaints for Rikamaru-chan? There was no change in Rin's expression. She was smiling as usual. However, she was angry. The atmosphere was strained. The flow suddenly changed with Lost's appearance. It felt like another falling out would begin with a different pairing this time. Good grief. It can't be helped. Lost spoke with a casual voice to break the tension. Step back, Rin. I'll do it. Rin looked like she wanted to say something, but she obediently followed his words. I don't really feel like doing it, but feel free to kill me if doing that can convince you. Come, do your worst. Lost spread open his hands defenselessly as though to say that. Rikamaru and Seigi exchanged gazes with each other for a moment, then they closed their distance with Lost seriously. And then they attacked at the same time. Their movement was completely synchronized. It was a splendid combination, as though they had trained a lot to reach such level of coordination. Rikamaru's fist pierced Lost's left chest, while Seigi's sword stabbed his right chest. Lost. Easily. Black ichors spilled out from the two holes that were opened in his body. A dead Devil King candidate would be swallowed into a black swamp and sent to purgatory. The black swamp was the messenger of death. Even a devil couldn't escape from there. That was how it should be. However, Lost was still smiling calmly. It was eerie. And then Rikamaru and Seigi, who should be the winner, were looking sullen. Rikamaru and Seigi leapt back and took a lot of distance from Lost. Hey, Seigi-chan. I didn't feel any response at all just now. Yeah, what in the world is this guy's body? The black ichors that looked like it would swallow Lost's body suddenly attacked Rikamaru and Seigi. What? The two of them leapt further backward. What the hell? Why is it trying to swallow us? I don't know, why is it trying to swallow us instead of the dead? Lost grinned. You two can't kill me? Even though I'm slightly hopeful here. The black swamp was the messenger of death that sent devils to the world of death. Death god. Don't tell me. Seigi took another stance with her sword. I don't know what kind of trick it is, but there is nothing that my sword can't cut. She attacked once more. She moved faster this time. Her step couldn't be followed by the naked eye. Her attack split open Lost's head. That was how it looked. Wah! Lost's right hand caught Seigi's sword. That hand was wrapped in jet black armor. That arm was giving off an ominous feeling. It really was like the armor of Death God. You bastard, since when you? He was barehanded until just a moment ago. However, I saw it just for an instant. The black swamp clung onto Lost's arm. Was that something that was made from that black swamp hardening? Lost smiled gently. This is my characteristic magic dreaming, atrocious dream, you know. Seigi frowned and put more strength into her sword handle. Lost stared at such Seigi with a consoling smile. You still want to continue? What did you say? Because, you wanted to see my true strength, right? Then you should have already fulfilled your objective. Perhaps so. But, it's also annoying for me to be thought of as weaker than you. Seigi kicked on the sand and leapt backward to take some distance once more. I shall get serious too. The mana that I felt from Seigi changed. It was becoming powerful, as though she was a different person than before. She pointed the tip of her sword toward Lost. You can feel proud in that world. It's an honor that you can be consigned to oblivion by my characteristic magic. Swords suddenly grew out from under the sand. 1, 2, one after another, sword tips thrust out from the ground until the number became innumerable. Lost immediately became isolated in the middle of a mountain of needles. Receive my characteristic magic with your body. The ground shook and the beach's sand began to jump. Seigi's mana was gradually increasing. Its might and dreadfulness had swelled up as though she was a completely different person than before. So this is Justice's characteristic magic. Lost showed no sign of panic at all. He was looking around the lined-up swords as though he was enjoying the scenery. Take this. 666. When Seigi yelled that. Phew A carefree yawning could be heard. That voice was really out of place in this situation. There was a beach bed placed in some distance from here. There was someone lying down on it. Since when it was there? Good grief, the youths are really energetic. I can't even take a nap like this. The person who woke up from the beach bed was wearing an aloha shirt and short pants. He took off his sunglasses and the face that appeared was Headmaster? It was the headmaster of Devil King Academy, Gandu Barbatos. Yo, Yuto. You are popular like always, huh? Huh? No, rather this feels like 3 carnages piling up at the same time though. I responded in bewilderment. The headmaster laughed loudly wahahaha to that. I'm envious. No, seriously. I even feel jealous of you. He hit my back enthusiastically. His eyes looked completely serious when saying that, so I was a bit scared. Putting that aside. The headmaster turned his gaze toward Lost. You are the Death Devil King candidate, huh? He casually headed toward Lost with his feet that were wearing beach sandals. Lost's face that was always wearing a composed smile was mixed with the color of nervousness for the first time. The headmaster came to a stop in front of him. Then he stroked his beard while staring at Lost evaluatingly. I wish that you would show your face at least once. Why aren't you coming to the academy? Lost ignored that question and grinned fearlessly. This is unexpected. I never thought that I would be able to meet the current Devil King here. Ha ha ha, you will be able to meet me anytime if you enroll into the Devil King Academy. I'm not interested with that kind of academy. How? Something like that is just a house of cards. It will crumble one day. No, I'll be the one collapsing it. What? School violence? Something like that, sensei is. The headmaster grinned. Gonna love it. A chill ran through my back. The headmaster wasn't emitting any mana or using any magic. However, I felt that the headmaster was extremely terrifying at that moment. Lost showed a defiant smile without any fear in front of such headmaster. I'll crush the Devil King Academy. You included. How? That's really promising. You can make that kind of face only for now. Is that so? Though I look like this, Sensei is also quite strong, you know. In the past, right? Lost made a cynical smile before he turned around. Your era is already over. And then he vanished into the forest without looking back. Rin also followed behind him and vanished. We were dumbfounded by the sudden end of the situation. Oi oi, you guys too. Don't get in the way of Sensei's nap. Break up, break up. Headmaster clapped his hands and chased away the students. Everyone felt dissatisfied and doubtful, but the Devil King and the headmaster were saying that to them, so they could only obey. Let's go. Seigi ordered with a displeased voice, so Hakamaki and Koshiri followed her to return to the direction from where they came from. Then, Rikimaru-chan is also going home. Floor, let's go. Strength's Queen, Ishiwari Floor also lowered her fists reluctantly. You guys. I'll teach you next time too that I'm above you. So prepare yourself. Miyabi let out a tired sigh. Yes, yes. Both of us are in the Devil King War anyway. I'll take you on. And then, with Reina and Swordia. The two of them were also still glaring at each other with their swords raised. But then, Swordia sheathed her two swords back, so Reina also lowered her katana in relief. Swordia unsheathed her sword again. Reina. The cold blade was pointed at Reina's throat. Sue. Reina couldn't make any movement. The sword would pierce her throat if she moved just a little. Swordia spoke with an emotionless voice. Reina, this isn't a match. Don't let your guard down just because the opponent has sheathed their sword. Yes. Reina gulped. Her trickling sweat dripped on the sword's tip. Swordia then pulled back her sword. This time she sheathed her sword for real and turned her back toward Reina before running away. Reina. You all right? When I rushed toward her, Reina was smiling with knitted eyebrows. Reina, lost again. No, I'm glad you are safe. I hugged Reina's shoulders to console her. For now, Reina, Senpai, Miyabi, and me were all safe. Even so, it was really dangerous. The atmosphere wasn't cheerful at all after we went through that. NN? Yuto, why aren't you all going back? The headmaster stared questioningly at us who were remaining there. No, we are borrowing this place from Nath. We are staying in a nearby villa. So that's why. The headmaster laughed brightly as though the exchange that felt like it was shortening my lifespan just now had never happened. This place got a great beach after all. It's perfect for vacationing incognito. That meant, headmaster too? Could it be, headmaster also asked Nath to take vacation here? No, sensei is trespassing here. No, well, he was the Devil King, so doing that much should be forgivable. That was what I thought, but when he saw Nath coming after that. Crap.
Listen well, keep it a secret that Sensei came playing here without permission, okay?
He ran away in panic. When I thought that he was the Devil King, it felt slightly complicated. Chapter 3. Picking up a pack of Maou Shiba 4, during the special training. Summer vacation. In the Devil world, spending a holiday in the human world was a status symbol. After all, only a part of the nobility was able to freely go to the human world. Naturally, the world Devil King candidate Aspite Line also had the habit of spending his summer in the human world. But, right now he wasn't in a resort. He was at a corner of a completely plain residential area. The word Morioka was written on the nameplate of the house in front of his eyes. Both of them were enemies with each other, but last time he helped out in saving the Knight of Lovers, Koiwai Reina. Now he needed that debt to be repaid. He was intending to make Yuto told him all the information that he knew for his comeback to the Devil King War. Besides, the fighting power of his current self was shaky. He had cancelled the contract, all his cards, His mansion right now was also still no different than a ruin, and it was in the middle of repairs. It was a problem that he had no place where he could secure his safety. He also had a palace at the academy, but although there was no problem using that place for a temporary meeting, it would be hard to stay there all the time. Besides, it would make it hard for him to move from there because the other candidates would set watchers on him there. Currently, he needed some kind of countermeasures until he managed to put his team in order. Depending on the situation, I'll be forced to temporarily put up a united front with you temporarily. A spite thought at the bottom of his heart. After all, he was the Devil King candidate of the world. It wouldn't be a bad offer for Yuto too to be able to have a fighting strength as great as him at his side. His finger moved to push on the bell while thinking that, but he was greatly worried. Besides, why should it be him who had to come to that guy's house? Logically, it should be that guy who came to him. He was about to go back after thinking that, and later on he would call Yuto by phone. But if he did that, then Liesel might also accompany him in that case. He had already come this far. And so he returned to in front of the gate again, and the door suddenly opened and a woman's face peeked out. Oh. A spite stiffened in surprise. Ah. Could it be, you are Yukan's friend? Yukan? That guy was called with that kind of embarrassing nickname at home. No, I'm not his friend, but, how should I say it, it's hard to describe our relationship. Oh my. What a handsome man you are. So cool. What's with this woman? She is breaking my pace. It seemed she was a woman, so there was no way she was that guy's card. Then was she a maid? No, a commoner's house shouldn't have any leeway to hire a maid. In that case, was she that guy's big sister? Geez, really, that Yukan? So he actually also has a proper male friend. I'm glad. Everyone he brought home was all girls. What's more, all of them are extremely pretty. I was wondering if that's really all right. In various senses. I see. No, that's none of my business. Calm down. Don't get dragged into this strange flow. A spite reminded himself and made a sharp expression. And, where is Morioka Yuto right now? Right now he is going on an overseas trip though. To Hawaii. What? Hawaii? In the middle of this intense Devil King war. Even though even this me is staying here? Could it be, you didn't know? I'm sorry. He is going with Liesel-chan and others. Miyabi-chan and our Reina-chan are also with him, you know? A spite was feeling shocked. Even he was surprised that he was this shocked. Even though this great me has taken the trouble to come here, not only he isn't here, he is overseas, together with those women. He didn't know why he was feeling this hurt. That was why he didn't notice that the woman had come out to the entrance until she grabbed his arm. Now, come in. What are you doing? Woman. You have come this far. So please come inside. I'll give you ice cream to show our apology. Something like that. I don't need it. Don't say that. It's fine, it's fine. I also want to hear about how is Yukan doing in school. Stop. Don't pull. He should be able to shake her off if he really tried, but he couldn't for some reason. And then a spite's figure was sucked into the door of Morioka house. Regarding the attack of justice and strength yesterday, when Liesel-senpai investigated, it became clear that what happened was really just a coincidence. Nath bowed her head apologetically. I received a report that there are intruders and plan to return quickly, but my return got delayed because various things took my time. I'm sorry. Nath and me were along in the living room while sitting on the sofas and facing each other. No, Nath doesn't need to apologize. We are really thankful for Nath providing all these for us, and most of all I'm glad that Nath didn't get dragged into it. I desperately consoled Nath, who was bowing her head dejectedly. It seemed that Nath was in the human world at that time. When she returned in a hurry, she felt Devil King candidate class mana from her private beach and asked Stella for help. That negotiation also took time that her arrival was delayed, it seemed that there were such particulars. But, thanks to that mess, I became able to face Nath normally again despite the awkward atmosphere between us before. Yuto-kun, say. Nath's face turned red and her body was shaking, as though she was unable to say something even though she wanted to. We were able to face each other normally again. It seemed that it was too fast for me to say that. Nath, about that matter. When I tried to be the one broaching the topic, Miyabi showed her face from the kitchen right at that timing. Yuto. Let's go quickly. We got a new menu for your special training today. She pulled my arm, and so I helplessly stood up from the sofa. Sorry Nath, let's talk again later. Nath waved her hand with a conflicted smile. I let myself get pulled by Miyabi and left the cottage toward the beach. And, what is this new menu? Watermelon smashing. Let's go smosh. I felt an intense doubt. Was that really a special training? Then, Reina will explain Dea Deshu. The teacher was standing at attention and fumbled her words a lot. For Reina to be a sensei, it's nerve-wracking Desu. Look, Reina. Your student is just Onii-chan, so you don't need to be that nervous. I crouched to put my gaze at the same level with her and caressed her head. Thank you very much. Reina's nervousness has lessened slightly Desu. Why it? Yuto, aren't your treatment too different compared when with me? Miyabi quickly complained. However, I disregarded it. She is my important little sister after all. So of course it will be different. Miyabi pouted and said boo-boo. On the other hand, my little sis was beaming happily. After she relaxed, this was the sequence of the special training that Reina taught me. First, prepare a wooden sword. Blindfold wasn't necessary. The prepared watermelon would fly to attack me, so split it open with the wooden sword. Wait, what's this? This was different from the watermelon splitting that I knew. Rather, the watermelon would fly? I got hit by a strong attack of the flying watermelon and fell on the beach many times. Yuto, work hard. Liesel Senpai's encouragement supported me and I stood up. Round watermelon with green and black stripes was floating lightly around me. It was glistening, surely it would be delicious if they were chilled and eaten. However, it was as though the watermelon had a will. It was toying with me using tricky movements. It would approach and then drift away, as though it was provoking me. Shit, why is watermelon floating in the air? It's brutal on top of that. You are sloppy there Onii-chan. Guts. Beat them Zubin like that. That Miyabi, she was being irritating. Dang it. Now I'm determined. But she was irritating. Then a piece of advice came from the little sis sensei. Onii-chan, it's no if you don't get along better with the wooden sword Desu. Get along? What, should I call the wooden sword my friend? Reina pulled out her beloved sword from empty air. Sword fighting between devils will become a battle together with their sword. By together, well, that's because they are used as weapon, that's not what you mean? Yes. A devil's weapon is different from a human's weapon. You don't train by learning how to handle and control the weapon Desu. You train to draw out the weapon's ability Desu. I stared at the wooden sword in my hand. It only looked like a wooden sword without anything that seemed out of place though. That sword is a training sword, but its name is Tenka Fubu 5. That naming is too exaggerated for a mere wooden sword. Reina unsheathed her large katana in her hand that was taller than herself. By the way, Reina's katana is called Ponchon Desu. That's a cute and good name. When I praised her like that, Reina breathed Muffuyu in excitement with a proud face. Cute. And then, Desu. There is already power dwelling in the devil race's weapon Desu. Their performance is already decided, like their attack power, or their speed. What the owner has to do is how much of the weapon's original strength that they can draw out. The training is for that desu desu. Then in this case, I just need to leave the battle to Tenka Fubu while I don't really need to practice swordsmanship? Reina nodded. Desu desu. In exchange, a strong weapon will need a mana that counterbalances it desu. Also, one will need to use that weapon in battle repeatedly to deepen their friendship with that weapon desu. By doing that, it will be possible to use the ability of the weapon until the maximum desu. In other words, I would naturally become strong by accumulating experience from using Tenka Fubu Ha. What will happen when I become able to draw out the ability until the limit? If even stronger battle strength than that is needed, the only way is to switch to even stronger katana desu. I see. It was a bit like a game. This wooden sword, Tenka Fubu, how strong is it? It can put up a good fight with those watermelons desu desu. Tenka Fubu. There was a limit even in failing to live up to your name, wasn't it? It was for use of beginner in their training after all, but it's really easy to handle, so it's recommended to use that desu desu. Gee, got it. Anyway, my current partner is this guy, huh? Reina smiled brightly and nodded. I took a stance with Tenka Fubu and faced the watermelon. Give your mana to the wooden sword desu. I did as I was told and sent mana from my palm to the wooden sword. Oh! Somehow, it felt like there was something that changed from the wooden sword. It was like giving a breath of life to a dead tree and it returned to become a tree that was overflowing with life force. Oi, Tenka Fubu. I tried talking to it inside my heart. I didn't hear anything like a reply, but it felt like there was something resounding inside my heart. I want to split that watermelon. When I spoke like that to it, the watermelon quickly came to hit me. Sue. My arm naturally moved and Tenka Fubu stopped the watermelon's charge. It wasn't by my will. No, I thought to block, but I didn't really think of how to move my arms. It was like Tenka Fubu was moving my body, like I became one with the wooden sword. It was a mysterious sensation. Just like that desu desu. Pushed by Reina's support, I took a stance with Tenka Fubu. Let's go. The watermelon flew around dizzyingly as though to look for an opening to attack me. I rushed toward that watermelon. The watermelon moved in a feint before it suddenly attacked me. Exclamation mark. Tenka Fubu in my hands and my body synchronized. It was a movement that made even myself astounded. Tenka Fubu moved in a flash. The watermelon's red juice spurted out and it split into two. You did it desu. Oni-chan. I stared at Tenka Fubu in my hand. I didn't feel it at all that I had done it. I see, this is Devil Race's weapon, how it fights. I talked to Tenka Fubu. I'm counting on you from now on. Partner. There is no need to use Tenka Fubu anymore desu desu. Oni-chan already drew out all of Tenka Fubu's power with the attack just now desu desu. What did you say? Holy cow, it was time to part from you already. I had only gotten along with Tenka Fubu for a few moments, but for some reason, it felt strangely sad. Hayu. That was really cool, Yuto. Good work, Yuto. Miyabi and Liesel Senpai were also clapping. Thank you very much. Come to think of it. I recalled when Liesel Senpai defeated Strength's ace. About Senpai's bow that I saw before this, is that Senpai's weapon? Yes. It's the bloodline magic that has been passed down in Himekami House, Cupid. It was really amazing. Senpai would be able to defeat Rikamaru easily if only I wasn't in that situation. No. The Strength Devil King candidate isn't that easy of an opponent. But Senpai said easily. It was a bluff. As expected from Senpai. She had nerves of steel. It even felt terrifying. It was a situation where I almost got killed, but even then she shot through Igor without hesitation with such level-headedness. The mental strength to shot her arrow accurately in that situation where a miss wouldn't be allowed. Her boldness to defeat Igor with a single arrow and threatened Rikimaru with it. I felt Liesl Senpai's dreadfulness once more at this moment. It was her side that was different from the usually kind senpai, her side as a devil who was fighting in the Devil King War. She wasn't just kind, at times she would defeat the enemy mercilessly. There was a need to make such a decision. Without that, it would be impossible to eliminate the strongest opponents, the extraordinary monsters lined up against us. It felt like I was taught such a lesson. Even I almost never saw it. It's pretty rare for senpai to use it, you know? Is that so? Yep. Himekami House had been producing Devil King candidates of lovers because they can use that. That was why everyone thought that the next Devil King candidate would be senpai. Indeed. Cupid was said to be the proof of being the Devil King candidate of lovers. I see. And I ended up snatching that? Somehow it made me felt apologetic to senpai and her family. However, if I was also a Devil King candidate of lovers, shouldn't I be able to use the same weapon? Just like how I copied Miyabi's bloodline magic, perhaps I can also transplant senpai's bloodline magic to me? Liesl senpai made a troubled smile. It's not permitted for my family to leak this bloodline magic to anyone outside. Even if it's Yuto, I can't possibly give it to you. Besides, you need to have an affinity with it, so even if you transplant it to yourself, I think it won't work normally for you. Is that so? I'm sorry for asking something excessive like that. For some reason, I rapidly felt embarrassed. Liesl senpai nestled close to me and linked her arm with mine to cheer me up. Don't look that disappointed. After all, I'm planning to have Yuto learn something even better than that. Something even better. It's a magic that only Yuto can use. So this something better was that kind of thing. Senpai mean, the special move I'm going to learn in this special training. But, what kind of move it was? I couldn't imagine it at all. Liesl senpai asked as though she had read my thought. Yuto, what kind of characteristic magic do you think you need right now? Even if I'm asked that. Think carefully. When you fought Rikimaru before this, what did you feel, Yuto? That's my lack of strength. Rikimaru's strongest's overwhelming power. In front of that power, the advanced magic that I learned this summer was useless. No matter how long I became able to use infinite lovers. I muttered in a daze. Offensive ability. Liesl senpai nodded in satisfaction. Yes, both healing lovers and infinite lovers are magic to split mana and produce mana with the power of love. It's not a magic for fighting an enemy. Those magic are beautiful magic befitting lovers, just like Yuto. But, you can't win a battle with just that. I also strongly nodded. That's why Yuto, you need an attack magic that is only for you. Lover's offensive characteristic magic. I automatically recalled Liesl senpai's bow. Is senpai telling me to learn Cupid with my own strength? However, Liesl senpai shook her head with a troubled look. I also don't know. After all, it's a magic that no one has ever seen yet. But, Liesl senpai know about its existence, don't you? Yes. I also heard about it from someone else. That's, who is this person? Liesl senpai put her index finger in front of her lips and closed an eye. That's a secret. I could only smile powerlessly. This offensive characteristic magic will still need to wait. For now, you need to increase the upper limit of your mana capacity first and the time limit of your infinite lover's usage. Concentrate on that. Why, yes. Though I said that, but I was curious. The characteristic magic sleeping in lovers' arcana. What in the world it could be? A few days later, the special training became closer to an actual fighting. I entered the jail mountain that was towering behind the beach to defeat the monsters that appeared there. But I'm lost. Just as Nath said, the place was dark even though it was daytime. Even though the sky should be clear, the color was also dark as though there was a filter hanging below it. Everything inside the forest was also gray. It made me felt depressed. In addition, I didn't know the right direction at all. I was in a mountain, so I thought I would be able to return to the beach if I went down, and yet I would be climbing up a slope again when I realized. It seemed that it was true that it was really difficult to get out of here once you entered inside. If this place was like this, then I could understand how Rikimaru and Seigi got lost. The voice of animals howling came from far away. I was told that there were a lot of dangerous demon beasts here, but fortunately, I hadn't encountered even a single one of them. No, this was training, so wasn't it unfortunate instead that I hadn't encountered any opponent? However, originally the plan was to attack the demon beasts with a party of 4. But the mist got thick midway, and when I noticed I already got separated from everyone. What if I was unable to meet up with everyone? What if I really encountered demon beasts while alone like this? My thinking kept going to a bad place. Perhaps it was because of this depressing forest. I could something from the gap of the trees. There was a straight wooden plank. It looked like a roof or something. When I tried advancing forward through some tall grasses, there was a small clearing with a hut further ahead. Nath said that she has a mountain villa here, but is this what she meant? It was almost swallowed by the grey forest behind it. That was the impression it gave. The structure, on the whole, was slightly tilting, and the front door was almost falling off. There were vines twining on the wall and grasses were growing freely on the roof. It was really in ruin. But even though its state was like that, it might be safer inside there compared to resting outside. Besides, there might be something inside, like a communication method for emergency or food. When I tried entering from the door's gap, it was really like a hut inside. At least it also had furniture inside. Something fell on the ground. When I looked, it was a torn wrapping paper and the leftovers of biscuit. What's this? Did someone come here and ate a snack? When I lifted my gaze, I saw an opened cupboard in front of me. Its inside seemed to have been ransacked. Don't tell me, the demon beasts had rummaged for food there? My back felt cold with a chill. I stood up and looked around inside the room warily. There might be something that was still inside this hut. Arcana, is there any danger nearby? Report. There is no threat at the surrounding. I patted my chest in relief. It was then. The upper tier of the cupboard opened and a small body flew toward me. Sue. A demon beast? The Arcana couldn't detect it. My mind was half in panic while I caught the thing that was leaping at me in midair. It was something that was growling Garuru in agitation with fur standing on end. There were ears pointing up from its head. Exposed fangs. Tail that was rounded into a ball. A dog? But its face and physique were human. Furthermore, it was a small girl. She looked like a Maou Shiba dog that was personified into a human. Let go. Let go, woof. Sorry. I gently put her down on the floor. Then she quickly got away from my hands and jumped on the table behind her. And then she got on all fours and growled threateningly. Are you here to kill Poran, woof? I won't get done in that easily, woof. See, calm down. I won't do anything to you. Lies, woof. You're surely a noble woof. You won't come to a mountain like this if not for hunting, woof. No, I'm a human. Woof. That girl moved her head up and down to look at me from the top of my head till the tip of my toes. Then she suddenly grinned condescendingly. What, so you're a human, woof? Then there's nothing to fear, woof. Her panicked state just now had vanished without a trace. She sat down on the edge of the table and acted as haughtily as she could. That was cute. Follow Poran's order if you don't want to get eaten, woof. The small mouth that was too small to even swallow a sausage was speaking arrogantly. Her appearance was like a kid in the upper grade of primary school. A devil with animal ear and tail, was she a mixed-blood devil? She was the same as Gigara and Nekobmaya, who picked a quarrel with me at the practice for the athletic festival. Come to think of it, it seemed that Maya had really made her debut as an idol with the charm of a cat character on television. I'm digressing. I get it, Poran. My name is Yuto. Then Poran spoke toward the ceiling. Oi, this guy is all right, woof. Come out, everyone, woof. Everyone? Just when I wondered that, a part of the ceiling opened and even more tiny kids who looked like puppies jumped down from there. There were 5, no, 6 of them in total. There are a lot of you here. Why were you in the attic like that? Hiding, woof. We are being hunted by Noble Woof. Hunted, you say? I looked at the children who were looking up at me uneasily. By hunt, you don't mean a game, but a real hunt? Of course, woof. We'll be killed if we got found out, woof. Our other friends are perhaps already. Poran muttered in frustration. Then the other kids became tearful. But, even though you are a mixed-blood devil, you are still a devil, right? Why are you all being hunted? There is a noble that bought our village while woof. That noble made us into prey for something like training for Devil King War, woof. Don't tell me. Yeah. We are going hunting for a bit of warming up before participating in the Devil King War for real. However, we got lost while chasing after our prey. The hunting that Sanao Segi said was referring to this. I looked at Poran and her friends once more. Although the species was different, all of them were mixed-blood devils with animal ears and tails. They were devils who took in demon beasts' blood into their body. Although their status was lower compared to the pure-blood devil, there were also some among them who obtained nobility and enrolled into the Devil King Academy. On the other hand, there were also devils who received this kind of horrible treatment. I didn't know that. Then, one other small kid came down from behind the ceiling. It's horrible, woof. The feudal lord is in front of this house, woof. Exclamation mark. The kids began to make a stir with uneasy yapping. What's wrong? Why are you acting easygoing like that, woof? The feudal lord here is a Devil King candidate. The Devil King candidates are brutal and cruel fellows with terrifying power, woof. If someone like that finds us, we will definitely get toyed and killed. Someone like you will die just from getting seen, woof. I see. But, the feudal lord here, was Nath right? The door creaked while opening slightly. Yuto-kun, you're here. As expected, the slightly uneasy face of Nath was peeking from the gap. Kie-in? The mixed-blood devil children instantly hid behind me all at once. What? What's wrong? Nath's eyes blinked in surprise. Those children, could it be? It's fine. That lady is a kind person. There are good people even among the Devil King candidates. The children didn't believe me right away. They were shivering with their hairs standing on end. Sorry, Nath. These children, they ran away here. They are Yuto-kun's illegitimate children. Wrong. I never thought that I would be suspected of such completely unexpected misunderstanding, woof. I see, they met such horrible experience, how pitiful. Nath placed the smallest kid on her lap and caressed her head. The other children were also clinging close on Nath's body. It was like they were sharing their warmth with each other. When Nath entered inside, everyone could only shiver with fear of death, but after that, they quickly realized that Nath wasn't a scary noble. Poran watched that with her mouth hanging open. I'm shocked, woof, to think that there's a noble like this, a Devil King candidate at that. And then she looked at me with a suspecting gaze. I still can't believe that Yuto is a Devil King candidate, woof. I myself can't believe it. Even so, to think that small children like these would meet such harsh experience. Hey Nath. I want to ask you something. Right. I'll bring these children to the orphanage in my territory. I think they will be safe there, and the other Devil King candidates also won't be able to lay their hand on them. As expected from her. You are really kind, Nath. Nath blushed slightly and looked down. Even I am only thinking about myself. You are also thinking enough about other people, aren't you? No. I don't want to be bullied, so that's why I'm trying my best to not get disliked by other people. That's my reason. I don't think that I'm really thinking about other people like Yuto-kun. That was her way of thinking? If it was human, I thought that that way of thinking was human enough though. But it's unknown who will win the Devil King War. Depending on who the new Devil King is, my territory might also get taken away. If that happens, these children will also. I see. If Seigi became the Devil King, she might not forgive Nath who snatched away her praise. In the worst case, Karnak House might get crushed. If that happened, then who knew what would happen to Nath and these children? That's why I've been troubled all this time. About what? Nath made a powerless smile. I know that it's impossible for me to be the next Devil King. Nath, don't say. Nath kept smiling and shook her head. Because there is Stella and Liesel. Someone like me has no chance of winning at all, but my family and my people are hoping for me to win. Their fate is hanging on me. Nath. I realized again how carefree I had been. I understood. Everyone, Liesel Senpai, Miyabi, and even the other Devil King candidates, their cards, they all were shouldering a lot of things. But it only struck home after actually hearing the pained words from the person themselves. Hey, Yuto-kun. What? If Yuto-kun become the Devil King, what kind of world do you want to create? What kind of world? I didn't have the way to think until that far when I had just become a Devil King candidate. I was simply desperate, dealing with what was in front of me. However, I couldn't keep running away from that question forever. That's right. I had found my answer. Not one day in the future, but just now. It was true that I wanted to answer the expectation of Liesel Senpai and others. But it would be like me pushing off my responsibility to other people if that was all. I had to answer what I was going to do, what I wanted to do with my own will and words. It was something that would affect the fate of a lot of people. I was scared to make a mistake. However, not answering would be insincere. If I was mistaken, I could just fix it later. What was the honest thought of the current me about what I thought as right without any lie? I want to create a world where everyone can live in peace and have fun. Nath's blue eyes and the eyes of the small children were staring fixedly on me. I can't make the wish of everyone come true. Even so, I want to make as many hopes as possible come true. And then I want everyone to be able to feel happiness and love from their daily life. I want to make that kind of world. It felt like Nath's eyes were shaken. But you see, Nath. I said that I want to make as many hopes as possible come true, but there are also hopes that I absolutely won't listen to. What's that, Yuto-kun? Taking away life. Taking away freedom. Taking away territory. I absolutely cannot forgive that. The eyes of Nath and also the children moistened. I see, right. I get it, I know what kind of world Yuto-kun is wishing for. Poran looked at me with eyes that were holding back tears. Can you really do something like that? You need to think that it's possible if you want to make it come true. A dream isn't something that other people give to you. Human is really stupid, woof. Poran laughed while her nose was sniffing. I returned a smile at her. At that time Nath's expression changed. She put down the child on her lap and stood up. And then she looked toward the window. Nath? What's the window broke. Flame flew into the hut together with the broken wooden frame and glass. Barricade? Nath immediately deployed a defensive magic and stood in front of the children. I burst into action and leapt outside from the broken window. Outside there was a man with an unsheathed sword that was pointing toward the hut. The magic circle that fired the magic just now was remaining at its tip. He was slightly smaller than me with an energetic atmosphere. Justices, Koshiri Kenji, right? A crafty smile formed on his baby face. By the way, my rank is Prince. Actually, I have been searching all this time for the praise that got away. Sorry, but can you give back our praise? That's out of the question. I formed the magic circuit for attack magic inside my body. I absolutely won't hand those children to you. Koshiri snorted and turned his back toward me before running away. Eh? Silence returned inside the grey forest. What? I thought he wanted to fight, and yet he ran away immediately? Yuto-kun. Nath also leapt out from the hut. Nath. The opponent was Justice's Prince. He ran away immediately though. Nath stared at the direction where the prince vanished into and her complexion changed. Surely, he went to report, the next time, Seigi and her cards will come. I see. If the kid's location was found out, if it was them, they would forcefully step into Nath's territory. Let's chase him. Nath. Yes. Nath took out a card from her pocket. That was the Arcana of Chariot. It had the picture of two Sphinx pulling an ancient chariot. Top Runner. A complicated magic formula created the same chariot like what was drawn on the Arcana. It had a beautiful frame that was protected by tough armor, and thorny wheels that would scatter everything. Black and white sphinxes that were wearing masks were pulling it. The chariot was equipped with majesty and splendor that was truly fit to be a king's vehicle. The children were staring at it with their mouth hanging open. Get on, everyone. Yuto-kun too. It would be dangerous to bring along the children, but it would be far riskier to leave them here. Yosh. Let's hurry, everyone. Everyone, hold on tight. Nath whipped the sphinxes. And then the two sphinxes let out a heavy roar before breaking into a dash. Kya-ah-ah-ah-an? Porin and the other children screamed from that acceleration and speed. Amazing woof, to the front. Trees were growing thickly at the front. However, Nath's chariot charged straight. I can't be stopped, no matter what stands in my way. Nath's eyes were blazing fierily. A smile formed on her lips. She changed when holding a rein. However, it was reassuring. The trees that were blocking the way were pulverized. Ooh? The children and even me were wide-eyed in astonishment. The chariot advanced without any regard for the forest. Branches snapped and trunks mowed. The chariot dashed with a fierce speed through the forest in a straight line as though it was laying a path in this trackless forest. Nath with the rein in her hands continued to stare at a single point far away. Ahead from here is Sanao House's territory. It will be hard to lay our hand on him if he escapes to there. I'll absolutely catch him before he gets out from my territory. Is he going this way? Perhaps. Suddenly the sight ahead cleared up. It seemed we had come out to a mountain trail. The width was narrow, but it was a path that was connecting to somewhere. He is surely passing through this road. Yes. The sphinxes have also found footprints. We're flying. The color of Nath's eyes changed. And then she whipped the sphinxes once more. Even more acceleration. The scenery passed us by like the wind. And then the silhouette of someone running entered our sight at the path ahead. There. That back, it was undoubtedly Koshiri. However, he was fast. He was most likely using stride, but his speed was dramatically faster than me. The forest at the left and right was cut off. There was a grassland spreading. A river was flowing ahead of it. Across that river is Sanao territory. The river was shallow and wide. Koshiri was already entering the river and continued running with water splashing behind him. Yuto-kun, please. Nath looked at me desperately. I pointed my hand and formed a lightning-type magic circle. Oh lightning, run through the sky and shot down that guy. Thunderio. Explosive lightning hammer. The lightning fell on the river and ran inside the water. The electric arm caught up to Koshiri instantly and entwined around him. Ga? Gya ah 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 ah. Koshiri's legs stopped and his whole body convulsed. Ga. White smoke rose from his whole body and he swayed unsteadily. And then he fell into the river with a splash. Something like black liquid welled up from inside the river and dragged that body down. Nath pulled on the rein to change the direction of the sphinxes to spin around. The chariot ran parallel right beside the river and stopped. We made it in time somehow. The chariot stopped in front of the river. Yep. Thank you, Yuto-kun. I should be the one thanking you, Nath. Then Nath's imposing atmosphere vanished without a trace, and she looked down while her fingers fidgeted with each other. Porin stared fixedly at me. You are really a Devil King candidate, woof. Yeah, more or less. Frustrating, woof. Frustrating, what about? Porin bit her lips. Even human can become this strong, and yet, Porin is. I see, she was concerned that she couldn't protect her comrades with her own strength. You are still little. When you grow big, you might become strong, you know. However, Porin's shoulders dropped in dejection. That's no good, woof. Mixed blood devil can't produce a strength that surpasses the monster they were fused with. To become strong, I'll need to take in the blood of even more monster, woof. Nath made a worried face.
That's dangerous, okay?
I think it'll be better if you don't do that. I know, woof. Porin also had friends who became a sacrifice from that woof. Sacrifice? When Porin was younger than now, a noble came to the village and gathered volunteers, asking them if they want to become stronger by assimilating another monster woof. Several of my friends were taken away by that noble woof. Isn't that experiment? Nath gasped and covered her mouth. However, Porin didn't seem to notice. She continued with her story. Among them, there was also Onyai-chan that Porin loved, woof. He wasn't my actual brother, but he was strong and kind. All the children in the village liked him, woof. Porin's tail naturally swayed left and right. He would help if someone gets bullied, he would treat anyone who gets wounded, he would share his food if someone was hungry, he really helped everyone. Porin looked up to him, woof. And what happened to him? Porin heard he died, woof. I see. Nath also looked down sorrowfully. Say, Porin, I think everyone each have their own role. Question mark. Leave the fighting to Nath and me. You take care of your small friends. But even that is an important battle. Porin didn't look like she was convinced, but she looked at her small friends and nodded reluctantly. Then a voice that I had wanted to hear all this time called to me. Yuto. You are at this kind of place. The silhouette that came out from inside the forest waved her hand. Liesel-senpai. Miyabi and Reina too. Miyabi and Reina also showed up after Liesel-senpai and they ran this way. Geez, we were looking for you all over. Wait, why is Nath here? There are also a lot of small mixed blood devils. How cute, desu. I talked to senpai about everything that happened. After that, all of us crossed the mountain together and returned to the beach. Nath had a special compass and she showed us the way. It seemed that the compass could show the right way. Entering the mountain without this is a suicide. Nath scolded Liesel-senpai with a faltering voice. Why, you're right, I'm sorry. Senpai apologized honestly. It was really a rare sight seeing senpai getting scolded. The children would be put in the cottage until the preparation to move them to the orphanage was finished. Seigi and her cards also shouldn't know that we were sheltering the kids here. They had come here just the other day, so it was hard to think that they would come here one more time to investigate. Furthermore, The headmaster was also present last time to arbitrate. There was no more problem with this. But, with the children here, it became problematic for us to do our special training. In various senses. When I considered what to do, Liesel-senpai looked like she got an idea and spoke. Let's change the location of the training camp. Miyabi, Reina, and me looked at each other's face. Where are we going next? Liesel-senpai folded her arms and smiled with a spirited expression. That's a secret. Of course it is. Where were we going to get taken this time? Expectation and anxiety whirled inside our hearts. Chapter 4. The Sisters' Bond. At a shopping district of the human world. Neon lamps were shining brightly. A lot of humans came here like insects being attracted by the lights. A woman was walking amidst that crowd. She had a beautiful blonde hair and healthy skin that was slightly tanned. Her style looked exactly like someone at the poolside or at a resort. Her attire was really fitting for the summer, but it was too provocative for walking in a shopping district in the middle of the city. Ooh, you got a really nice style. And you're cute. Some frivolous men would call at her each time she walked for 50 meters. However, she had a business. She ignored them all and continued walking. However, the brown-haired man who called at her next was persistent. Oi, don't just ignore me like that. His irritated voice was slightly mixed with a threatening tone. He walked around to stand in front of the woman and blocked her way. The woman smirked. Oh, you will get burned if you get too close, you know? Ha. What's that? That's really a cliched line. The man's body caught fire in the next moment. He desperately took off his burning clothes and rolled around on the ground. His dyed brown hair also caught fire and he tried to extinguish it with his hands scratching at his head. However, the fire didn't vanish and scorched his hands. Someone. Save me. He ran around haphazardly. The people around him screamed and ran around in panic. The blonde woman jauntily through the street that was turned into such pandemonium and turned the corner. And then her figure vanished in a corner of a construction site. It was an empty lot that was opened wide right in the middle of the shopping district. The small shop that was previously here was flattened to be redeveloped. This place was the only dark spot like the sea depth in the middle of the sea of dazzling neon. The woman entered inside and spoke. Sorry that I'm Lati. You won't believe just how annoying those men were Geez. The red-haired man who was waiting in the darkness smiled thinly. Yeah, Sansa. Everyone is here with this. Jadogahama looked around inside the darkness. 5 Devil King candidates had gathered around Lost. Sun, Sansa Summers. Strength, Sanao Rikimaru. Justice, Sanao Seigi. Hanged Man, Hayashin Yotaka. Wheel of Fortune, Shimokatsuma Rin. Lost nodded in satisfaction. Now then, we are the strongest group in this Devil King war with this much combat strength at our side. I'm thinking to eliminate the nuisances with these members for the time being. The real battle will begin after we deal with all of the other Devil King candidates. Any objection? Yes, no objection here. It was only Sansa who replied. However, it seemed the other Devil King candidates also weren't opposing it. It was silence with the meaning that there was no objection. But, there was just one person who differed. Sanao Seigi was making a sharp gaze. So you are telling me to wait for my confrontation with you until that is over? Yep. It's not like I'm going to run away. But before that, it will be better to defeat other candidates, isn't it? Like Triumph, for example. Everyone couldn't deny that. But, Seigi didn't back down even then. There is one more thing that I want to ask. How are we going to deal with the lovers? Lovers? Rikimaru suddenly raised her voice wildly. Even though I had almost gotten him before. Rikimaru-chan of all people, failed to finish him off. Sansa made a slightly surprised face. Eh? Is the lover so strong that he can even trouble Rikimaru? Hayashi Nyotaka immediately cut in. It's not the problem of the Devil King candidate. In reality, Lovers is Himekami Liesel's team. Liesel is their cornerstone, it's against her that we should be on our guard the most. We'll, certainly, even Rikimaru-chan got startled by her arrow. Seigi made a loathing expression at Rikimaru's easygoing tone. Good grief, you disgrace of Sanao House. What did you say, Yi? Even if it's you, Seigi-chan, I'm not going to forgive you for that. Rikimaru took her fighting pose. Seigi also put her hand on her sword's handle in response. So what? I'm already over my limit since a long time ago. I'll sever that neck of yours right now. Yotaka sighed in exasperation. Geez, again. You two just won't get tired doing that. Yeah. You two are sisters, so get along a bit more with each other. You outsiders should just shut up. It's exactly because we are sisters that there are things that I find unforgivable and things that are excessively irritating from her. However, it seemed the arbitration from the other candidates was quite effective. Seigi took off her hand from her sword's handle. And then Seigi let out a sigh to calm down herself before she turned only her gaze toward Lost. Anyway, because of that, how about we crush the lovers first? Yotaka lightly raised her hand as though she had waited for that. That's fine, but I'll be the one who finishes off Liesel. I don't care about anything else. Rikimaru-chan's card also seems to be all love toward Lover's Princess. I'll take her head. The rookie in my place also seems to have a not shallow relationship with Lover's Knight. So how about it? Should we warm up by giving hell to Lovers? Lost looked up to the sky smilingly. Yeah, it's fine, I guess. Someone was staring at such Lost with a smiling face. It was the Wheels of Fortune, Shimokazuma Rin. However, her smile was hiding an anxiety that anyone couldn't notice. Seigi smiled in satisfaction and looked around at everyone. Yosh, it's decided then. They are hiding in the Devil World at Karnak House's territory. I shall contact everyone where we will gather there later on. Seigi left that place first. She crossed the construction site and went outside from the door. This can't be left alone to Seigi-chan. Yush. Rikimaru-chan is also going to prepare a lot. Rikimaru yelled that before she ran out of the door that Seigi left from. A car was parked there. Rikimaru entered into the back seat as though it was only natural. The car started running and it sped up when it got out to the main street. And? What's going on? Jadogahama Lost, that guy cannot be trusted. Seigi, who was sitting at her side, replied with her arms folded. That guy isn't a noble. However, just like there is the precedent with Lovers, even a human can enroll into the Devil King Academy. There is no doubt that he isn't enrolling into the Devil King Academy simply because of dislike, but because there is a reason why he can't do so. And, you have understood about that reason too, right? Rikimaru spoke with a stupid expression as though she had seen through Seigi. Seigi made a slightly surprised face before she pressed her lips together in a frown. I hate that side of yours, Nei-sama. Rikimaru-chan, love that side of yours, Seigi-chan. Seigi's cheeks reddened and she huffed. Anyway, this is a piece of information that is still not known by anybody. So I want Nei-sama to also be really careful so that it won't slip out from your mouth. Rikimaru strongly nodded in agreement. The Death Devil King candidate isn't in this world anymore. The house of Count Golgotha was the house that had inherited the Death Arcana until now. They are an eccentric family that lives in a remote region without any interaction with other houses, but it's like the whole family has vanished altogether. Vanished? I still haven't found any proof, but they must have been killed in all likelihood. Then, you're saying that the Devil King candidate is already killed? Seigi didn't answer that question and continued. Most likely the one who became the Death Devil King candidate was the heir of Golgotha House, Moros Golgotha. But Moros never came to the academy anymore since the new school term. Something is suspicious. Yeah. However, if he has really died, his death arcana should leave him and return to the Devil World's Administration Bureau. Naturally, the Bureau and the headmaster would notice that. But there isn't any sign of that. In other words, the Death Devil King candidate is alive. The stupid smile vanished from Rikamaru's face and a wrinkle formed between her forehead. Is Lost's true identity Moros? I tried searching the Academy's documents, but he is clearly not Moros. The headmaster appeared in the Devil World speech the other day, right? Most likely the headmaster also came to check who is the Death Devil King candidate. And what is his true identity in the end? I don't know. Lost isn't Moros. However, the Administration Bureau of the Devil King War hasn't disqualified death, and the Arcana also hasn't returned. So the only possibility is that the Death Devil King candidate is alive. Besides, the headmaster didn't make any problem with Lost last time. That means Lost has an official qualification as Devil King candidate. I'm lost. If he is a complete outsider, then why does he have Death Arcana? Why he has the qualification as Devil King candidate? It's completely incomprehensible. That's why that guy cannot be trusted. Rikamaru stared absent-mindedly at the flowing night scenery outside the window. Rikamaru-chan doesn't trust anyone from the start. Seigi was also staring at the night scenery on the opposite side of Rikamaru. Except Seigi-chan, that is. Nay summer. Seigi reflexively turned toward Rikamaru. There a grin was waiting for her. I can see Seigi-chan's happy face after so long. Seigi's face blushed bright red in the blink of an eye. This is why I hate Nay summer. She averted her face prickily. It's fine, isn't it? We are alone here. It's because Nay summer always acts intimately with me even when in front of other people. Thanks to that I'm always pressed with the need to act severely even more than necessary. I'm worried whether everyone has actually noticed. Seigi-chan always make me want to dote on you unconsciously. Seigi leaned forward with a serious face. Listen, Nay summer. We are making others think that we are on bad terms with each other. Even our cards are included. We need to deceive everyone outside of our family. That will become our trump card at the critical moment. Wait, are you listening? Nay summer. Rikamaru was staring joyfully at her little sister who was seriously giving her a lecture. Then, what are we going to do? Are we going with our original plan of dealing with Lost with everyone else after defeating Triumph? Let's deal with the lovers, Morioka Yuto, before that. Why? Because he is the only one who Jiaodugahama Lost is fixated with. There is no doubt that guy knows something. What is the relationship between Morioka Yuto and Lost, and then who is Lost? We're going to beat him half to death and make him spit out Lost's secret. I see. I get it. Rikamaru grinned. Both of us will absolutely be the last two standing. And then no matter who wins, a member of Sanao House will be the next Devil King. We will rule the world. Having someone who can be trusted among other Devil King candidates, it's the strongest weapon that no other candidates have. Yeah. I swear to make Nay summer win. Rikamaru frowned and peered at Seigi's face. See here, Seigi-chan. I'm fine with having a serious fight between us at the end, you know. However, Seigi shook her head. Our objective is for Sanao House to rule the Devil King. Then it will be better for Nay summer to stand at the top for that. I'm more suited to acting as Nay summer's support. A splendid devil should prioritize themselves the foremost, you know. We are twins. We are one and the same. Nay summer's victory is my victory. Rikamaru chuckled ticklishly. That's true. Besides, I'm not suited to shoulder an excessively heavy responsibility like that. I'll be able to display my capability without being weighed down by such responsibility. But, I'm going to trouble Seigi-chan a lot, you know. Nei-sama can use me as you please. I'm always following justice since the past. For me, Nei-sama is justice. Rikimaru narrowed her eyes and smiled. I see. After all, strength is justice, huh? We entered the early August. The summer vacation had also reached halfway. Right after the declaration of changing the training camp location. However, let's return to the human world for a bit and rest. Liesel-senpai informed us like that. But, is it all right? There is no time to waste by relaxing. You have worked hard for 2 weeks. Rest is also necessary in order to overcome the second half of the training. There is also a resort here, but you will be able to relax more in your own home, right? Besides, Okawa-sama and Oto-sama must also feel worried for you, Yuto. To be honest, it felt really pleasant for me during the training camp, so my stress wasn't accumulating that much. However, seeing Reina's eyes brightening when hearing about Ka-san and Tu-san, I couldn't just ignore it as her big brother. Perhaps she was feeling homesick. Nath timidly raised her hand. Will everyone want to spend the holiday in secret, right? Then staying here will be. That's exactly why. Our location here is already found out. That's why we will reset the situation for the moment. We also can't trouble Nath any more than this. Liesel-senpai smiled to reassure Nath, but for some reason, Nath looked disappointed. And so, we returned home for the moment. My. Welcome home. Reina-chan. We're back Desu. Mama. And then they hugged passionately at the front door. It was a warming scene. You can too, you've worked hard. You must be tired. Anyway, come inside first. There is also cold watermelon right now. Yeah, I missed a watermelon that won't fly and slam at you. Huh? Ka-san tilted her head in puzzlement. I smiled wryly at her and climbed the stair to my room. I thought I wasn't tired, but fatigue suddenly assaulted me now that I was back home like this. As I thought I was really tense, I just didn't notice it. The fatigue had been accumulating steadily inside me. I felt strangely astonished that I could let loose like this after returning home. After that, Tu-san insistently grilled me with questions like there was really nothing that happened, right? You didn't do anything coarse to the daughters of Himekami-sama and Yugao-sama, right? Of course, I answered that we only had a pure relationship as senior and junior, and as fellow classmates. The circumstances may justify a lie. This too was because of my consideration for Tu-san's mental state. Forgive me. I entered the bath of my own home after so long, and then ate Ka-san's homemade dinner. As I thought, this felt really nice. I keenly realized that. You can. Come to think of it, a friend of yours came to play while you were gone. Friend? Yes. A spite-kun. A spite-kun? And? I asked him to come inside and heard a lot from him. I'm relieved that Yukun has a male friend. But, he is a really shy kid, isn't he? Shy. And, what did a spite came here for? He ate ice cream and went home after that. Ice cream? Was it really the Aspite who I knew? Don't tell me he also had a twin brother like Rikimaru and Seigi. Ka-san's evaluation of him, he is curt but he is a shy and good kid, was giving even more credence to my twin brother theory. What in the world did that guy come here for? Well, I was going to take a break at home for 1 week. Let's try calling him later. And then I'd continue with the second half of the training camp after this break. Where were we going to next? I felt anxious but also anticipating it. At night, when I laid down on my own bed after so long, I fell asleep instantly. I spent my time slovenly at home for a while after returning home. However, today Sunday, there was a summer festival at the nearby shrine. And then a firework event would be held at night inside the city. This was a yearly custom, so I wanted to go watch it together with Reina. However, I also considered the possibility of another Devil King candidate's attack. When I consulted Senpai, so this is the local festival at Yuto's place. We decided to visit the festival and then the fireworks show right after that with all the lovers members. Liesel Senpai was curiously watching the stands that were lined up along the shrine's path. She was wearing a blue yukata with a wisteria pattern. It really suited the mature Liesel Senpai and gave off a graceful, sexy feeling. The yukata also looked really expensive. This is also my first time. This sparkle and YY atmosphere are really fun. I can also wear yukata, so nicey. Miyabi said that while wearing a showy yukata with pink and purple hydrangeas drawn on it. This is Reina's first time wearing a yukata, it's really joyous desu. The one who said that was of course my little sister Reina. Actually, yesterday when I said to Ka-san that we would go to the summer festival. Foo, I thought that this might also happen. Her hands energetically spread out the adorable yukata with white base color and the pattern of morning glory. Reina was wearing it right now. My little sis was greatly excited about wearing a yukata for the first time. It feels like Reina is becoming a main character of a period drama. My heart is pounding desu. It's like Reina has become Mifune Toshiro or Chiba Shinichi. It feels like becoming a master swordsman desu. I didn't get what my little sister was fixated with. I could only pray that she wasn't wearing a loincloth as underwear. By the way, I was also wearing a deep blue yukata with a vertical striped pattern. I thought that it would be bad if the other Devil King candidates attacked while I was dressed like this, but originally, it's forbidden to involve unrelated people in the Devil King War. It wasn't an absolute rule, but rarely anyone tried anything in the middle of a packed crowd like this. And so even though he was still on his guard, he could fully enjoy the summer festival and firework event. Anyway, let's have fun. I wonder what is that? Senpai was uncharacteristically in high spirits. She was pointing at a target practice stand. Her expression looked appropriate for her age of 17. Usually, she was always showing concern for us and looked after us a lot. She was the real leader of lovers and the advisor. In addition, she was also our main force. I was really in her debt. But, how was she able to do something like that? When I had just met Senpai, she said that she hated a world where everything was decided by the will of just a single devil. That was why she wanted me to be a devil king who ruled with love. But, was that all? The candidacy that originally should belong to her was taken away by a human of all people. And yet how could she labor so devotedly like this despite that? I did it, Yuto. I obtained this kind of prize. Senpai said that and showed me the bag that was filled with the present from the shooting stand. The gap of her smile right now with her usual smile made her look childish. Suddenly the scene that I saw when I lost consciousness in the devil world came back. The outrageously beautiful girl, Zine. Who was she? And then I also a child Liesel Senpai who I should have never seen before. Why did I see that kind of dream? Yuto? As expected from Senpai. How should I say it? It's like Senpai is a shooter of magic bullets. What's wrong? No, nothing. It wasn't really nothing, but I didn't know who I should describe this hazy feeling myself. No, it's really nothing big but, Senpai, before this. It was at that timing something jumped on my back. What? Yuto. It's Yuto woof. There was that barking voice along with the sensation of something grazing my neck while the person's head was rubbing on my back. This is Porin. Why are you here? I couldn't see the person clearly because she was clinging onto my back, but it seemed she was wearing a proper dress instead of the ragged clothes from before. Nath Summer brought me here woof. Gee, good evening. Nath hesitantly stepped forward. She wasn't wearing a yukata but her usual uniform. I went to your house, but I heard that everyone is going to the festival. So we missed each other, huh? My bad. Nath waved her hands to left and right in panic. No. Sorry that I suddenly came without even calling beforehand. Poran said that she wants to meet you so. I see. But, why are you in the human world? I asked Nath while still carrying Poran on my back. Yes, staying alone at the other side is a little bit, besides, I also want to show all the children this world at least once, but it'll be difficult to bring everyone all at once, so it's only Poran this time. The human world is also more amazing than I thought. Woof. They're quite something even though they're just human. Woof. Poran piggybacked on my back like it was only natural while being in really high spirits. Certainly, she would be able to understand what kind of creature human was by seeing it with her own eyes and experiencing it fully with her own skin like this. Then, how about Nath also come with us to look around the festival? Is that all right? Of course. You too, Poran, get down already from there. But, Yuto's back feels comfortable. Woof. Poran was reluctant, but Nath tore her off from me without allowing any argument. She told her firmly keep the spoiled act in moderation. It seemed that she was properly acting as her guardian. After that, I looked around the stands with everyone. Some people noticed Poran's tail and ears and it was really hard to gloss it over. She also tried to scoop goldfish using her hands. There were such troubles, but it was really fun. Miyabi and Reina were enjoying festival foods like cotton candy or candy-coated fruit. Though the way they ate chocolate banana was a bit, Yuto, is that Bon festival dance? A Yagura, high wooden stage, was set up at the open space slightly ahead from here. People were forming a circle around it and danced. Is this Miyabi's first time seeing that? Yep, let's dance. Reina too. Reina want to try desu. Then, let's try dancing. It has been a long time for me too. Bon festival dance. The last time I did it was at elementary school. It was a bit embarrassing but, well, it was fine I guess if everyone was with me. It felt like this would also become a good memory of summer vacation. And so, Miyabi, Reina, Poran, Nath, me, and Liesel Senpai lined up in that order to dance the Bon festival dance after a super long time. I had forgotten the way to dance, and naturally, everyone also didn't know how. We watched the dance of the other aunties and uncles and imitated them. However, it wasn't a difficult dance, so everyone became able to dance very well right away. And then, we naturally gathered attention without even trying because of the beautiful girls at my back and front. The ladies who joined the dance at the last moment. Please come on to the stage. The festival's executive committee member who was standing under a tent was stirring up the situation like that using a mic. The Yagura's surroundings had a platform that was higher than the rest. A circle of the dance could also be formed there. Yush! Let's heat up this festival even more with our dance. Let's go, everyone. Miyabi pulled Reina's hand and then Poran followed behind them with a skip in her steps. And then Nath also followed totteringly in embarrassment. When I was about to follow them too. Yuto, can you come with me for a bit? Liesel Senpai softly pulled my sleeve and left from the dance circle. What's the matter, Senpai? However, Senpai kept quiet while pulling my hand. We turned the corner and entered a small path without any lighting. There were tall thickets at both sides of the path and the place was dark. However, the shrine path that was passed by a lot of people was just a stone throw away. It sounded like there were lively voices passing by right nearby. Senpai brought us to be hidden from view behind the trunk of a thick tree and looked up at me. Her eyes looked like they were lit with an indecent glint. Yuto, let's do healing lovers here. Eh? Liesel Senpai raised her index finger and put it on her lips. Shh, it'll be bad if we are found out. Then, why in this kind of place? I have researched a lot after returning back here. I watched various things that are aimed for males to research what kind of things can stimulate men to excite them. No, I was already excited just from hearing that Liesel Senpai was watching that kind of thing alone. First is the yukata. It seems that this kind of outfit that is different from usual is good. Apparently, swimsuit is also popular, but I have worn that all the time at the beach. Certainly, Senpai's figure in yukata is wonderful. Fufu, thank you. Putting that aside. Senpai brushed aside the hair that was hanging on her shoulder and I caught a glimpse of her white nape. The slender neck and white skin that peeked out from between the black hair and yukata were indescribably captivating. It seems that the fear from the possibility of getting found out by other people will make the heart pound from tension and fear and excite man even more. There is also the feeling of embarrassment. The perverted feel was lessening when it was explained logically like that. It was like looking at someone investigating something for a scholarly pursuit. Senpai wasn't doing an embarrassing thing, but something noble instead, though that was just my imagination. Even so, I keenly thought that Liesel Senpai was really serious even for perverted things like this. I understand. And, what should I do? That's. Senpai's mouth opened, but then as expected she realized it was embarrassing and averted her gaze. She put her hand over her mouth and whispered resolutely. You can, do as you like, Yuto. Certainly, this wasn't something to ask from a woman. No, perhaps this was actually good to instigate the embarrassment like this? Anyway, I had to answer Senpai's expectations. As a junior. Also, I want to become a man who could answer a woman's expectation. Senpai and I stared at each other. Liesel Senpai's cheeks were already reddening faintly. Her upward gaze was searching for something. Her lips were slightly opened with desire. I suddenly desired her soft-looking lips. I didn't know what Senpai wanted from me. But I couldn't just do nothing. Then, I'd do what I wanted to do. First was. I glanced briefly at the lively shrine path at the other side of the tree trunk, and then I brought my face closer to Senpai. My lips approached. Senpai's face looked prettier than usual when I looked from this close. Her skin that seemed to be transparent. Her nicely shaped eyebrows. Her eyes that were decorated with long eyelashes, her blue pupils that were like gems. As our distance shrank, Senpai's eyelids were also narrowing and then her eyes closed in the end. And then I kissed with Senpai. Our lips only touched when sealing the contract, but this time. I tried thrusting in my tongue resolutely. Then Senpai obediently accepted me. In addition, her tongue also proactively entwined around mine. Our tongues fiercely dueled with each other, as though they had been waiting for this, as though they couldn't wait any longer. I didn't know how long we were doing that. It felt like it would continue for eternity. I want to do this forever. But, there were still other things that I wanted to do. Our lips separated and Senpai's eyelids opened. It was glistening more than before we kissed. Her eyes were shining. Yuto. Senpai's hands touched my chest. I also wanted to touch Senpai's body more. I put my hands around her back. It was then, I heard footsteps turning the corner from the shrine path and heading here. Sue. Senpai faced down and buried her head on my chest to hide her face. I tightly hugged her in order to protect her from other people's gaze. The footsteps were passing by beside us. I felt a gaze on us, but I couldn't turn my head at all. I patiently waited until the footsteps were getting farther. My heart was really pounding. Senpai softly whispered after we couldn't hear the footsteps anymore. Yes. Somehow the nervousness was immense. But, it's a bit fun, like we are doing something bad. Senpai said that and showed a small smile. Then, let's do something even worse. Fufu, I agree. Senpai loosened her collar nonchalantly. My hands followed the invitation and touched Senpai's voluptuous breast. Heart. A sweet sigh leaked out from Senpai's lips just from that. Yukata's fabric was thin, so I could even feel the texture of the bra underneath. I could also feel the bra's shape with my hand. When I put some strength into my hand, My palm felt an elasticity that couldn't be felt from anything else. N-H-A-R. Senpai's moan was gradually getting bigger. Senpai, someone else will hear. Sue. Senpai hurriedly bit her lip and covered her mouth with her hand. I grasped Senpai's butt with both hands and strongly pulled her closer. As I thought, it's because of this situation? Yes, besides, I was unable to meet Yuto all this time, since we returned here. Senpai's slender fingers touched between my legs. Senpai, Senpai's counterattack finally began. She lovingly caressed around. I had you embraced me frequently for healing lovers during the training camp, correct? Perhaps that's why, right now, my body will feel painful already just from being apart for a bit. That confession had a destructive power that was more tremendous than any characteristic magic. My throat made a gulping sound. To think that such words came out from the usually elegant and reserved senpai, there was no way I wouldn't get excited. Senpai's face that was staring at me was changing from the face of an elegant noble daughter to an indecent expression that was melting in pleasure. It was you, Yuto, who turned my body like this. Take responsibility.
Okay, heart.
I couldn't hold back anymore after being told such a thing. Things like where we were right now, or what if other people saw us, didn't matter anymore to me. I wanted to throw my reason to the wind and entered a world where there were only Senpai and me. I rolled up the bottom of Senpai's yukata and exposed her butts, then I began massaging them directly on her skin. How can it feels so good. I caressed Senpai's body all over. The desire to violate her whole skin was driving me. I opened the front of her yukata and my hand crawled on her white and soft thigh, and then the small black underwear above it. Another footsteps approached at that timing. I tried to get away from Senpai immediately. However, Senpai's yukata was loose on the collar and the bottom was also opened that her underwear became exposed. Her slovenly appearance was lascivious. I couldn't this appearance of Senpai to other people. I hugged Senpai once more to hide her figure. A pair of women passed beside us. I could hear whispers that, look, hey, could it be? No way, at this kind of place from them. I couldn't see Senpai's face, but I could clearly see how her ear was turning bright red. I turned around when the footsteps vanished. I confirmed that there was nobody around and slightly let go of Senpai's body in my arms. We were completely exposed. Yes. But, strangely, my feelings surged up. It was the same with me. It was embarrassing, but, I think, somewhere inside, I want to show off that I'm doing something like this with Yuto. She said something delightful like that again. Perhaps, those women just now are peeking at us right now. Senpai's spine shivered when I whispered that into her ear. Yes, this is for increasing Yuto's mana capacity's limit. It can't be helped. That already sounded like nothing but an excuse. An obscene light dwelled in Senpai's eyes. It was as though she wasn't just a devil, she had also transformed into a succubus. Mana capacity's upper limit has increased to 90,000. Arcana told me of the increase in my mana capacity at that timing. Senpai, it's just a bit more until the 100,000 mark. Yes, let's do our best. If it's Yuto, I don't mind whatever you do to me. Let's go as far as. You two are in this kind of place, woof? Poran was beside our feet. You are. Kya. I let go of Senpai in panic and stood in front of Poran to hide her. Senpai turned around to fix the front of her yukata. Poran. Why are you here? Don't ask me that, woof. Everyone is looking for you too because you two vanished even though the firework event is going to start after this, woof. I see, my bad. When I glanced behind me, Senpai nodded with an awkward face. Yosh, then let's return to where everyone is. Poran, show us the way. Leave it to me, woof. Poran can smell everyone's scent even if we get separated, woof. We followed behind Poran toward the shrine path. Senpai nonchalantly held my hand while walking. Senpai? Just, for a bit. It made me wanted to return to behind that tree again if she spoke cutely like that. I held Senpai's hand back. After that, we moved to a dry riverbed with few people around to watch the fireworks. Even so, the venue of the firework event wasn't at the riverbed but at a racetrack some distance away from here. It would be more impactful to watch from nearby, but a great number of people did that last year. It was impossible to approach there without much resolve. And so we elected to watch from the riverbed that was near my home. It seemed there were also some people who had the same plan. People were gathering on a nearby bridge to watch the fireworks. Perhaps it would be easier to watch from on the bridge, but we also had Poran with us, so a place with fewer people was better. She was really standing out in the festival. Well, most people only thought that she was cosplaying. Woof. Woof. Besides, it seemed that Poran was also pleased with the riverbed. She was running around on the lawn. It must be fun for her to be able to run around as she pleased. The way she ran on the grass with her ears and tail stood up like that. I wonder why. This feeling of déjà vu. It felt like I had seen it before. Where? Here. The figure of Poran running around. That was impossible. But I could gradually see more clearly. Was this a false memory? Was it déjà vu? Surely that was the case, no doubt about it. Because it was impossible. How could I run around together with her under the blue sky? And then, there was the figure of one more person that was connected with the string of memory. A girl with mature beauty even though she was only as tall as a kindergartner. It'll be the time soon. That girl talked to me. Her figure had turned into an adult before I realized it. Liesel Senpai. What? Had I ever met Senpai here in the past? Liesel Senpai's expression froze. Yuto? You. A loud sound reverberated at that time. A large flower bloomed at the night sky. A bright light was spreading in red and blue color. The glittering light was raining down. Yuto, I. The firework illuminated the sky once more. The nearby bridge became a black silhouette that rose to the surface. The figures of many people that should be there were gone. In exchange, there was a figure standing on the railing. But that black silhouette was clearly not a spectator. I already send the nuisances to go away. Now is the showtime of Rikimaru-chan. The strength, Sanao Rikimaru? Now lovers, Morioka Yuto. I'll have you accompany Rikimaru-chan. Though I'll break 2 or 3 of your limbs first before that. Liesel Senpai immediately reacted. Enemy attack. Take care of Poran, Nath. Got it. Nath broke into a fierce dash and lifted up Poran, who was paralyzed with fear. And then without stopping she moved to escape. However. Wait a second. That kid is the prey that got away from me before this, isn't it? A tall and lean man, the ace of justice, Hakamaki Tugu, stood on the way. Appearing behind him was the girl who looked really similar to Rikimaru. To find her in this kind of place, so you are the one sheltering her chariot, Nath Karnak. Justice, Sanao Seigi. Nath hugged Poran and glared back at her. Seigi sent a piercing glare at Nath. Was it also you who killed Koshiri? What, if I am? That is an act that goes against my will. That means, you are evil. I can't possibly overlook you. After all, I'm justice. Seigi drew out her sword. Reina shall help Desu. Reina also took out her sword ponchon from her pocket dimension and took a stance towards Seigi. Oops, your opponent is this me. Hakamaki also unsheathed his sword and approached while holding his sword loosely at his side. Oi, rookie. Don't get involved this time. Nahondu Sordia was standing by at some distance away. Cold sweat trickled down the cheek of Reina, who was staring at Hakamaki. He seems strong, Desu, Desu. Hakamaki placed his sword on his shoulder and grinned. You seem weak though. But devils can't be judged from their appearance. Don't let me down, yeah. As soon as he finished speaking, Hakamaki slashed at Reina. Sparks scattered between the two. And then Hakamaki moved to the side while keeping his sword locked with Reina's. He was naturally leading Reina away from Nath. There was no more nuisance with this. Seigi readied her naked blade while stepping toward Nath. Even so, it's not just lovers, we will also be able to finish off the escaped prey and even the chariot on top of that, Fufu. Good grief, my stupid big sister is truly blessed with luck. An attack came flying from an unexpected direction. It knocked down Seigi's sword. It was an arrow. Himekami Liesel. Liesel was aiming her bow Cupid from some distance away. She was staring at Sanao Seigi. It's unexpected that you visit here together with Rikimaru. Whatever brought that on, I wonder? I simply came across my stupid big sister nearby. It's slightly irritating even for me. Oh, is that so? Senpai said while firing the second arrow nonchalantly. Seigi cut down Liesel Senpai's arrow with a speed that couldn't be followed by the naked eye. Phew. Do you think an arrow of this level can possibly hit me? Seigi smiled coldly. That smile sent a cold shiver on my back. She was able to knock down that attack, as expected from a Devil King candidate. As I felt astonished like that. Nath was already passing through beside Seigi with Porin in her arms. She also passed in front of Sordia, who was further ahead and withdrew from the battlefield. Seigi had taken off her eyes from Nath and Porin in order to knock down Liesel Senpai's arrow. Sordia, why did you let them get away? Sordia replied like a doll at Seigi's scolding. I was told to not get involved. It seemed that girl didn't have any flexibility. Seigi turned her gaze back to Liesel Senpai without hiding her irritation. Well, fine. That kind of animal is nothing more than a side entertainment in the end. More importantly. Seigi pointed the tip of her sword to Senpai. You are the more valuable prey. I wonder, which one of us is the prey here? Stop prattling. Something like bow and arrow is useless in close range. An instantaneous step. Seigi struck with a sharp slash. However, Liesel Senpai calmly dodged the fierce attack with a beautiful agility. And then she astonishingly fired from such close range. Seigi put up a defensive magic, but she was still sent flying until dozens of meters away. You bastard. Yuto, leave Seigi to me. Liesel Senpai left those words behind before heading to Seigi on her own this time. I kept my gaze fixed on Sanao Rikimaru, who was standing imposingly on the bridge's railing while talking to Miyabi beside me. Miyabi, let's take her on with both of us. Ruga. Trying to defeat Rikimaru-chan with just two people, that's super impossible. After all. Rikimaru's figure vanished. Rikimaru's body dropped from the night sky that was decorated with fireworks. Rikimaru-chan is just too powerful after all. Run, Miyabi. Rikimaru's kick exploded the ground like a meteor. An explosive sound as though a firework had exploded on the ground roared. Grass and soil were blasted high in the air. My body almost got blown away by the violent shockwave. Miyabi, are you all right? Yep, I'm fine, but... Miyabi replied hesitantly. When I looked her way, there was one more silhouette there. The figure that was hazy from the dust cloud that Rikimaru caused was bursting with muscles. You goes. Today is the day I surpass you. Strength's queen, Ishawari floor. Miyabi responded with a fed-up face. I'm tired of hearing that line already. Just why are you seeing me as your rival so much like that? Because, you're just right for me as a close-by target. I need an opponent that I can beat easily. That way will give me more motivation and it also leaves me in good mood. You're a real nuisance. Don't try to assert your dominance as you please like that. Miyabi clenched her fists and took a fighting stance. With this, it would be difficult for me to count on Miyabi's support. Miyabi, take care of her. Why, yep. But, are you gonna be fine, Yuto? Yeah, no worries. Although I said that, this was an opponent that I was helpless against before this. What should I do in the end? Rikimaru was having a wide smile that didn't look like someone who was going to be in a battle to death after this. That was just how confident she was. There wasn't any factor that would make her lose against me. Her expression was filled with such conviction. Oi, Morioka Yuto. I thought she would immediately come punching. Instead, she put her hands on her waist and talked haughtily at me. What is your relationship with the Death Devil King candidate? What? That man, he looks like he is covering for you no matter how I look at it. Is he your friend? He is, covering for me? I don't know what you mean at all. I didn't know at all whether he was really covering for me, but I had a doubt. Why did that guy intentionally came to meet me? Besides, he said that both of us were rebels of the Devil King Academy. I understood what he wanted to say, but why did that guy bring that up at our first meeting with each other? Of course, there was a possibility that he was trying to trick me. However, Rikimaru, you are, unexpectedly not an idiot, huh? Rikimaru's lips loosened into a grin. Ha 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 ha, Rikimaru-chan isn't an idiot, you know. Anyway, I'll break 2 or 3 of your limbs before making you spit out everything, so look forward to it. Sorry, but I'll beg off from that. I activated the magic formula that I had been secretly constructing. Thundergia. Thunder God Reiju. It was the advanced magic of lightning type. A lighting monster came out from the magic circle that materialized in front of me. It was a shining beast with the appearance of a tiger. However, it didn't have a physical body. It was a magic beast that was made from a lightning attack. It emitted electricity from its whole body, and fierce crackling that sounded like a growl resounded from it. No matter how fast Rikimaru's movement was, she wouldn't be able to keep up with it. This magic would chase after the prey and finished it with lightning speed. Even though you can punch back flame, you won't be able to do that with this one. Ha ha ha, lightning beast ha. Rikimaru-chan was also planning to hunt down one. Thundergia assaulted Rikimaru. Ha. Rikimaru clenched her fist. Don't tell me, she was planning to punch even lightning attack with her fist's pressure? Ha. She punched the ground with her fist. The ground cracked and the ground rose up to become a shield from the impact. Thundergia got dispersed by the ground wall. The grasses were instantly scorched and the soil smoked from the high heat. However, the majority of the electric energy was flowing into the ground. Rikimaru jumped back and landed in the river. She was submerged until her knees, and then she launched an uppercut that scooped the water. What? The river's water rose to the air as though it was sucked up by something. A great amount of water rained down on Thundergia and scattered the lightning energy. And then Thundergia's form vanished immediately. Coo. Now, what are you going to do next? She held up her fist. It was the stance to swing a big punch. There was a distance of several dozen meters between us. And yet, a violent shockwave assaulted me. Oh? My yukata was torn and my skin was cut. I was sent flying and rolled backward. Still not yet. One more attack came. Rikimaru's fist launched a flame. The intense air friction was causing a combustion phenomenon. The grasses caught fire. That flame was heading toward me. Shit. I rolled to dodge desperately. The spot where I was at just now was dug up and the grasses burst into flames. Damn it, strongest again. I jumped on my feet and tried to attack from my end too. However, that's why I'm saying that you're too slow. Rikimaru was right in front of me. Ha! It was a terrific consecutive blow. It looked like she had multiple fists, Seriously. Ga. Of course, I put up defensive magic. However, it was still painful even then. The barricade was dented and the fist attacked me mercilessly. I vomited blood while rolling on the grass. Yuto? I could hear Liesel Senpai's worried yell. However, even Senpai was fighting the Justice Devil King candidate. I shouldn't wait for her to save me. I'm the one who had to defeat Rikimaru quickly and went to help her. I put all my strength into my legs and stood up. I'm fine over here. Please believe in me. I'll finish this right away and go over there. Yuto. Liesel Senpai bit her lips. All right. I believe in you, Yuto. And then she turned a sharp gaze toward Seigi. Here I come, Seigi. Liesel Senpai instantly moved until the bridge using transit, space transfer. I see, you want to attack me one-sidedly by taking distance. I won't let you. Seigi also used transit to close the distance instantly. However, Liesel Senpai had also teleported to far away. Liesel Senpai. I was concerned, but I had no leeway to worry here. Liesel Senpai would be fine if it was her. I should focus on myself. The enemy before me, Sanao Rikimaru, I had to manage against her somehow. That Rikimaru was laughing with an expression that contained no stress at all for the outcome of this battle. Ahahaha, your reliable card has also gone somewhere else. Now I can ask you about Lost without any nuisance getting in the way. Why are you that fixated on Lost? Rikimaru frowned and looked diagonally above. Because, that guy isn't a normal devil, I guess. Isn't normal? Even though he was low class, he was still a devil. There should be no way that he wasn't normal. And you also aren't normal. Is that why you get along with that guy? I'm the one who wants to ask that question. I fired an explosive type advanced magic. Destruct shear. A fire pillar instantly rose up at the river. The flame blast spread and a hot gust blew. Exclamation mark. I'm telling you, that's pointless. Rikimaru had leapt toward me in the blink of an eye. Shit, my magic didn't work at all against her, just like last time. The unknown magic that was sleeping inside Lover's Arcana. I didn't know what kind of magic it was, but if I could use it. Blows that felt like shotgun shot attacked me. I used defensive magic while also using martial art to somehow avoided lethal damage. My training with Miyabi paid off. However, thanks to firing off advanced magic one after another, my remaining mana was already low. Then, I got no choice. Infinite lovers. Mana was overflowing inside my body. Ooh? What? Your mana is suddenly skyrocketing? Yeah, the main event is starting now. Rikimaru. I activated Maximize, Stride, and Armored simultaneously. If magic didn't work, then I'd also use physical attack. I'd decide this with hand-to-hand fighting. Making use of my training with Miyabi, I used tricky movement while letting out probing punches. Ahahaha. It's completely useless. Rikimaru was easily handling my attacks. And then when she found an opening, she casually thrust her hand forward. Her palm hit my chest. Gah. My rib was screaming. My body was blown backward for several meters while I was still standing. Shit. Even if the mana that Infinite Lovers produced was vast, I got no magic to make use of it. My power was increasing considerably using Maximize. However, it was unable to compete against Strongest. What should I do? The time limit approached while I was at loss like that. It felt like despair was going to envelop me. It was then. Yuto-kun. Something flew out from above the embankment. It was two sphinxes. And then an ancient armored chariot was being pulled by those two. The one holding the rein with the expression of preparedness for death was Nath. Nath's hand reached out from the chariot that was running ferociously. I grabbed that hand and got on the chariot. There was also Poran there hanging on the seat so that she wouldn't get dropped. "Why are you back?" Then Poran looked up at me with a resolved gaze. Nath Summer and Yuto had saved Poran woof. Poran want to return the favor, but Poran can't do anything woof. Poran. That's why, at the very least, Poran don't want to become a hindrance woof. She yelled with a lot of tears gathering in her eyes. Nath, who was holding the rein, chuckled. She threw a tantrum so that I come back no matter what. Nath looked at me with a smile. She said she don't want Yuto-kun to die because of her fault. Poran, you're really... I caressed Poran's head. Poran's eyes narrowed happily. Nath's chariot crossed the embankment and got on the roadway. There wasn't even a single car around for some reason. It seemed a barrier to drive away people was laid out along the river. Because of that, there was no stopping Nath from driving her chariot with a terrific speed. I turned back curiously, but I couldn't see Rikamaru's figure. As expected, she couldn't catch up with this speed. However, we couldn't just run away like this. Nath. Yes, I know. But I have a request before that. Hakamaki Tugu swung down a sharp slash from his tall body. Reina blocked that sword right from the front and deflected it. Hair. So you can block this guy. Your sword is heavy even though you got a small body like that. As I thought, you're quite something, huh? Hakamaki swung around his sword with his large body like the wind. Reina intercepted them all with her sword that was longer than her body. With her small body, it looked like Reina was the one who got swung around by her large sword. However, that was Reina's style. Her strong bond with Ponchin was forming a magnificent coordination between them. Reina displayed a footwork that was like a pro boxer. With a tricky movement, she brought her long sword until near Hakamaki. And then a heavy and sharp slash shot out. Hakamaki blocked it, however, the impact pushed him backward. I see, you're using that fast small body to move a sword with destructive power. But Hakamaki lifted his sword until the height of his eyes and pulled back his arms. His stance looked like he was aiming with a rifle. Let's go, 333. Reina's spine shivered. She put up barricade and took a defensive stance. Hakamaki charged forward. Thrust, and then thirst, and more thrust. 3-stage thrust. And then he stepped forward even more. Reina had somehow blocked the 3 stages thrusts, but the 3 stages thrusts attacked once more just as she had relaxed slightly. No way? Reina's barricade was smashed. However, she could manage somehow from here if she fixed her posture. Just as she thought that. The third 3-stage thrust attacked the defenseless Reina. Her yukata was cut apart and Reina's small body rolled on the grass. So you could endure it until the third one, you're really something, yeah. Hakamaki sheathed his sword in satisfaction. You. Hakamaki called at Reina, who was groaning in pain. Just sleep there. Your Devil King candidate is going to be dealt with by boss Rikimaru soon. You don't need to also go down with him. Reina won't give up, Desu. Reina used both her hands to rise. I like your guts. How about it? Do you want to come to justice? Even your senior disciple is also there. That's. Reina stood up and looked down on herself. She saw her shredded yukata. What's wrong? It's not a bad offer. Unforgivable, Desu. Huh? Hakamaki frowned. Mama made this yukata for Reina, Desu. For Reina, Mama, and yet. Reina's eyes glinted. Killing intent seethed from her whole body. Now this is terrifying, her mana, her killing intent, it's on another level from before. Cold sweat formed on Hakamaki's forehead. But, interesting. Reina held her sword with one hand. She placed her sword on her shoulder and dropped her waist to take a low stance. Here I go. Threes. The ground under Reina's feet exploded. Hakamaki made a start dash. It was to unleash the three's first 3 stages thrusts. However, it was like he had lost the sense of distance in his sight. Reina was already within his attack range. This girl? Reina's speed was faster than Hakamaki. The distance was closed in an instant. Reina rushed forward before the opponent could let out his thrust while swinging down the sword that she shouldered. Crap. He was slashed the moment that thought crossed his mind. Whoa. He was slashed in a straight line from his shoulder downward. Blood spurted out showily. However, it wasn't a lethal wound. It was impossible for him to fight anymore, but he wouldn't die. Shit. He looked up to the small sword master who defeated him. TSK, to think, I'll get killed by an ankle-biter like you. Hakamaki laid down spread-eagled in resolve. Kill me. However, Reina lowered her sword. You tried to save Reina Desu. Huh? That's why, Reina will also save you. See here, you will get killed right away if you say something like that, you know? However, Reina smiled kindly. Mama will scold Reina if Reina killed someone just for damaging a yukata desu. Hakamaki looked up to the kid who defeated him with an exasperated face. It was just too stupid that he didn't have the energy to say anything anymore. At that time, Reina felt a new mana approaching and looked up. A muscular group came from the river terrace. Most likely they were the cards of strength. Reina has a business to take care of. Farewell, farewell. She lifted her sword once more and ran. The blindfolded girl approached Hakamaki, who was left behind alone. Why the hell are you just watching by yourself? Because I was told to not interfere. Well, yeah, I told you that, but still. Should I pursue? Hakamaki looked to the side and stared at the back of Reina, who was fighting the cards of strength. No need. Lend me a hand instead. I'm going home. Sordia quietly helped Hakamaki to stand up. Nath was staring fixedly at me on the parked chariot. Yuto-kun, I want you to make me your card. I was taken aback and stared back at Nath's face reflexively. Nath, becoming my card? I couldn't understand the meaning of that. My head was in chaos. Calm down. Nath was the Chariot Devil King candidate. She was saying that she wanted to become Lover's card. It was a completely unimaginable development. In the first place, was something like that possible? Nath, why are you? I had said it before, hadn't I? It's impossible for me to win the Devil King war, but there is nothing I can do. I can only give up, I thought. But Stella and Liesel contacted me. They said they want to borrow my beach for the summer vacation. Nath looked down slightly. I can only talk with Stella and Liesel at most. That's why I thought that perhaps this is some kind of sign. I thought that perhaps it would be better if I lend my strength to either of them. I never thought that Nath would think like this. Stella and Liesel. I didn't know what to do, but I had a chance to talk about many things with Liesel while living in the same cottage during the training camp. Besides, I was able to observe everyone's strengths. Everyone said that Lovers is the weakest, but it feels like this time is different. Besides, Nath's cheeks slowly reddened. After talking with Yuto-kun, I thought that perhaps my wish can be granted if it's Yuto-kun. Nath. Nath lifted up her face once more and turned her clear gaze toward me. Yuto-kun. I too have to protect Karnak House. I have to protect my territory and people. I don't know what the other Devil King candidates will do after they become the Devil King, but I think if it's Yuto-kun, then I can trust you. That's why, if you will protect everyone's life and freedom, then I want to place my bet on Yuto-kun. Poran also asked that you grant Nath Summer's request. Woof. Poran, who was quietly sitting on the floor, stood up. Her pure eyes were looking up at me in prayer. Nath, Poran. It felt like the weight of these two got added on my shoulders. Nath. Nath's throat gulped. I also realized from this battle, I'm still not strong enough. I'm working hard to become stronger, but I'm still hopeless right now. I might not be able to win in the battle against Rikamaru and Seigi. Yuto-kun. Nath's face clouded in anxiety. That's why, I need you, Nath. Nath's eyes widened. If Nath become my card, I swear I'll win against Rikamaru. I swear I'll also grant your wish without fail. Yuto-kun. Nath's face brightened like a blooming flower. Nath. Lend me your strength. Yes. I placed my hands on Nath's upper arms. Then, the contract ceremony. Yes. I brought my face closer to Nath. Her brown skin was blushing faintly. Her blue eyes glistened from the pooling tears. Looking at her from this close, I noticed for the first time that her eyelashes were this thick and long. Her eyes were closed. I also closed my eyes naturally. My lips touched something soft. A kiss with Nath. Nath opened her lips and proactively extended her tongue. It was a bit surprising, but I also answered her feeling. I welcomed Nath's tongue and entangled it with my tongue to caress the surface. Arcana's voice resounded inside my head. Nath Karnak becomes suit card number 7. Our lips parted and we stared at each other. Strangely, Nath's face looked different. Perhaps it was because we had finished the contract. It felt like the distance between us had become close, as though there was more intimacy, affection between us. Besides, she had been pretty from the start, but she looked even cuter now. 7? Oi, Arcana. Why 7? Nath is a Devil King candidate, you know. The ace or prince spots are still open. There is the wish from the contractor that is used in this case. Nath's wish? When I looked, Nath was putting her hands on her chest in embarrassment. Because, I'll be above Liesel as ace, and something like prince, I'm not someone gallant at all. The chariot is the Devil King's Arcana number 7, that's why. Well, if that was what Nath wanted, then it couldn't be helped. She was humble and reserved like usual. Suddenly Nath rolled up her uniform. Her brown breasts that were wrapped in white bra were exposed. What? Nath? Perhaps because I have become a card, I can sense that Yuto-kun is in pain. It's like in the training camp, isn't it? You used infinite lovers too much, right? Why, yeah, so you know. Because I had watched all the time. All that time, I was jealous. Huh? Nath looked over her shoulder.
Poran, turn around and close your ears, okay?
If it's Nath Summer's request. Poran quickly turned around and pushed down the ears on her head to flatten down. Nath immediately unfastened the hook at the front of her bra. We have to hurry. Nath quickly took off her bra, and her breasts burst out into my sight for the first time. Brown-skinned breasts, and nipples with pale coloring. I was unconsciously captivated by the beauty. However, I immediately returned to my senses. Nath-san? Where in the world the reserved and shy Nath had vanished to?
I'll do healing lovers for you, okay?
But. This is only natural for Yuto-kun's card, right? She said that while grabbing my wrist and leading it to her chest. Heart. Nath's skin pressed perfectly on my palm. It feels good, heart, even though it's just a touch. Amazing, to think, it's this much. That's my line. The springy texture was unique. It gave me an indescribable pleasure. And then I was surprised by the mana that flowed in. It was a thick mana that was heavily condensed. When it flowed into my body, it felt like the mana softly spread to my whole body. This was the first time I felt this. So this was the mana of Devil King candidate. Even though I was only touching her breast, my mana was filled to the brim in the blink of an eye, and even the damage from using infinite lovers was healing. During the training camp, I also wanted to do it, the whole time. Nath confessed with an expression that melted in pleasure. I took my hand off from her breast and embraced her. But, from here on, Nath will also join in. Nath also put her hands around my back. Yes. It was a small embrace. And then we separated from each other. Charging complete. Let's go back to the battlefield, Nath. Yes. Leave it to me. Nath lifted Poran's hands from her ears and told her to lay down on the chariot's floor. Then, let's fly. Nath swung the rein. The sphinxes stood up on their hind legs, then they broke into a dash instantly. Let's launch a surprise attack. Can you do it, Nath? I'll do it. I'll also unleash infinite lovers from here. Mana overflowed from inside my body. That light vanished as though it got sucked into Nath's chariot. What? This you were? Kya? Woof. The chariot unbelievably accelerated like a rocket. Pressure pressed down on my whole body. The acceleration was even more terrific than when a plane took off. WWR. It seemed that Nath was also startled. Her eyes were opened wide. Nath? What's wrong suddenly? I don't know, but this feels like Yuto-kun's infinite lover is flowing into my top runner. Don't tell me. My mana was powering up Nath's characteristic magic. Did infinite lover has that kind of ability? But, if that was the case, perhaps we could win even against Rikamaru's strongest. The chariot dashed through the road along the river in an instant. Let's go, Yuto-kun. Yeah. I'm counting on you, Nath. Nath's chariot crossed the river's embankment and jumped. It flew high in the air. We glided through the sky above the river terrace and falling. Ahead of there was Sue. So now Rikamaru was watching the fight of her comrades with her arms folded. We caught her by surprise there. When she turned around, surprise and fear showed on Rikamaru's face. However, that only lasted for an instant. Rikamaru's body was sent flying to the air. The chariot accelerated even further to target her when she came down. The spear that was installed at the side of the chariot sprang up to the front in order to pierce Rikamaru. Coup. Rikamaru rotated her body while falling and punched. Don't underestimate me. A large explosion occurred at the right side of the chariot. The chariot floated in the air. However, the sphinxes immediately changed direction and controlled the chariot's orientation. The chariot rotated once in the air and landed back on the ground splendidly. Behind the chariot, Rikamaru's body fell to the ground and bounced. A normal human would be seriously injured, but Rikamaru skillfully somersaulted and stood on the ground like a gymnastic athlete. However, blood was flowing from her forehead. How dare you do that to this Rikamaru-chan? Rikamaru let out a punch with a large swing to vent out her overflowing killing intent. The shockwave split the ground and headed toward their way. Ha! Nath swung her rein. The rein hit the sphinxes' backs like a whip. The chariot broke out running in a flash and escaped the punch's shockwave. However, Rikamaru was swinging around her arms senselessly. Each of her punch contained a power that would definitely bring instant death if it hit. A full-powered punch split the river and shook the bridge. A sound as though a temple's bell got hit many times in succession reverberated. There was also the sound of something splitting. And then unbelievably the bridge that was made from concrete and steel frame broke from the middle. Sue. The concretes fell into the river with only the bridge pier remaining intact. The only silver lining here was there was no car running on it thanks to the barrier. However, Rikamaru might crush even the surrounding civilian houses now that she wasn't discriminating anymore. 15 more seconds until infinite lover's limit. Arcana's warning made me strengthen my resolve. I emitted even more of infinite lover's mana and yelled. Nath. Let's finish this. Yes. Nath swung the rein on the Sphinx's backs. The chariot swiftly accelerated like a jet fighter toward Rikimaru. Would Strongest's absurd physical power win, or would Top Runner's rushing force win? This clash would decide. Rikimaru held both her hands forward and yelled with a furious expression. Come. Chariot. Nath roared. Trampoline. Strongest and Top Runner collided. An explosive sound roared. Shockwave caused large waves to form on the rivers. The ground shook and all the rocks on the dry riverbed got bounced into the air simultaneously. New Rikimaru was pushing the two sphinxes with her hands. Shit. What absurd strength. Just this much, strength is justice, strength is power. Cracks entered the masks the sphinxes were wearing. The sound of metal creaking was also coming from below. Yuto-kun. We're getting pushed back. Shit. Wasn't there anything? The current me still didn't have a powerful attack magic. It was still in the middle of summer vacation. I had still gone through half of the training process. If only I had a weapon like Liesel Senpai. No. I also had one, didn't I? A magic spear. It wasn't a weapon, but it was a powerful magic. However, it was a dangerous magic. I had only used it in a limited fashion until now. How much destructive power it could produce now that my mana capacity had increased. And then, what would happen in the end when it was directly used on the opponent? 5 more seconds until infinite lover's limit. There was no time to hesitate. I dragged out the forbidden, unresolved magic formula. World Fall. What? As expected, even Rikimaru's eyes widened in shock. The unresolved magic formula that was deployed on my left hand, World Fall. With that hand I won't let you. What? Rikimaru forcefully tossed away the chariot. She completely stopped the Top Runner's charge and threw away the chariot. The battle between two Arcana's characteristic magic ended in Strongest's victory. However, we aren't alone. I leapt out from the chariot quickly and attacked Rikimaru from above. Even Rikimaru-chan isn't alone at all. She punched toward me. The shockwave hit me. It tore the air and split the sky. But exclamation mark. World Fall destroyed the punch's shockwave. I continued falling. And broke Rikimaru's fist. Gah? My hand pierced Rikimaru's chest and destroyed half of her body. I continued falling until the ground. The left arm that activated World Fall got buried into the ground. However, the limit of infinite lovers came at that moment and the magic formula crumbled. Did I do it? I got up on my feet with a staggering head and stared at Rikimaru. Rikimaru was looking down on her half-destroyed body with eyes of disbelief. What the hell is this? And then black liquid oozed out from under her feet. Oi, stop it, something like this must be a joke. The muddy liquid crawled up her body. Rikimaru's body was dragged into the ground. Rikimaru-chan is the Strength Devil King candidate, you know. This, something like this. Rikimaru's body was sinking into the ground. Seigi-chan, sorry. She sank until her head, then the black swamp also got absorbed into the ground and vanished. I won. The moment I felt relieved like that, the ground under my feet began to undulate. This, what is? It was different from an earthquake. A strange vibration. At the center of the hole that I opened with World Fall, the grass twisted and a vortex started to form. This is, don't tell me. World Fall was trying to collapse the riverside area? A chill ran through my back. No, No way. It should be an impracticable theory that needed an immense amount of mana. That was why, collapsing what was within my arm's reach should be the best it could do. That should be the case? Gakuen, my body dropped down. The ground sank for several meters. And then the fissures on the ground spread to all directions. Why Yuto-kun? Wait. What's this woof? I could hear Nath and Poran scream. The crack spread even further. Even the bridge pier of the bridge that Rikamaru destroyed was starting to sink. The river's water whirled and flowed into the depressed spot. And then the embankment made a sound of collapsing. Arcana. What in the world is going on? Analysis world fall is rampaging. The effect is causing chain reaction. Collapse is spreading. Wah. No good. If I didn't stop it somehow. How far this collapse is going to spread? It's estimated that it will spread until 80% of the planet's surface until the mana decay and the chain reaction are offsetting each other. Huh? Planet. This wouldn't be a commotion that stopped with just a city's destruction. And the way to stop it? Unclear. Wah, that's no way. Worldfall could really collapse the world? So this was unresolved magic formula. I was able to use it well until now. It resolved all the troubles I encountered. It made me thought that I could use it well. I was naive. I was unable to understand the whole magic. When using a lot of mana, the execution condition was different and it reached a different result. The magic was unstable and became easy to run wild. The effect was spreading even after the mana was consumed. The chain reaction was continuing endlessly even while I was thinking like this. Gust of wind blew violently like a tornado. Cloud was whirling in the sky. Was the world going to end because of something like this? Because of my fault? What had I done? I stared at the spreading destruction while despair was beating my whole body. A residential area was spreading at the other side of the embankment. However, not a single house was collapsing. When I surveyed the scenery, the collapse was stopping right at the embankment. Strange. With the momentum just now, the city should have been swallowed already. Good grief, you are being a bit too naughty, you know, Yuto. Eh? Before I realized it, a tall man was standing behind me. His face was unshaven, his eyes looked sleepy. He was a middle-aged man who looked slightly like a bad guy. His military uniform-style jacket was fluttering within the raging wind. He was sporting a cynical smile. Headmaster, Gandu. Well, it's those who are at least that naughty who are promising though. After saying that, he held his hand forward and made a gesture as though he was grabbing something unseen. Then, the range of world fall was narrowing as though something was pushing it back. This is Headmaster? Ha ha ha, though I look like this, I was the Strength Devil King candidate. The Strength. But, Rikamaru couldn't do something like this. That girl's power was also amazing, but what the Headmaster was doing right now was in a different dimension. Headmaster stared at the spot where Rikamaru was swallowed by the black swamp with a pitying gaze. Rikamaru too, she was stupid but she was an adorable fellow though. However, she was completely unable to draw out the power of strength arcana. It's only natural that she lost. His sentence reversed to words that coldly discarded her. It chilled the inside of my chest. A sharp gaze caught me. Listen well. The value of Devil King Arcana will change depending on its owner. What's important is how much you can face the Arcana and draw out the value that is sleeping inside the Arcana and yourself. Drawing out value. I recalled what Reina taught me about drawing out the sword's value. Rikamaru was under the impression that the energy from punching and kicking is everything. But the strength's ability isn't something like that. It can control all strength that exists in this world. If the strength that is operating between the material particle is manipulated like this. And then the Headmaster clenched his fist and swung his hand toward the sky. In that instant, World Falls effect completely vanished. The wind stopped. The shaking of the ground also stopped. He looked like the conductor that commanded the whole world. Strength is invincible. The Devil King, Gandu Barbatos, grinned. But the same thing can be said for all arcanas. The point is the way to use it and then affinity. But, until now there is an arcana that has never met the right match. Lovers. That's right. But, that also means that inside it there is a treasure that nobody has managed to excavate yet. Treasure. I wonder, can the human Morioka Yuto discover it? The current Devil King, the Devil King Academy's headmaster. He was a joker who always fooled around and would only talk about anime. But, was that really the case? This person seemed relaxed and didn't put on any air, but it also felt like such aspect wasn't his true self at all. When his frivolous expression was flipped, I got the feeling that I might find the mouth of a terrifying abyss gaping wide open behind it. In addition, I just saw a portion of his true strength. I couldn't imagine myself ever winning against him. This person was stronger than any devil that I had met until now. Headmaster, why did you start the Devil King War? What? Isn't it too early for you to retire? Even your strength, I don't know how it was in the past, but there is no doubt that you are among the strongest even now. And yet, why? The headmaster frowned and tilted his head. When the Devil King War is held, for some reason strong devils will appear in that generation. Strong devils? The reason is unknown. Perhaps they simply get motivated, or perhaps they are training for the Devil King War. Anyway, the statistics have proven it as true. And, why strong devils are needed? Suddenly the headmaster grinned like a delinquent youth. I want an enemy, and not just any normal enemy, but an extraordinarily strong guy. Epilogue. Everyone's battle got suspended because of the World Falls commotion. And then when Rikimaru's defeat came to light. No way. Ishawari Floor lost the justification to fight Miyabi. Looks like that's it, Floor. That's irrelevant. If I can just beat you up. She must have gotten into a fierce fight with Miyabi. Her whole body was covered with bruises and she was heaving for breath. Then that's not a Devil King War anymore, but just a brawl. I refuse to do something like that. Miyabi was also beaten up quite a lot. Her yukata was worn out and fresh bruises covered her skin. On the other hand, Reina was. She also got her yukata cut up badly, but it didn't seem like there was any serious injury on her. When I asked her, she said that Hakamaki Tugu and Nihondu Swordia had retreated. It seemed she had also defeated the majority of Strength's card. Even though she was my little sister, she was too reliable, or perhaps terrifying? Only Senpai is left. Senpai, who got into a duel with Seigi, still hadn't returned. I think that it will be fine if it's Senpai, but... Then Nath. I'll go search. Porin knows her scent after all. She said that to me. Just as I was about to ask her to do so. A sound of explosion resounded. Smoke rose at the river terrace. A girl who was very similar to Rikimaru was on the other side of that smoke. She was wearing an attire like a knight with a sword in hand. Seigi. The Justice Devil King candidate, Sanao Seigi, was returning alone. Don't tell me, Liesel Senpai was. No. Something like that was impossible. Don't think of something stupid. Seigi's face didn't have the smile of victory. Her expression was brimming with uneasiness. Nei-sama, where is Nei-sama? She was breathing with heaving shoulders while muttering with a voice that was full of anxiety. I couldn't sense Nei-sama's mana anymore. Why? Did she retreat? She glared at Floor with a grim expression. Oi, Ishawari Floor. Where did Nei-sama go? Floor dropped her gaze and muttered in frustration. Rikimaru-sama was defeated by lovers, Morioka Yuto. Seigi's eyes opened so wide that her eyes almost popped out. Lies. I also can't believe it. But lies. Something like that is impossible. Rikamaru Sama fought magnificently till the don't leave. Seigi's sword flashed and cut open Floor's chest. Floor? Floor fell on the spot without even making any voice. Miyabi ran toward her and held up her body. But Seigi didn't even seem to notice that she had cut down Floor. She was walking unsteadily with staggering footsteps like a sleepwalker. And then she stared at me with an empty gaze. Nei-sama should be the next Devil King. There is no way she can be defeated at this kind of place, much less against the like of you. Yes, it's impossible. This joke isn't funny. I was overwhelmed by her eerie pressure. Nei-sama, she meant Rikamaru, right? Her attitude toward Rikamaru was completely different from before. This girl, did she actually love Rikamaru? The headmaster answered in the place of the dumbfounded me. So now Rikamaru is dead. She lost against Yuto. Sue. All expression vanished from Seigi's face. Her lips trembled fiercely. Lovers. Mana and killing intent suddenly burst out from Seigi's whole body. She stepped forward toward me with an expression that was like a demon. Kill, 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 kill. Lovers. Seigi held up her sword to the sky and screamed. And then. Sixes. The moment she was about to activate her characteristic magic. Ga? An arrow pierced her right arm that was holding the sword. Wah! Blood was leaking out from her upper arm. The arrow pierced the arm and stabbed into the ground. That was the arrow of Liesel Senpai's Cupid. That meant. I stared at the direction where the arrow came from. However, there wasn't any sign of anybody there. Seigi gritted her teeth with a gnashing sound. Damn you, Himikami Liesel. She changed the hold of her sword to her left hand and turned her gaze to the direction where the arrow came from, just like me. Something shined the moment I thought of that. An arrow had already reached Seigi. Nua. Seigi blocked the arrow with the flat side of her sword with an astonishing reflex. An explosion occurred. Gwa-ah-ah? The arrow exploded powerfully. I gulped. That was an arrow. It was like a missile. Seigi collapsed, but she used her sword to support her body. Damn you, you coward, Himikami Liz. One more arrow landed. Violent explosive blast blew away Seigi's body even further. She rolled on the ground like a broken doll. Headmaster Gandu smiled in delight seeing the disastrous scene that made me wanted to close my eyes. It's unknown where she is firing from. Her aim is unmatched. The arrow's speed is too fast that the target can't even run away. And even if the arrow is blocked, it's meaningless because the arrow explode. Liesel-kun is fun as usual. Seigi clung on her sword to stand up. She glared at me with a blood-soaked face. Tears were flowing ceaselessly from both her eyes. Morioka Yuto, I'll kill you, even if it's the last thing I do. If not, I won't be able to face Nei-sama in the purgatory. She gritted her teeth and dragged her body toward me while crying. Seigi. But, Liesel Senpai's merciless arrow flew again at her. Senpai's aim wouldn't miss. This time for sure. The arrow that would send Seigi to oblivion flew near. It would pierce her body, stopped her life, and made her exit from Devil King War definite. That arrow stabbed Seigi's head just before it happened. The arrow vanished. Together with the sound of the space being cut apart. What? Where? Ufufu, an underhanded way of attacking like usual. But, the finishing blow will be one shot at the head. I have seen through that. A bewitching figure clad in a black bondage suit had appeared before I noticed. The hanged man, Hayashin Yotaka. There was a whip in her hand. That whip was winding around Senpai's arrow. Don't tell me, she caught a flying arrow with that whip? Also, when firing from an unseen place, you would definitely dispatch an eye. Yotaka threw away the arrow and swung her whip to right above. A sharp tearing sound echoed through the dark sky. And then something that looked like green wings fluttered down. It was a butterfly that was split into two. Was this Liesel-senpai's hair ornament? Just when I thought there is a nuisance, it's you just as expected. Liesel-senpai. Liesel-senpai's figure appeared in midair. She came down on the ground lightly. Yotaka narrowed her eyes, seeing senpai. Yes. I attacked the beach at the Devil World based on Sanao Seigi's information, but the place was deserted. It took a lot of time to search for you until now. Seigi fell on her knees and stayed silent while looking down. In that state, Seigi couldn't fight anymore. Hayashine Yotaka, I didn't know what kind of power she had, but if she was alone. Just as I thought of that, 3 silhouettes appeared from behind Yotaka. Liesel-senpai's gaze sharpened even more. Looks like you aren't the only one who came to get in the way. Good grief, did you try to monopolize the prey? And yet you got the table reversed on you, what a handful. Death, Jiaodogahama lost. Standing beside him was Wheel of Fortune, Shimokadzuma Rin. On the opposite side was the sun, Sansa Summers. Lost realized that Headmaster Gandu was also here and sent him a glare. This is a talk between kids, so can the adults step out of it? Sensei is getting ostracized, that's a bit lonely. He muttered with a cowering look as though to ask for others to sympathize with him. Quickly. Lost replied coldly. Headmaster hunched down in dejection. And then he turned around and vanished into thin air. Now then, let's start the second round. Cold sweat trickled down my cheek. Our side already fought to the limit. We were wounded and also exhausted. On the other side, Seigi was the only one exhausted. The other 4 were most likely in a perfect state. Even just counting the number of the Devil King candidates, it was 5 versus 2. There was no way we could win. But, before that I'll ask one last question, I guess. Lost suddenly smiled kindly and walked toward me. And then, he whispered with a voice that couldn't be heard by anyone else. Become my comrade, Yuto. Lost. Let's destroy this world with the 2 of us. We'll destroy this rotten world and remake it. I and Lost stared at each other from really close. For some reason, my heart almost got stolen by that invitation. No, it wasn't by the invitation. Perhaps, what attracted my heart was about accomplishing something together with Lost. Why? For some reason, I didn't understand myself. Some kind of very nostalgic and painful feeling was raging in my chest. But I can't do that. Lost made a surprised face. It was as though his expression was saying that he couldn't believe what his ears heard. I want to create a world where everyone can live in peace with a smile. To do that, I think destroying everything that exists right now is a mistake. That's why I can't become your comrade. Lost made a mortified gaze for a moment. As I thought, it's that woman's fault, huh? That woman, he said. Lost turned around and walked away from me. However, he then stopped walking. He looked back. His face that was always smiling calmly was distorted. Are you fine with that? You are going to die here, you know? By an overwhelming difference in power. You have no chance of victory. Everyone's life was hanging on this decision. Was it all right for me to make a decision for them? I also had such hesitation. Even so, I can't betray everyone. Lost's expression twitched. I see, I guess it's also fine if you want to die that much. And then he sported a cynical smile. Perhaps this place is also the right place for that. What? Lost, what do you mean by that? The talk is over already. Lost's atmosphere changed. Ominous and eerie mana flowed out from his body. I'll kill you. When Lost announced that with an emotionless voice. Don't talk as you please without even notifying this great me beforehand. A. There was a silhouette walking from the direction of the embankment. He had a white uniform and grey hair that was clear to see even in the night. I'll be the one to kill that man. Don't intrude, you insolent fellow. You. Kneel, you lowlifes. To this a spite of the world. A spite. You. You are also insolent, Morioka Yuto. If you are back already, then you should come to my place and tell me. Sorry, I think, Ka-san forgot to tell me. TSK, a spite clicked his tongue and he scowled as though he recalled something unpleasant. No matter. More importantly, it's 3 versus 5 with this. No, this me alone is worth 3 Devil King candidates. That means we are evenly matched. His personality was as usual, but it was reassuring. Then, the number of this side is superior if I join in then. Rookie. A beautiful girl, no, a young man in sailor uniform was waving his hand while approaching. When he arrived at my side, he pouted resentfully with puffed-up cheeks. You're really horrible, Yuto-kun. I was waiting the whole time in Hawaii. My bad. No, we didn't make any promise or anything, right? But, are you all right with this, rookie? When I asked him that, he smiled brightly as though he had gotten over his bad mood. Yep. Because, Yuto-kun and me have special relationship, heart. Your wording. It's 4 versus 5 with this. In addition, we also have Liesel Senpai. It's enough to fight. Lost was staring at a single spot stiffly. What's the matter? When I followed his gaze. Nath? No. Porin, who was in Nath's arms, was also opening her eyes wide like a saucer. Her small mouth trembled and opened slowly. You are a live wolf. What? My gaze returned to Lost reflexively. Lost was always wearing a hood. I never saw him taking off his hood. A frown formed between Lost's eyebrows. Sweat was trickling from there. Are you Porin? How did he know that name? Lost, you don't tell me. Tears spilled out from Porin's eyes. I'm glad woof, Lost Naya-chan. Afterward. You can do anything if you are full of spirit. It's Kuji Masamune. The new type of coronavirus is really annoying, but after doing the countermeasures routinely, there is no need to fear it more than necessary. Perhaps we need to avoid the places where indeterminate amount of many people gather and talk a lot without wearing a mask in close range, but compared to that, the danger in a bookstore is really low. You can enjoy your time there alone. Now is the time where we should re-examine the joy of books. I'm writing this afterward at the timing when it's finally midsummer. My desire to go for a trip is completely leaking out in the trip development of this book. But, I can't find a tour that I can spend together with 4 beautiful girls in a resort no matter where I search. I believe this is due to the negligence of the travel agency. They should design a Go to Devil World campaign right away desu. And the encounter in that Devil World beach is with the strength Rikimaru and the Justice Seigi, tangled word choice. Their character was faint when I was at the phase of planning the plot, but their characters are rapidly gaining depth as I write further. They have transformed into interesting characters. Perhaps the cover's illustration should be Rikimaru and Seigi. I even thought like that at the aftermath. This time the new character that made an appearance on the cover is Hayashine Yotaka. An existence that is like Liesel Senpai's rival. Even though her outfit's exposure rate is almost 0, her eroticism is amazing. Her turn this time isn't that much, but please look forward to her activity from here on. Also, this time it's Nath that stands out no matter how you look at it. Could it be, she will join the fight as the long-awaited new card of lovers? But, Nath is also a Devil King candidate, it's impossible perhaps? But, could it be? How would it be in the end? Please look forward to it during your reading. And then if you are interested, Please spread the words about this series in SNS and by words of mouth too. Everyone's cooperation is necessary in order to make this series last for a long term. And then one more book of Maou Gakuen no Hangyakusha will come out this month. It's the first volume of the comic. The comic that is being serialized in monthly Dragon Age by Mizoguchi Zurichin Sensei will finally become the long-awaited comic book. Please check it out too. Then to the thanks. This time I asked for something unreasonable even while moving forward. Thank you very much for the truly magnificent design and illustration. Cacao Sensei. This time too the illustrations are excessively the best, just like every time from before. It makes me fired up too. I'll do my best with full power from here on too so that the story can be worthy for the illustrations. Editor Nakada-san. All the other people who are involved with the publication. All of you readers who are always giving me passionate support. Thank you very much. Then, let's beat up the strongest at the 50 Volume 2. Kuji Masamune. Translator's notes. 1. There is a pattern here. Yotaka can mean low-class prostitute in the Edo period, while the kanji of Iratsum can also be read to mean prostitute. 2. Seems to be Rakudai Kishi's reference here. 3. Seigi means justice in Japan. 4. Mame Shiba is a breed of small Shiba Inu dog. 5. Tenkafubu equals spread military force under the heavens.